SEN Cricket on Instagram, X and TikTok for all the behind-the-scenes action from Sri Lanka.
Over the wicket at him, he's bowled him! Bowls here to Robinson, edge to taker! That is a shot of an emperor. Facing up on 28, bowls in! Middle stump out of the ground. This is Stark and he's edging, he's caught magnificently! Over the top, out towards one off, doesn't carry, it does! Bowling to Smith, who lifts him up, what a mighty hit! He's bowled him as well! This is a genius at work. Crawley's left on the pad, they're up, he's out!
That is Test cricket at its finest.
Live from Galle, this is the first test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Good morning. Welcome to Galle for SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Main View Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Thank you to Tom Morris and Bharat Sundaresan for doing such a fine job setting the scene with the new ball. Adam Collins now with you, albeit for just a moment before we head down to the pitch for the toss in just a couple of moments from now. I have next to me, as we will throughout this series, former Australian and Victorian leggy Bryce McGain on a day where so much of the story is going to revolve around the spinning ball. Good morning, Bryce.
G'day, Colo, and look, it is an exciting period to be here. The crowd is building in, and obviously we have seen quite a considerable amount of action out there, and of course a debutant early, Colo, as well. Josh Inglis gets his opportunity to represent Australia, and it's well deserved too, because he has been a top performer in one-day cricket for Australia, and of course his Shield cricket start to the season was outstanding with a couple of centuries, and such as his capacity to play good spin bowling, he finds himself in this lineup to bat in the middle order.
Yeah, this feels like procedural fairness in many respects for Josh Inglis, having done so much right in recent years with the white ball, and gets his chance to be a test player today, cap number 470. Just waiting to go pitch side here. The captains are there. Team sheets have been exchanged. We'll go down to the toss, and we'll pick that up through our FX mic. Bear with us just a moment as we go down to the side of the pitch.
Is Dhananjay De Silva, Sri Lanka's captain, Steve Smith, Australia's captain, and Jeff Crow is our match referee. Now, before Dhananjay spins the coin, I'd like to say a warm welcome to Steve and your team, and also Jeff and the other officials here in Sri Lanka. Dhananjay, spin the coin, please.
Heads.
Heads called. Heads it is, Australia.
We'll have a bat.
Well, we all heard that. Steve's going to have a bat first. Yep, wherever you wish. What about the pitch, and how are you going to set yourself up for this game?
Yeah, I'm unsure at this stage. It's a little bit tacky this morning, so yeah, I'm unsure how it's going to play, so we'll wait and see.
There is a debut for one of your players and the rest of the team. How are you lining up?
Yeah, Josh Inglis gets his opportunity. He's been banging the door down in Shield cricket and done a terrific job, so he comes in as a batter in this game. We've got three spinners, Murphy, Kuhneman and Lyon, one quick bowler in Stark, and Travis Head's up top. You can see the rest on the TV, I suppose. Yeah.
Very different conditions that you're coming up against. What does that do to the mindset?
Yeah, I think we've just got to adapt accordingly and play what's in front of us. Yeah, Sri Lanka are a very good side and play really well here. So, yeah, we've got to be on our game.
10,000 runs just around the corner for you.
Yeah, one away. So, yeah, hopefully I can tick that off this game.
Good luck.
Appreciate it.
Dana, your thoughts on having to field first?
Oh, well, obviously I was wanted to bat as well, but, you know, I'll take the opportunity and do well.
What about your team news?
I'll go with three spinners and one main fast bowler, and Angelo Matthews will bowl.
So seamers from Angelo Matthews.
Yeah.
Well, you got to field first, so go get yourself ready and do have a good test match.
Thank you very much.
Well, there we go. Steve Smith has won the toss. Very quickly said that he will have a bat first.
Well, there it is, Russell Arnold, who's part of our SEN team, running the toss, and Stephen Smith winning it, choosing to bat first. Both teams would have done so. Spinners absolutely everywhere, Bryce. Only one seamer for both teams, Australia, Mitchell Stark, and we'll get Sri Lanka's team sheet in a moment, but signalling that they're also playing three specialist spinners.
Yeah, so it really did. Having a look at the wicket, though, Colo, it looks like a well-prepared wicket. We saw yesterday they had some heat lamps on it up around the crease lines. It's been quite a humid and wet build up to this test match, so it probably hasn't had the opportunity to dry out quite as much as maybe it has done in the past here. But I can imagine it'll be a pretty good surface to bat on initially, and the question is, well, how quickly does it start turning big?
So the Australians, as named, Usman Khawaja, Travis Head, Marnus Labuschagne, Steve Smith at 4, 1 run away from 10,000 in Test cricket. We're celebrating Steve Smith's Day today on SEN, and with Australia batting first, that 10,000th run is likely to come early in the day. Josh Inglis, the debutant, at 5, Alex Carey at 6, Bo Webster at 7. Interesting, a switch there between Carey and Webster on the team sheet at least, and then Stark, the sole seamer. Webster will open the bowling with him. And then Webster will be part of that spin rotation, which will go on to include Murphy, Lyon and Kuhnemann. So that the 3 spinners that worked in India at Indore and at Ahmedabad a couple of years ago. So,
well, it's hard to deny the fact that in the spinning conditions, we have 3 very good spinners that did a capable job in India.
Yeah.
Why not continue with that strategy? And it looks quite strong. The interesting one is that middle order switch with Bo Webster batting at 7 and Carey going up. I think the opportunity is to mix the batting order up, have a left-hander working with some right-hander batters ahead, and then have Bo Webster having the opportunity maybe behind a left-hander as well. So I think that's a contributing factor in these conditions. And, you know, the rotation of strike, it's going to be a challenge, but I think the right-left-hand combinations throughout are going to be valuable.
And we heard from the Australians during the week as well that they were happy to be more flexible with their batting lineup. So I suppose we will have a better feel for this as we go through the series. But, you know, Carey at 6 and Webster at 7, that might also reflect the fact that Carey batted so nicely here at Gaul in 2022.
Indeed.
Where they swept their way out of a sandpit on that occasion, and Carey was front and centre of all of that. So that's the Australian team. The 12th man is Cooper Connolly, and those who are missing out, Sean Abbott, Sam Constas, who's been omitted, in as far as he's not playing but played at Sydney. I'm not sure if you'd necessarily call it being dropped, but they've seen fit for him not to play in this match. And also, of course, Scott Boland, who was a 10-wicket bag and missing out in his next start. I don't think that's happened too often in Test history.
No, it's quite extraordinary, but such is the contrast between conditions and environments that they've just had to pick the appropriate team, and unfortunate that those 2 miss out, but it wouldn't be a case, as you say, it's not a case of them being dropped out of the team. It's just about getting the balance right for this occasion.
As for Sri Lanka, we've now got their team sheets. We'll run through that. Dimith Karunaratne, the former captain, is opening the batting with Ashada Fernando. So that's confirmation that Patham Nasanka has missed out due to his groin strain. So Ashada brought into the squad and into the 11. Dinesh Chandimal batting at 3, made a magnificent double century against the Australians here in 2022. Angelo Matthews at number 4. He's been going around for 15 years. Kamindu Mendez at 5. He's had a terrific couple of years. Made his debut here against the Aussies in 2022 as well. Dhananjaya De Silva, the captain, at 6. Krishal Mendez, the wicketkeeper, at 7. Prabhav Jayasuriya, who's been a revelation. He'll bat at 8, but he'll bowl all day from, in all probability, the 4 end. Nishan Peiris, who had a great debut here against New Zealand last year. He took 9 wickets on debut. He'll bat at 9, but bowl off spin. Jeffrey Van der Say, great to see his name back on the team sheet. He made his debut here as well in 2022. He hasn't played again since in Test cricket, but he's been an outstanding white ball bowler for Sri Lanka in recent times. So he'll bat at 10, and Asitha Fernando, the sole seamer for Sri Lanka. So it may well be that Angelo Matthews, that this deep into his career, barely bowls, but he might be taking the new ball in a Test match before they revert to spin.
He may very well do that, although Sri Lanka have been very comfortable, particularly here opening with spin.
True.
We'll wait and see how that pans out. But look, the same balance in the same lineup, so I'm not sure they didn't put their heads together and say, how about we match up player for player? But they're evenly balanced in the selection of what they've wanted to do. 3 spin for both teams.
Yeah, so Prabhav Jayasuriya, Nishan Peiris and Jeffrey Van der Say, the 3 spinners for Sri Lanka. And Asitha Fernando wins the 1 seamer spot ahead of... Well, it probably would have been Vishwa Fernando had they wanted to go the extra seamer option, but not to be for the seamers this week here. So they've made a clear call on the pitch. They think it's going to turn from ball 1.
No doubt. So they've got all bases covered, really. The Sri Lankans probably a bit more versatile than the Australians with their spin. Left arm orthodox, right arm off spin and right arm leg spin as well. So they've got it all covered. I'm really looking forward to seeing the leg spinner, to be perfectly honest, how that translates. That's Van der Say. coming across. Terrific white ball leg spinner, and really looking with these supporting conditions to see how he goes. No favouritism there, of course.
All right, Bryce, we'll take a beat here at Gall SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Main View Collection prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The news from here at the ground is Australia have won the toss and they're batting first.
Up to $25,000 off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $615,000. Live from Galle. This is the first test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Good afternoon. There's delays following an emergency incident on the Hume Freeway between the Ring Road and Cooper Street. Otherwise, a grass fire on the Ring Road Greensboro bound at Boundary Road is knocking out a right-hand lane, and there's also a breakdown on the Ring Road Greensboro bound at Pascoe Road. Elsewhere, we have reports of a crash on the Western Freeway inbound after Hopkins Road. KFC's $24.95 boneless dinner is available every day with original tenders, golden nuggets, popcorn chicken and more. Now that's FLG every day. Not available on delivery. That's the latest SEN traffic.
The hit comedy Shirley Valentine starring Natalie Bassingthwaite opens tomorrow at the Athenaeum Theatre for 2 weeks only. Tickets at shirleyvalentine.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Step up to the next generation of professional power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Experience premium professional power with cordless convenience that's setting new benchmarks in performance and efficiency. With limitless professional power, reliability and runtime, XGT simply outpowers, outsmarts and outlasts the rest. When power means business, choose Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
I want my Makita back.
Tyre Power's Hot Summer Sale is a sizzling way to save on a hot range of Kumho tyres. Get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho tyres, plus other hot offers during January at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
So just who is Sumo Energy? They're as Aussie as playing cricket in the backyard.
And if you hit it out over the fence, it's 6 and out.
Local as Sumo Energy is proudly Aussie owned and operated. Whether you're signing up for a competitive new energy plan or in need of some support, Sumo is in your neighbourhood and ready to help. With call centres powered by locals, Sumo just gets it.
That's what we have one about.
Take a few moments to compare your current bill to Sumo's prices and learn what you can save. Local as sumo.au.
Next time you're refuelling your car, look out for Sonny the Kookaburra at your local Sunrise. That's how you know you're dealing with a trusted and independent local store. There's over 1,200 Sunrise stores Australia-wide. Visit newsunrise.com.au and do what the locals do.
Look out for the sunrise. Enjoy local service. Delivered with a friendly smile. Look out for the sunrise. Enjoy local choices. The best within a country mile.
Don't know how much super is enough? Don't know when you can afford to stop working? Or don't know how to make your money last through retirement? Don't be shy about retiring. You're not alone. Millions of Australians have the same questions. Equip Super. We equip you for retirement. Find out more at equipsuper.com.au or call 1800 777 060. PDS and TMD available on our website. Consider if our products are right for you. Together Trustees Proprietary Limited, AFSL 246383.
Hi, my name is Bryce and I'm the Funeral Communications Centre Manager here at Tobin Brothers.
My name's Matthew. I'm a Senior Coordinator here at Tobin Brothers.
Angela Wilson. I'm part of the accounts team.
My name's Stephen Tobin. I'm a funeral planner here.
Rebecca. I am currently a funeral planner.
Hi, I'm David Stevens. I'm the Operations Manager for Tobin Brothers.
My name is Christine and I'm the receptionist here at North Melbourne.
Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
The Community Bank Parkdale Beachside gift is here. Head to Mentone Reserve to watch Australia's best athletes in action, like 2024 Stall gift winner Jack Lacey and Olympian Kendra Hubbard and more. Today, racing from 12 p.m. For more, visit parkdalegift.com. Proudly presented by Community Bank Parkdale.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Up to $25,000 off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $615,000. Live from Galle. This is the first test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Mainview Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Adam Collins with you. Peter Lalor jumping in with me in our pre-game on day one. Steve Smith, the acting captain. Coin came down his way. They're having a bat on a sticky morning here at Gaul. It's always a sticky morning here at Gaul. No Sam Constas, which I know you have strong views on, Pete. Good morning.
Good morning. As we speak, Tony Dottermaid is explaining himself to the journalists at the back of the press box. I think they're all a little bit sensitive about this. The selectors have been like, you know, that father who gives the kids a really beaut bike for Christmas and then 5 days later takes it off them because they've been naughty. Everyone wants to see Sam Constas play this morning, don't they?
Yeah, it feels like they've made the call about this week, maybe more than they have about 2 or 3 years to go in the future. And look, and I get that argument as well.
Yeah.
Steve Smith advanced it yesterday that Constas being here in the squad and getting to be around these conditions is not for nothing, that he did something similar in 2013 in India himself before he got a chance to play. So, and they feel like Josh Inglis banged the door down. And there is some truth to that. Inglis has done a lot.
We will never know what Constas could do or couldn't do, and the only way we found out what he could do was put him in the test team in Melbourne on that morning, and it almost changed Australian cricket that morning. I swear that both tour groups here are oversubscribed. The Australian Sports Tours has got 80 people here. They were expecting 20.
Right.
I was just saw Lukey Sparrow.
Yep.
He capped it at 110 because he couldn't get any more seats in the ground.
Wow.
You know, I think that summer set fire to Australian cricket. I mean, just lit it up, didn't it? And Sam Constas was an essential part of that. But look, I appreciate that they're living in the moment and that they want to win this test match and that they think the best way to win this test match is not to have Sam Constas playing. I hope they're right. Good on them for being brave. I think they know that an S storm is coming their way, Adam.
Yeah, absolutely. And Steve Smith, 9,999. So SEN Day or Steve Smith Day, sorry, on SEN today across the network. It's been. Look, he'll bat at some point. He'll clear that milestone. We'll make a very big deal of it, as we should. And then he'll focus on his main objective in this series, which is trying to win 2-0.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe all these Australians have come over to see Steve Smith score his 10,000th run because there was every chance it was going to be done in front of a handful of people, wasn't there?
True.
Yeah. Brave call to bat this morning. It's sticky out there. I reckon, you know, it will spin. Oh, I got a feeling this, if you can last till the third session, it'll be good. This is a feeling, who knows how it's going to play. But there's burning sun today, which they weren't expecting, and I don't think they've had a lot of because they've been doing their best to get the moisture out of that wicket, and they haven't been successful.
Well, the threshold question is, will the pitch be like the one in the first test here in 2022, where it was genuinely shooting through the pitch, through the surface within the first hour of play?
No.
Or will it be like the second test match, where it was basically pancake flat from about 3 sessions in?
Well,
and it remained that way until afternoon 4.
These hands haven't touched that pitch, but they tell me it's tacky. I mean, if there's a little crust on top, God help us all.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a thinly baked pie crust, a phyllo pastry crust, if you don't mind, Colo. But there's nothing. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I still get so excited about the first morning of a test match, and there's nothing like the first over. I'm really looking forward to it.
Especially overseas on a tour when we just don't know what's going to happen. Hey, Pete, I'm going to let you go downstairs and speak to Tony Dottermaid. You can interrogate the selector, and you can find out what's going on. We'll go to our last break of the pre-game. On the other side of it, we'll have the anthems. We'll have the 5-minute Sri Lanka national anthem, which is always a
good
delight.
song, that. I know the words.
And we'll see the Australian new opening combination of Usman Khawaja and Travis Head, who'll be following because Steve Smith has won the toss. Australia are batting. That's the news here from Gaul. Our coverage is for the Henley Mainview Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Back in a moment.
Up to $25,000 off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $615,000. Live from Gaul. This is the first test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Good afternoon. There's been a grass fire near the Ring Road Greensborough bound at Boundary Road. It's knocking out a right-hand lane. There's also a crash to avoid on the Ring Road Greensborough bound. That is after Airport Drive. It's knocking out a right-hand lane. Otherwise, we have reports of a crash on the South Gippy Freeway southbound just after the Princes Highway, and reports of a prang also on the Western Freeway inbound after Hopkins Road. Looking to de-stress? Support a healthy stress response in the body with Blackmore's Executive B Stress Formula. Always read the label and follow the directions for use. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day. That's the latest SEN traffic.
The King Summer Sale ends Sunday. Save up to 50% on selected Australian-designed award-winning furniture. Hurry, sale ends Sunday. Shop online or visit a King Living showroom today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
With over 350 locations Australia-wide, Metro Petroleum is the perfect place to rest and refuel on your journey. They've teamed up with Mr. Whippy and launched brand new Mr. Whippy ice cream cups in vanilla bean and chocolate flavours. Thirsty? Simply scan the QR code after purchasing any two 600ml Powerade varieties for only $7.50 during February for your chance to instantly win one of 25 $200 active vouchers. So fill up and treat yourself and your Valentine this February at Metro Petroleum.
Tyre Power's hot summer sale is a sizzling way to save on a hot range of Kumho tyres. Get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho tyres, plus other hot offers during January at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Shopping for student devices? See the experts at Harvey Norman and get back to school with unbeatable deals on laptops, headphones, tablets and more. Hot deal on the HP 14S laptop. 8GB of RAM, only $598. Or the latest Acer Swift Go Copilot Plus PC with amazing battery life. Super deal, $998. Motorola G75 with Moto Buds, now $448, save $50. And save $50 on Sony Mark V headphones, now $498. Harvey Norman, your destination for student devices.
Step up to the next generation of power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Limitless power and efficiency. Makita XGT outpowers the rest. Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
If you're currently driving, Dream Street Lending recommends you take caution. The contents of this commercial will shock you and could change your life.
Dream Street Lending are ready to pay your home loan interest for the life of the loan. Enter online at dreamstreet.com.au/win. Settle a home loan with Dream Street Lending and you could win this incredible prize. Your home loan interest paid by Dream Street Lending for the life of the loan. Don't dream it, Dream Street it. Enter now, dreamstreet.com.au/win.
Picnics on the beach, pool days, backyard sport. Whatever your summer looks like, it's always better with a 4 and 20 in hand. Enjoy the classic taste of 100% Australian beef in delicious gravy wrapped in golden flaky pastry. Watching sports, playing sports, or just soaking up the summer sun. Biting into a 4 and 20 pie is the ultimate summer snack for whatever summer you're having. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan favourite.
Apparently, you can tell someone's age by the length of their socks. Millennials and Gen Zers are in a sock revival, but TikTok trends aside, here's a fact. Underworks have a perfect pair of Underworks sports socks for everyone. Whether you like a tall sock, a short sock, a medium sock like me, thick, thin, arch support, no show, no slip, no grip, or even no blisters. No matter who you are, Underworks has the perfect pair for your summer look. Underworks, the number wonder down under for socks.
Berwick Volkswagen's SUV sale event is on now. Drive-away offers include the T-Cross 85 TSI Life from $34,990 and the T-Rock 110 TSI City Life from $38,990. Berwick Volkswagen has you covered.
LMCT 11264.
Up to 25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $615,000. Live from Gaul. This is the first test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket. The first session for Crown. All the action. It's happening at Crown.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Mainview Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. I'm glad that one of our friends here on SEN Test Cricket is Bryce McGain, because his former line of work in IT has already proven very handy up here on the roof of the pavilion. We had a power outage in the ad break then. I'm like, what's going on? How do we... No, stay calm.
Yeah.
The router will reboot in time. We'll be ready to go after the break, and so we are. So we're just waiting for the anthems here. The two teams have gathered beneath us here. The our commentary vantage point. As I say, we're actually on the roof, as we were in 2022 for one day before we were washed away in a storm, which was a whole other story, but this is a vantage point that we are familiar with. So the Australian team and the Sri Lankan team are standing to attention, waiting for the national anthems to begin. It'll be Advance Australia fair to begin. The national anthems, the Sri Lankan anthem there, always one that is remarked upon for its length, Bryce McGain. So we've been out there in the sun for a little while there, the Sri Lankan fielders, before preparing to cross the rope a second time in just a moment from now. And they'll do so along with Travis Head and Usman Khawaja, Australia's new opening partnership. Didn't get a chance to ask you about that in our conversation before, about Sam Constas being, in effect, shuffled out in order to facilitate this dynamic. Well, they want Travis Head at the top. That's what it boils down to.
No doubt about it. And that's where they want their best batsmen in these conditions up there to take advantage of a new ball. And that's what they wanted. So it structures up with that. Usman Khawaja certainly earns his spot alongside him, and I guess it makes it a little difficult for the young opening batsman to fit in around this type of scenario here at Gaul. But Notably, the contrast between the two teams, one in creams, one in very bright whites.
Yes.
The Sri Lankan team, the uniform it's stark. It is being bleached to within an inch of its life out there. It is very bright.
Love it.
The other part I felt a little uneasy about is for the anthem, their hats off, and I understand that, but the Australians put their baggy greens on the ground. Maybe that's a bit of AFL from me. The footy jumper never touches the ground. We always keep it up. But anyway, they sat on the ground behind them as the anthems were displayed for everybody here. A small crowd, but a beautiful setting.
Well, the difference between this time and last time is that there are people up on the fort, up on the ramparts there, and that wasn't the case in 2022 during the first Test match. Well, at least at the end of the first Test match when that activity was prohibited. And then the people ended up protesting and taking the fort during the second Test, which we were able to narrate on SEN Test Cricket, which was a remarkable day. So very different environment here now. That we'll get a chance to drift and talk about this as we do, but Gaul feels so very different now and for the better in the couple of days that we've been here with so much vibrant activity now that they've gotten through the worst of the economic crisis from a few years ago. So,
well, in the last hour, the sun has really come out and it's fierce. It is fiercely hot, high humidity, Colo, and it'll be uncomfortable out there. A lot of people diving for cover. There's a few areas at square leg that are under a marquee, but mostly it's open hill and grass area, so a few tucked away. Practice run through, you can hear in the effects mic there.
Yeah, Setha Fernando's going to take the new ball from the fort end. He'll have a cordon that includes Angelo Matthews, Timoth Karunaratne, Ashada Fernando, and the wicketkeeper Kushal Mendes. Usman Khawaja, who batted very nicely here last time round in the first Test match for 71. Had a poor experience here in 2016 when he was out twice in the same day. Also played here in 2011. Just waiting for the players to be called to order here by umpire Holdstock. So nearly ready to roll. The clock has struck 10 o'clock local time. I'm not quite sure what we're... Okay, play is called. Setha Fernando now taking his time as well. We will get away in a moment, I promise you. Usman Khawaja at the business end. 2 slips in a gully. Setha Fernando to begin the Warne Muralitharan Trophy of 2025. Over the wicket bowls here, Khawaja plays out through extra cover for 1. Wide of mid-off. Nicely played. Right at the middle of the bat.
That's a good start. First ball, 1 run. He'd be comfortable getting down the other end. Travis Head now in not too unforeign conditions, but certainly in a Test match. Opening the batting. And he settles in and asks for his marks. The umpire's actually doing some gardening himself out in the middle of the strip. Doesn't want to see a blade of grass or a pebble out of place. As Travis Head waits patiently to get his guard, so he scratches away. Quite a responsibility, that, as an opening batsman, marking centre and marking leg, because it's set for the rest of the Test.
Indeed. Yeah, Travis Head, who didn't play the first Test at Nagpur in 2023, having missed out in Sri Lanka. Those two things were linked. But got back for the second Test at Delhi, and from that point on, he was opening the batting. So that's why he's up the top. Facing his first ball, Travis Head, wade onto the call with a push out to mid-off, no single. Full and straight from Setha Fernando. But yeah, so the Head story is an interesting one. The perception that he was a lesser player against spin, which is why he lost his spot in that Aussie 11 at the start of the India trip. But by the end of it, he was back at the peak of his powers, made 90 at Ahmedabad. And of course, in home conditions, he's a completely different proposition for visiting bowlers. Setha up, bowls to Head, leg stump line, clipped away, down to fine leg. He's got it straight of him for 4. Beautifully played. Great timing. So none for 5 after 3 balls.
A little bit of movement straightening onto the thigh pad there, and Well, we know Travis Head is so strong there, whipping that behind square, and fine leg really didn't have a play. That raced away. So both batsmen to be feeling good. Usman Khawaja, legs crossed at the non-striker's end, leaning on his bat already. And Travis Head just twisting the gloves and getting the bat settled in hand. The heart rate will be down at least 20 beats now.
Batting in the short sleeve shirt, Head facing Asitha. Up to him here. Hits him on the thigh pad. Jags back from right arm over the wicket. Not quick, 133 clicks. Pace won't be a major factor in any case.
No, but a little bit of movement there. You called it right, Colo. Just back into the left-hander. Got his line right on that occasion. The ball before just got into the hip area and was worked away. But that one back to the middle off sort of line that had Travis Head a little jumpy.
And he's done well to really force himself up to be the #1 Sri Lankan quick Asitha. Took that 5 for at Lords last year. Only the second Sri Lankan to get on the honours board there at Lords.
His ability to move the ball late. That's his skill.
Yep. Asitha arrives and bowls, and Head plays it one wide and carves it away. Out in front of point for a second boundary. 2 in the over to start the test match. That was short and wide and had to reach for it, but he's never going to resist out there.
No, that was a gift. Just sat up there and invited to be hit. Head was good enough to put it into the gap. And he did try something different there. Asitha Fernando just looking to angle the ball away from the right hand. He's showing that he can bring it back in. Wanted to angle it away and got it all wrong. Short, wide, and was punished.
So an expensive first over. 9 runs already from it. Last ball here. Asitha delivers and Head plays through the cordon.
And it's gone for 4.
Gone for 4 as well. Thought for a moment it might have been cut off to the gully moving to his right, but it did go over the top of his hand. So 3 boundaries in the first over of the test match. None for 13 Australia. All of them to Travis Head. He's off to a flyer. He's 12, Khawaja's 1. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buys. So it'll be spin, presumably, from our pavilion end, Bryce, to start, given the way the field's converging around the bat. But yes, that was a ropey start from Asitha Fernando, given he's not going to get many overs to begin with.
Yeah, just he's assessing conditions and seeing what he can do with the ball. Obviously humid, warm conditions. A bit of moisture coming out. There was a lot of overnight rain that which covered the whole ground this morning when we got here nice and early. The groundsman had an enormous bit of work to ease the water off. None of it, or very rarely, it hit the grass. And they eased it all off into the drainage around the outside. And talk about tyre power. There was probably in excess of 200 tyres. That's what sits on top of the covers. So it's like the back of the workshop at Tyre Power.
So it's going to be Nishan Peiris who gets the new ball from the pavilion end, from our end here. Cool. He's played just the 1 test match, but took 9 wickets in it against New Zealand last year at Gore. Bowls here. His first ball to Khawaja. Off the back foot, pushed to point, no single.
Head on the long backup. He was ready to go. He's run halfway down the pitch. Obviously not to a danger end, and was able to shuffle his way back, but he's keen to get on strike. He's off to a heater.
Peiris up. Bowls to Khawaja. Front on action. Plays late out to point. So he really has that. There are similarities to Ashwin with the way he lets the ball go.
Yeah, indeed.
A front on off spinner. Gets a lot of work out of his back hip. Bowls here. Going back is Khawaja, riding the bounce, nothing in this surface. Easy as you like. Had all the time in the world there, Khawaja, to defend.
And contrasting to a Nathan Lyon who's strong with his front arm and leads that out. Not so much of that here.
Just 2 steps and into it. Bowls again, Nishan. Well forward, defending.
Now
Khawaja, that's a better length.
Yeah, he's honed into his length now. That just dropping a little bit short. It always takes a little bit of adjustment with the new ball in the hand and the fingers, the feel of it. So the little adjustment here, short leg has gone to well, it's probably a gully, not a second slip. A little bit wider. There's a gap between the slip and the gully under the lid.
Isham bowls and Khawaja pulls, goes to mid-wicket. Cut off by Matthews. But even with that pull shot, it's stuck in the surface and Khawaja had to wait on it. So it's the absence of pace which is a factor so far.
Mid-off just sliding up now. There is a sweeper out of deep cover point.
Last ball of the over. Khawaja cuts out to the sweeper. Deep point straight away. He'll retain the strike. Khawaja 2. Heads on 12. None for 14 after 2 overs. Australia having won the toss. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buys.
Foxtel Summer Sale. Get Sport Live in 4K Ultra HD, world-class dramas and the best lifestyle shows for $65 a month on a 12-month plan. Search Foxtel. Min cost $780. New customers only. Offer ends February 11.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Join over 2 million Aussies who've lost weight with the Man Shake, and there's never been a better time, with up to 25% off site-wide. Start now at themanshake.com.au.
SEN at Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Adam Collins and Bryce McGain with you on the call. Asitha Fernando from the fore end. He's going to change angle and go around the wicket. And it's only taken 2 overs in the Test match to have a problem with the sight screen. It hasn't turned to white at the end of the over from the advertising, and belatedly up goes the sheet.
Up goes the curtain.
I suspect they've had one job down there. In fact, all of the sight screens down that end haven't been turned over at the end of the first over. So,
no, just snoozing. Excited in the moment. They were caught napping after 1 over.
Getting some shots on the telly of the trophy presentation yesterday, which was quite the thing out on the field. Don't normally see that day before a Test match. Local singers and dancers were all part of it. Asitha bowls here to Khawaja. Inside edge onto the back pad. Spills away into the offside, no run.
Change of attack. He was going around the wicket now. The right arm opening bowler to left-hander Khawaja. So he's around the wicket. Just cramping him for room there, and that late movement again back into the left-hander caused the inside edge to pad. It's a magnificent setting, Colo.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's one of the great Test venues. They've been playing here since 1998, but in a more concentrated way since the pandemic, where Sri Lanka are playing almost all of their Test matches, home Test matches here at Galle. Asitha arrives and bowls, and Khawaja plays off the front foot out to point, no run. And through that stretch of time, I mean, they've enjoyed a pretty good record. So 13 Test matches at Galle since the start of the pandemic era, and they've won 8 of them.
Yep.
So 5 losses, no draws. So they've been result pitchers the whole way through. And that was after they lost the first couple in that stretch to England as well. So if you start the clock from when England were here, they've only lost 3 Test matches in the last 4 years at this ground.
Dare I say it, it's becoming a fortress?
Indeed, very good. 2 slips for Asitha. Bowls here to Khawaja, hits him on the thigh pad. Wanted to pull, didn't get up.
No, kissed off the surface there and slid through. Again, movement into the left-hander. I did like the ball before where he did challenge Khawaja up full. I think Khawaja can be vulnerable up there early with not really a commitment to change the weight to the front foot. Generally plays from the crease. So still 2 slips in a gully, and the attack around the wicket gives it a scratch now and resets. He's built up the over nicely.
Don't think he's going to get many overs here, Asitha, so he's got to make it count early on. Operating round the wicket to Khawaja, who leaves a line well wide of the off stump. Tempter.
Bowling the same pattern there. That was the one away from the left-hander. It set it up with a few in, and then that one away wide and probably missed the mark, to be honest. That ball around off stump would be a challenge.
So Australia's 7th Test match here at Galle. 3 wins. Epic 2004 victory when they conceded a huge deficit, 161 runs, and came back to win. Helped by a bloke called Shane Warne, who took his 500th Test wicket in that match as well. Asitha up to Khawaja. Turned into the onside where there won't be a single, just round the corner. 2011. Victorious here when Nathan Lyon was on Test debut. What a journey that's been. Starting here, that first ball in Test cricket to Kumar Sangakkara. Sitha Fernando. 2 slips in a gully behind the wicket. Up to Khawaja here. And Khawaja pushes out to mid-off where there won't be a single. So none for 15 in the third over. A reminder that Australia won the toss and batted this morning, the acting captain, Steve Smith.
Just a question off the text machine, and they're all along the same line. Why are they playing all of the tests in Gaul? That's from Michael, and a similar one, you know, why don't they play cricket in Colombo and Kandy? There will be the white ball cricket that'll be up in Colombo later.
Well, the simple reason was that this was seen as an easier venue around COVID times. And when they first came back to playing Test cricket here. So it started there, and then through the period of volatility, political volatility, this was seen as a more straightforward venue as well. Asitha to Khawaja, inside edge. Out towards square leg it goes, not far away from sneaking through. That completes the over. None for 15. Khawaja stays on 2, heads on 12. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buys.
Uncomfortable and struggling to stay cool this summer? Beat the Aussie heat with Dynabreeze industrial strength heavy duty fans. Whether you're indoors or outdoors, trust Dynabreeze to keep you cool and comfortable on the hottest days. Great for the workshop, home gym or patio. Dynabreeze fans are engineered to withstand the toughest conditions and are backed by an industry-leading 3-year factory warranty for that peace of mind. Dynabreeze industrial strength heavy duty fans. Get yours now at Bunnings and leading hardware stores.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes. Of course, you can also sync up our coverage with the pictures if you're watching at home. Simply download the SEN app and select the free-to-wear button. And then push it out to 19 seconds, I'm told. Nishan Paris bowls here to Travis Head, squeezing out a full ball towards mid-off, no run. Bit of noise around the back. Bharat Sundaresan joining us as well. We'll just pull you up, just be 1 sec, Baz. Good morning to you.
Oh, good morning, Adam, Bryce. Good to be here. No surprises that spin already coming into play.
Paris bowls and Head slaps it hard. Back at the bowler. Got his hand down. That would have stung.
I'm not seen much of Paris, but what I'm already taken by is how short is... There is no run-up.
No.
He bowls off 1 step. Stood right next, in front of the umpire, in fact.
Yeah. Paris bowls here, and Head goes back and cuts to deep point where there's a single on offer out in front of the Gaul Cricket Club. 13 for Head from 8 balls, none for 16, Australia. It'll be interesting when he and Jayasuriya are bowling in tandem because he has a 1-step run-up as well. There'll be no over 8 concerns.
I might as well stop. I won't have a chance to talk at all.
No. It'll be like Jadeja bowling with Steve O'Keefe.
Yes.
2 others known for bowling overs in 75 seconds. Paris bowls here, nearly through. Hits Khawaja's inside edge. He went back to ride the bounce. Ends up a backward square. Gets 1. Khawaja 3, none for 17.
It feels like we spent all of 2022 seeing Usman Khawaja do that.
Yes.
Go right back in his crease while playing spin. Don't get any bounce here on this pitch.
Going back here, Head. Paris keeping him in the crease with a bit of extra pace there. On with the arm.
Nothing dramatic so far in these 2 overs of spin. Sri Lanka just shuffling their fielders around. Last time around, obviously, Nathan Lyon hit Alex Carey on the head. The first ball he bowled on the helmet.
Yeah, that's right. Went straight through the surface, didn't it? That's the difference between that pitch and this one. That looks like it was a lottery straight away. This just seems slow. Bowling here is Paris, and getting out to the pitch of the ball is Head. Turning it out towards wideish mid on for 1. He's 14. Completes the 4th over. Australia, none for 18 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buys.
Need some space? We know a place. For every stage of life, Storage King has hassle-free storage solutions. Store before the end of Feb and get 1 month storage free. Search Storage King. Conditions apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Tyre Power's hot summer sale is a sizzling way to save on a hot range of Kumho tyres. Get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho tyres, plus other hot offers during January at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes. Adam Collins, Bharat Sundaresan and Bryce McGain with you here at Gaul. Sitha Fernando bowl his 3rd over here. His 2nd was a downside better than his 1st. where he conceded 13 runs from the first over of the Test match.
Sweeper at a deep point and a deep backward square as well. 3 out.
Head's already up to 14. Seetha to him here. Head, leg stump, whipping. And the sweeper was running in the opposite direction. He hit it so well. Out towards deep mid-wicket for 4. Hit the cover off that Travis Head. Moves to 18 in a flash. Watch it back a second time. The contact out the middle of the blade was sensational. That's where he's at his absolute best.
That was bizarre. The fielder first didn't know where it was going, and then he started running towards fine leg. The ball was...
Well, I've got to admit, I was put off by the fielder. So I'm like, well, he's got to have a better handle on this than I do. So I was following the fielder, and unbeknownst to me, the ball gone the other way. None for 22, Australia. 4 fours in that. Head's got all of them. Off to a flyer. Up here, Seetha bowls to Head, pulling out towards deep square. This time the sweeper gets a look at it, and he's applauded accordingly by the Aussie crowd, who a lot of them are gathered in the Gaul Cricket Club, a bunch of them on the banks in front of the fort as well. None for 23, Head 19. Actually, there's not as many people sat on the fort as I thought there would be, Baz. Usually you get people choosing to, despite having a ticket to the ground, they want to sit up on the fort here for the novelty, I suppose.
Well, Tom and I had a little walk up there yesterday just to experience it and what it was like. It would be a perfect vantage point. It's not far away at all. It would be like in the top tier at the MCG.
Yeah.
Like it's not that far away. It's just a perfect spot.
Behind that, the Indian Ocean, stunning. Seetha up to Khawaja this time, walks at him and drives through point for 4. The square drive of Khawaja, never in doubt. His first boundary takes Australia to none for 27. This is danger signs early on for Sri Lanka. Only in the 5th over.
Well, Khawaja wasn't walking down at Jasprit Bumrah much, was he?
No.
No pace off the pitch, no pace in the air. Asita Fernando not skiddy, not the quickest. And all he needed was placement, Khawaja.
So Seetha Fernando has to work himself into things here. None for 23, his figures from just 2.3 overs. Bowls here to Khawaja, short and wide and steered to backward point for 1. This is one-day batting.
Yeah.
None for 28.
How slow did that come off the surface?
Yeah. That was a short, wide delivery. Again, the delivery that he's looking to bowl there is the one that moves away from the left hand. You can see with his wrist snap, and it really just settles into the pitch, and he had to wait, put his cup of tea down and then play the shot. It took a fortnight to get to him.
And so different to the conditions that Sri Lanka most recently played in South Africa as well. A pretty good year for Seetha Fernando. At 37 at 24 were his numbers in 2024. Mentioned the fifer he took at Lords, but also played a role in that famous victory at the Oval, beating England in the final Test match there. Up to Travis Head, who smacks it out in front of point, calls for a couple, might be enough for 4. He's timed it so well. And it will be 4.
Or maybe just...
Or did he just cut it off at the last? He did. He'd done very well out there, the sweeper. They do return for a 3rd. Takes Australia to none for 31.
Bit of a muddy patch out there with the... he's covered in mud now. Those perfect whites that have been bleached so
Bleached white,
It is white. So his pants are now muddied, his shirt's muddied. He'll be calling for a change of clothes, I think. It's a bit damp out there.
It's Jeffrey Van der Say out there.
Yeah, one of the older members of this team.
Yes. He's been in great nick in one-day cricket, Van der Say. We'll see him bowling his leg break soon. But yes, he'll do so with muddy whites. I noticed that when coming in here this morning. He's going to be retrospectively signalled 4. Joel Wilson's upstairs waiting for that. It has. So yeah, 3rd boundary in the over. None for 32, therefore, becomes the score. Head 23 from 13.
Well, Fernando's last over, that'll be for certain. It'll be spin. Jai Surya warm up.
The Seetha to finish. To Travis Head. Head hit on the pad, shout for leg before, throw at the stumps as well, all happening. Turned down by umpire Holdstock.
I think that's bad.
It did sound like a couple of noises, a decision to make.
They're all hustling around. Doesn't seem to be anyone taking the lead here, to be perfectly honest.
Dananjaya de Silva
doesn't look convinced. I think it was more a case of Asita Fernando finally getting a ball past the bat and getting excited about it.
I think you're right. The end of the over. Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buyers. Love the 32.
Good afternoon, and the major's faring okay today. The Eastern Freeway is a bit slow outbound from Bulleen Road to Doncaster Road, and the Hume's a bit cumbersome outbound off the Ring Road and inbound past Cooper Street. Otherwise, we have reports of a crash on the Western Freeway that is inbound after Hopkins Road. The hit comedy Shirley Valentine, starring Natalie Bassingthwaite, opens tomorrow at the Athenaeum Theatre for 2 weeks only. Tickets at shirleyvalentine.com.au. And Kane and Kingy are back in 2025 for Fireball on Mondays and Fridays. Starts this Friday morning on SEN.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Main View collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Morning, Bryce. Morning, Baz.
Good morning, Tom.
Tommy. Was it close?
I think there was bat involved there.
Yeah, I think it was just one of those appeals. Let me show my captain that I'm getting something on this pitch.
Well, he has been moving it. Yeah. It just has been, its line and length has been everywhere. Maybe trying too hard. It looks like that. He wants to bring the best of himself, but it's been a bit wonky. I think he'll have a spell, though.
So Pyrrhus will continue, right him over the wicket, off spin, and Khawaja plays it back to him. It was a big appeal.
It was.
All 11 fielders came together and almost collectively decided there was no DRS required.
It's not a bad thing from a team. Just open up the pipes early with a good appeal.
It's democracy. Pyrrhus bowls, Khawaja goes over his head. Oh. It was lovely over long on, and it was one bounce into the rope for 4. Australia no wicket for 36. Khawaja moves to 12.
The one reason Pyrrhus has been brought into the side is control. So there's a sameness to what he brings. He hits the same line and length. There's not a lot of variety. So you can line him up as a batter, just like Khawaja did there.
Khawaja this time drives to mid-off, thought about a single, decided against it.
Last time Australia were here, we saw a lot of Ramesh Mendes who took the new ball. Again, a tall off-spinner like Pyrrhus, but didn't have same level of control. So he's been brought into the side to provide control, Pyrrhus.
Pyrrhus bowls, Khawaja's defending. That bounced a bit. No run.
But nothing so far, Bryce, you'd think, which cause any concern to any batter out there.
No, not a great deal of spin. He was able to get the ball to slide onto him in the over before to Khawaja.
Khawaja down the wicket, looking to go again. It's controlled by Pyrrhus. No run, straight back to him. So Khawaja's hit 2 boundaries. He's on 12. Head is 23. 1 ball remaining in the over. Pyrrhus approaches, he bowls to Khawaja and he defends into the offside. Just the 4 runs from it. Australia no wicket for 36 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buys.
Stack your savings this summer with Origin Internet. Save $15 per month for 6 months on any internet plan. Plus, get 20,000 everyday rewards points. T's and C's apply. Search Origin Internet.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Did you want to own the next Private Harry? Corinda Bloodstock purchased Private Harry from the Inglis Classic sale, so this is your opportunity to join Corinda Bloodstock today. Elite racehorse ownership starts here. Visit kbloodstock.com.au.
Australia with no wicket for 36. This is SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. There's a change in bowling, and it's only taken 6 overs, Bharat, Sundaresan and Bryce McGain, and there'll be spin from both ends.
How wrong were we about that LBW appeal? Poor Asita Fernando. They all let him down. It was dead plumb.
And now he's not bowling anymore. So the 2 noises must have been pad and pad, but Travis Head must have had his heart in his mouth then, because it was really adjacent.
So Jaisaria will bowl his left arm orthodox, but there's a bit of a delay as Travis Head changes gloves. He's got his baggy green on.
Got rid of his helmet. Felt like someone brought him the wrong pair of gloves.
I think he did.
Yeah.
I think he bought 2 left-handers or 2 right-handers, one or the other. He's got 2 thumb guards. Hang on, what's going on here?
So yeah, spin at both ends.
6 overs in the first 25 minutes is lovely, isn't it?
Oh.
Good over rates.
An extra half hour will not be required.
No. So there's a short leg in place and a first slip. There's a sweeper on the offside, a deep backward point, a long on, a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. Jaisaria bowls his first ball of the spell and Head's defending on the back foot. He's such a dangerous player, Prabhat.
Oh, this is a moment, isn't it? Moment in this series, the first sighting of Prabhat Jayasuriya. Because he's going to have such a big say in how Sri Lanka go in these 2 test matches.
It's an unbelievable record. Drysseria bowls. Head cuts straight to cover for no run. And the battle against Travis Head will be intriguing as well.
One of the reasons Head is opening the batting is to take down Prabhat Jayasuriya early.
Yep.
So he's bowling from the Fort end, which is the southern end. Drysseria bowls, and on the back foot, Travis Head is patting it down the wicket for no run.
Just needed a reset on that shot that he played. Was just all hands and rather than foot movement and get himself in a good position. There are ones to be had on deliveries like that.
Drysseria bowls. Head on the back foot again. No run to mid-wicket. Looking for the single to long on.
Here's a trivia question for you guys. I don't know the answer. What is the earliest in a test match that on the morning of the first test that someone's batted in a baggy green?
This could be it. Pre-helmets.
Yeah, Drysseria bowls. Head this time is on the back foot again and finding one to deep mid-wicket. Yeah, pre-helmets happened every single time, didn't it? Australia,
Obviously, I meant the helmet.
Yes. Come on, guys. Well, I can't remember any time this early, but there's obviously been spin that's bowled this early in test matches before.
Yeah. So no change to the field here. Interesting with Khawaja. Same in-out type field with the short leg, the slip and the catching mid-wicket. And then the 4 patrolling out, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, and that sweeper behind point as well. So just a change of field there as they just square up the fielders on the onside, out the deep.
Last ball is over. Drysseria just wanders into bowl, and Khawaja's defending into the offside. There was half an appeal behind the stumps. Just the 1 run from the over. Australia no wicket for 37 on the Tyre Bow scoreboard. Big brands, better buys.
Tyre Power's hot summer sale gives you the power to save on a sizzling range of Kumho tyres. Start the new year with a new set of Kumho tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free. The heat is on. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho tyres. Plus many more hot summer sale offers store-wide at Tyre Power. Have a safe new year with a new set of tyres from Tyre Power. Our hot summer sale is on now. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 1321 91 for your local independent owner.
We're 7 overs in here in Gaul. The first session, Crown. It's happening at Crown. Australia no wicket for 37. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, Tom Morris, Bharat, Sundaresan and Bryce McGain. Pyrrhus will continue. He's bowling from the city end, which is the northern end. It's where we're at now. To Travis Head, who's moved along nicely to 24 from 19 deliveries. And he's cutting again. This ball's too short. Straight to cover, no run.
Yeah, he's been pretty easy to handle so far, Perez. Up and down, Bryce.
He has been, and Head's really reading him well. Back foot, front foot, happy to use his feet to come down when it's over pitch.
This ball's full and Head hits it over wide mid-wicket for 6. It's gone the whole way, just over the rope. It was tossed up and Travis Head cleared the front leg and he didn't hold back.
He's really lining him up here. Went down.
Need some space? We know a place. For every stage of life, Storage King has hassle-free storage solutions. Store before the end of Feb and get 1 month storage free. Search Storage King. Conditions apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Tyre Power's hot summer sale is a sizzling way to save on a hot range of Kumho tyres. Get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho tyres. Plus other hot offers during January at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Heavy delays on the Monash Freeway heading outbound following an earlier crash before Warragul Road. The left-hand lane is shut. The speed's down to 40. There's delays now back past Toorak Road. Otherwise, we have reports of a crash on the Western Freeway inbound after Hopkins Road. The M80 Ring Road Altona bound will be closed overnight between the Greensboro Bypass and Plenty Road until Friday. Search Big Build for more info. And Kane and Kingy are back in 2025 for Fireball on Mondays and Fridays. Starts this Friday morning on SEN.
Want a cool new home? With Hotondo Homes, you get $10,000 towards a Rinnai home cooling system. Visit hotondo.com.au. Limited time only. Conditions apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Heavy delays on the Monash Freeway heading outbound following an earlier crash before Warragul Road. The left-hand lane is shut. The speed's down to 40. There's delays now back past Toorak Road. Otherwise, we have reports of a crash on the Western Freeway inbound after Hopkins Road. The M80 Ring Road Altona bound will be closed overnight between the Greensboro Bypass and Plenty Road until Friday. Search Big Build for more info. And Kane and Kingy are back in 2025 for Fireball on Mondays and Fridays. Starts this Friday morning on SEN.
The King Summer Sale ends Sunday. Save up to 50% on selected Australian-designed award-winning furniture. Hurry, sale ends Sunday. Shop online or visit a King Living showroom today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Step up to the next generation of power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Limitless power and efficiency. Makita XGT outpowers the rest. Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
So we're still in DRS mode with Joel Wilson upstairs assessing the LBW appeal, which was given not out on field. And the Sri Lankans have sent it up to DRS. Travis Head, the batter.
And the Sri Lankans are dispersing. It looks like
he's got enough to get his pad out of the line. Yeah. Bharat, you were just saying in the... We just had a connection issue there coming through. A bit of a power surge here from Gaul. But you were mentioning what Travis Head said at the beginning of the match.
Yeah, just about how he does not want to get beaten on the inside edge. He was happy if, it's a percentage game, right? How are you willing to get out? Or in the sense, what kind of dismissal are you okay with? And he said, if I play a front foot defensive, get caught at slip, well, it's what happens on a turning pitch. But what I do not want to do against a new ball is get beaten on the inside edge and get hit on the pad, like happened in that case.
So the decision was not out and remains so. They've lost a review, the Sri Lankans. Hit him outside off, Travis Head. Jaisaria bowls to Khawaja, who's defending on the back foot. The Aussies no wicket for 45.
And that's the big challenge facing spin with a new ball, because there's no consistency in the turn.
Yes.
Some turn, some just go straight through.
And that's the skill of the bowler too. Sometimes they want to hit the seam, sometimes they just tilt it a bit on the axis and then want to hit a shiny side so it slides on.
Jaisaria delivers. Khawaja's defending leading edge to point, and there's a man on the boundary, so they'll get through for one. He moves to 13. Travis Head's 32. No wicket for 46.
Not without risk there, as you went to turn that to square leg and get one at the time you caught it right, leading edge, and shot out to point. So still they have this in-out field right from the very start, and they're concerned about, well, they're catches out there. They're not necessarily just saving boundaries. They're genuine catches. If they get beaten in the air and they go through with the shot, then the mistake happens.
Left arm around the wicket, Jaisaria to Travis Head. There's a short leg in place, a short mid-wicket and a first slip. He bowls. Head's cutting and showing the stumps to the bowler, but it doesn't matter. He's cut away for 4. Travis Head pouncing on anything slightly short. He moves to 36, and that brings up the 50 partnership. 8.3 overs in.
You just have to miss your length by a little bit on this pitch, and you'll get punished. It wasn't the shortest delivery. It's a little short, but enough time for Travis Head to just rock back, pick his spot once again. Another boundary. Australia flying.
And it certainly takes some courage to step right away from the stumps and just go, oh, the stumps don't matter. I am going to hit this ball. Good aggressive batting by Travis Head.
Jaisaria bowls. It's pitched up and Head plays it to mid-wicket for no run.
Already the change of attack. Jaisaria, he's around the wicket. Left arm around to the left-hand bat. It does put a leg slip in play. So a little shuffle around.
Delivery from Jaisaria. Sweep shot. And a lovely hit to backward square leg for 4. That's gone like a rocket to deep square leg. Travis Head. He's pouncing on it short and he's whacking if it's full. He's 40.
That's the development in his batting, isn't it? That shot.
Correct. This is plan A for Australia. Travis Head, we want you to open the batting. That was always going to happen. As much as we know that Sam Constance is the future of the Australian cricket, in these conditions you want this player to play this method. This isn't high-risk batting.
No.
This is just good stroke play and the pressure all on Sri Lanka and the bowling team.
Well, he averages 55 opening the batting in the subcontinent. Travis Head.
He'll do that in 10 overs.
Averages 12 batting at 5. Pitched up, Travis Head to mid-wicket for no run. And that is the end of the over. Jaisaria has gone for 10 from his 2. Australia no wicket for 54. Bryce McGain stepping out and Russell Arnold will come in.
Step up to the next generation of professional power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Experience premium professional power with cordless convenience that's setting new benchmarks in performance and efficiency. With limitless professional power, reliability and runtime, XGT simply outpowers, outsmarts and outlasts the rest. When power means business, choose Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
I want my Makita back. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. McGain Vu collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Australia, bright start. No wicket for 54. The Sri Lankans missed a review and then reviewed one that wasn't out. So it hasn't been a great start for the home team. Russell Arnold, Sri Lankan cricket legend, joining us for the first time in this series on SEN Test Cricket. G'day, Russell.
Good morning, guys. Good afternoon to everyone back in Australia. Positive start, just what Australia did need. They come out with a plan. They made a few decisions in moving that team around, and it's looking really, really good. Steve Smith did win that toss.
Yes.
And even before Jeff Crow could say that it was ahead.
Paris bowls and it's defended by Khawaja.
Steve Smith said, we're batting. And no doubt about that. That's what you want to do. There's a bit of moisture on this pitch, but we haven't really seen the ball move. Held up ever so slightly.
Paris again over the wicket, round the wicket, sorry, to Khawaja, and hits him over mid-off. Great feat from Usman Khawaja the whole way. That's his first 6. Australia no wicket for 60. Khawaja not letting the bowler settle. He moves to 19.
That was smooth from Khawaja. Made it look very easy.
Of course, that's Usman Khawaja for you. When he is in this mode, he will control things for you. He's got a solid defense. He's one of those who trust his defense, which is required.
Paris bowls. He tosses it up again, and Khawaja works it to mid-wicket. They're going to look for at least 2, and they'll come back fairly comfortably. The fielder was Karuna Ratne moving around from mid-on. Khawaja's into the 20s.
The problem the groundsman had in preparing this pitch was there was so much rain. So how much water content would you need? The last 3 days, there's been no sun on offer. Yesterday, they used the UV lights and the fans to dry out this pitch. Today, it's on the darker side.
Paris bowls. Khawaja's on the back foot defending.
That's an indication there's moisture, but with the sun beating down as it is right now, very muggy, it'll dry out fast. So Australia in a great position. Whatever moisture would have disappeared by now.
There's 2 slips in place to Khawaja, the left-hander, and he's inside edge. He's gone just to the left of short leg where Ashada Fernando was fielding, and he dived and wasn't able to hold on to it. I don't think he got a hand to it. Khawaja gets off strike. Australia no wicket for 63.
And so far, it's been the one that hasn't turned that has troubled these 2 batters.
Fancy you say that, Bharat, because the problem that a lot of visiting batters have when they come to Sri Lanka.
Paris bowls, head down the wicket. The call was catch, and it's gone over mid-on's head for 4. He didn't quite get it, Travis Head, but he's got it well enough. That's his 3rd boundary. Sorry, his 8th boundary. What an innings it is. And Australia no wicket for 67 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buys.
Ever driven a better car than yours? Now you can. The Tucson Hybrid by Hyundai. From $46,990 drive away. Visit your participating Hyundai dealer today. T's and C's at hyundai.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Ferris Road, Melton will be closed at the level crossing from 9 tonight until 7 a.m. Tuesday, February 4th, with detours in place. Search Big Build for more information.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia no wicket for 67. Travis Head's 42 from 30. Khawaja 24 from 31. It's an enterprising start from the 2 Aussie openers, Russell Arnold and Bharat Sundaresan alongside me.
Yeah, going back to the point we were trying to discuss about the challenges visiting batters have, they actually find themselves in trouble playing the one that goes on with the arm, the one that straightens. You line yourself, you think about the ball spinning and bouncing, and you're trying to counter spin, but the actual threat is the ball that's bowled straight. And in
Jayasuri continuing, he's bowled 2 overs. Khawaja's on the back foot and him finding 1 to mid-on, or mid-wicket.
If you go back to 2022, the series was drawn, but Prabhat Jayasuriya, the left-arm spinner, he made a mark, and he's been fabulous for Sri Lanka since then. Out of the 107 wickets that he has, most have been in goal, so we call him the goal dozer really. 80%, 85% of those wickets will be just a straight one.
He's bowling to Travis Head here. He's made a fantastic start. He's showing the stumps, stepping away to square leg and finding a single to deep point. He moves to 44.
Where is he, Rangana Herath was the king of goal for the longest time. Russell, how different or similar is Prabhat Jayasuriya to him?
Very similar. Of course, Prabhat Jayasuriya is much taller.
He bowls, Khawaja defends, no run.
Rangana Herath, shorter, used to bowl with a lower arm as well. But in terms of what they give you, it's patience. They'll just land it on that little area. And they do understand what you get out of Sri Lankan pitches. There's natural variation on offer.
Jayasuriya again is the key man this series for the Sri Lankans with the ball. Khawaja works down to fine leg. They thought about 2, they'll settle for 1. Australia no wicket for 70.
What I mean by natural variation is different things happen from the same area, if you may like. So what Jayasuriya, Rangana Herath, they understand that, and that's why they just look to be accurate. One could spin, one could turn, one could just go on, skid on.
Jayasuriya bowls, head goes down. The call again was catcher to mid-off. He was diving to his left there, Asitha Fernando, and he wasn't good enough to reel it in. 4 runs, another one for Travis Head. What a knock this is to begin the Test series.
And that's how you counter it, don't you? Just jump at them, hit them off their length.
That's what you do, and Travis Head's got a few options. He's got the fielders and the bowlers thinking. Asitha Fernando, that was catchable at catchable height, I would say, but it hit so hard, and you probably needed the best fielder in the world, maybe a Jordan Silk, to grab that.
Head down the wicket again, back to the bowler this time. He's on 49. And that's the end of the over. He has no wicket for 17, Jayasuriya. The Aussies are none for 74 on the Type House scoreboard. Big brands, better buys.
We had gurgles that turned into blocked drains, which caused production delays in the factory. So we called someone out, and he said we'd need to replace 10 to 15 metres of drains, that it couldn't be relined. Cost us tens of thousands of dollars, lost productivity, not to mention the safety issues, and then we had to clean the factory. I wish I'd just called the drain man first.
That's the Drain Man difference. They can reline terracotta, concrete, brass, PVC and cast iron. No dig, no damage, no danger.
The Drain Man. This is precisely the start Australia wanted. No wicket for 74. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, Russell Arnold and Bharat Sundaresan.
I'm not sure that's entirely true. This has gone way better than planned.
We're 11 overs in. Pires bowls and Khawaja's defending into the onside, and he's happy to play second fiddle, Khawaja. The run rate's more than 6.5 and over.
Well, in style of batting, both of them do complement each other. A bowler, if he does not know what he'll get out of the pitch, and he's hoping for that natural variation,
Khawaja defends.
There's no way the batter will know. And that's the theory that a Jayasuriya and Rangana Herath did work on. And if you go and look at good spinners who have done really well in the subcontinent.
Jayasuriya bowls, Khawaja pulls it away. There's a slightly loose delivery for 1. It's a deep backward square. He moves to 25.
In Sri Lanka, even in Galle, just quality spinners, not the part-timers. You've got to have some skill in using the slow conditions, getting batters to play shots. And if people like me or Simon Katich, for that matter, or Joe Root is picking up wickets.
Jayasuriya bowls, head, back foot punch to cover, no run.
That means it's a very bad wicket. But it's just quality. You're the stats man, Bharat. Give us names. Oh, it's Warner, Muralidharan, a Lion. You don't find many others.
That's tossed up, head. Yorks himself, but he'll still find 1 to mid-on, and that brings up his half-century, Travis Head. He's done it in quick time. 35 deliveries against the new ball. He loves batting at the top of the order in the subcontinent. And he's doing exactly what the Australians wanted him to do this morning here in Galle. He salutes the crowd. Nothing over the top. He was wearing the baggy green in the 6th over. And he started perfectly.
Never batting in the middle order in the subcontinent ever again.
Last ball of the over. Khawaja's facing Pires and he's defending into the offside. Australia, no wicket for 76 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big Brands, better buys.
The M80 Ring Road will be closed, Greensboro bound, between Boundary Road and the Western Freeway, overnight from the 3rd till the 5th of February. Search Big Build for more information.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Book your next BMW service online and save on your total invoice cost at Berwick BMW. With next day service availability, booking online has never been so easy. Visit berwickbmw.com.au. T's and C's apply. LMCT 8953.
Australia, no wicket for 76. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Peter Lawler's jumped in. G'day, Pete.
Morning. Sorry to interrupt that fascinating discussion you were just having then, Russell, with the hippie about spin. It's good. It's very interesting. So, 10 boundaries on his way to 50, brought it up in 35 balls. I reckon that's about 42 of them would have come in boundaries. Selectors put him up there for a reason. They knew he could do this, and he's done it.
9 fours, 1 6. A strike rate of 142, Travis Head.
Outstanding batting. Sri Lanka really ruining the fact that they didn't send that one upstairs.
Yes. Yeah, it was the key moment. Asitha Fernando's last delivery of his spell. This is Jai Staree now bowling. Left arm over the wicket to Head, who's down the pitch, scampering down the pitch and finding one to deep mid-wicket. Australia none for 77. And Fernando, that was his moment, really. He took none for 28 from 3, but that last ball was the one.
He was on his own, really. He really did want it. It straightened down the line, and that's why Travis Head found that his head had fallen across. But there was no support from behind the stumps. Kusal Mendis was the one who discouraged the captain, saying that pitched outside leg.
Jai Staree bowling. Khawaja, that's beautifully played. He's reversed it. He's switched hit it, really, to deep point. Enterprising stuff. Khawaja moves to 29. Australia none for 81. That's gone for 4.
Yeah, I saw that to the naked eye. I thought, oh, that's going over. But he's much deeper in the crease than I expect him to be in that situation, Travis Head. He's giving himself a lot of room to hit the ball, isn't he?
Does he think we're in Brisbane?
Hey, this weather feels like Brisbane. Hot and sticky.
That was never going over the top, Pete.
No.
Jai Staree bowls again to Khawaja. He plays his ball as a left-hander, and they'll scamper through for 1 to cover.
You reckon the one group of people who would know that wasn't going over the top was the Sri Lankan cricket team?
The discussion was more whether he pitched outside leg stump.
Oh, was it? Right.
Yeah, because Mendis was...
I don't know why they thought that.
Mendis was signalling to Dhananjay that, it stood square leg. And you rarely see the ball bounce over the stumps here.
He's been using his feet, Travis Head. On this occasion, he does again and finds one to mid-wicket.
I haven't been here for 9 years, but that's no excuse for having forgotten that.
2022, you didn't make the trip across, yes?
No, I didn't make the trip in 2022.
Well, a lot of positives with this opening partnership is you're looking to bat deep, basically. 83 for no loss, it sounds good, but what other things does it do? Whatever moisture in this pitch with this heat would disappear quick.
Yeah.
So that would mean this pitch is flattening out for the likes of Manas, Steve Smith to follow.
Jai Staree to Khawaja. He's defending on the back foot and covering his stumps.
So we've lost a little bit of sun. I think the Australians would have been happy with all that sun that in the first few hours, getting the moisture out of that pitch. Do you think it'll be better to bat second, third sessions, Russell?
I would think so. I would think the way the batters are playing now compared to half an hour ago.
Last ball, Jai Staree is over. Khawaja, deft touch to the leg side. And he'll keep the strike. Just walks through for a single. He moves to 31. The Aussies, no wicket for 84 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big Brands, better buys.
A breakdown on the Western Freeway outbound before Hopkins Road is causing a few delays. Otherwise, there's been a nasty crash on the Monash Freeway outbound before Warrigal Road. The left-hand lane is closed and there's delays all the way back to Yarra Boulevard. If you see anything on the roads, call it in on 1300 595 937. Win a share of 50 million Flybuys points with Liquorland. Spend $20 in-store or online and scan your Flybuys for your chance to win. Cheers, Liquorland. See website for full T's and C's. Choose to drink wise. And that's the latest SEN traffic.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Adam Collins jumping in. What a morning it's been for Australia. Blimey. Winning the toss and going the way they have. And Travis Head. Yeah, I mean, whisper it, but centuries in a session before lunch on day one don't happen very often. You can almost more than whisper it. Before drinks, 52 from 37. Khawaja facing up here. New over from Nishan. Turning to the onside in towards short leg where it deflects off Rashada into the onside, no run.
Another fact, Pete, is it's more a new ball pitch. When the ball's hard, the seam stands out, it fizzes off for the spinners.
Yeah,
so
it's getting
now
a bit of grip, isn't it, in that?
Now that these two are hitting the ball around and wearing the spinners down, the same will happen to the ball. So
Balls to Khawaja. Khawaja pushes the mid-on where there won't be a single.
It will only get so much easier in the next half hour or probably for that second and third session. So a lot of positives, what you don't see as well.
It's dryish out in the middle, but it's actually damp towards the edges of the ground too, so that won't be helping the ball.
Nishan bowls, flights it up. Khawaja doesn't get much of that. Chunks it out towards mid-on, but he does get a single. Moves to 32, none for 85.
The reason for what you just said is, in Sri Lanka, we cover the whole ground. So just outside the boundary line, you don't cover, and that's where the sogginess is. So many boundaries being hit, the ball will come back moist.
It's really wet on the other side of the boundary line. Yeah, you need gumboots almost to walk around in some patches.
I couldn't believe this morning how wet it was. Nishan bowls to Head, who dances and smacks it over his head with complete authority. This is Travis Head at his absolute best. He gallops to 56.
Simply brilliant. They've been really good using your feet down the pitch as well as going deep in your crease. Both batters have been so good. And a while ago we were talking about spin and batters coming here and playing for the turn. These two are hitting through the line. They're playing for the straighter one. We haven't seen it turn really square, and hence the option's really good. Now, what I couldn't believe this morning, this muggy, hot day here in Gaul, was Adam Collins.
Nishan bowls here and Head dances and takes it down to long on for one.
Showing up with a blazer on.
It wasn't well thought out on a number of fronts.
You were wearing it. Whose fault can it be?
It wasn't well thought out. I mean, it was...
That's what
the best in trying to do the right thing, you see. Got other commitments this week. I was told I had to wear the right attire and forgot about the rooftop at Gaul, how punishing it is up here. I've already had to go home for a costume change.
Well, who's the flat one now? The
hippie. Bowls here and going back. He's Khawaja and working one to deep backward square. Easy single there. He's 33, ends the over, none for 91 after just 14 overs. Australia winning the toss this morning on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buys.
Is it finally time to get that deck done?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done. Merbu decking is only $9.35 per metre. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. And if you want 24-hour delivery, guess what?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
All these runs for Australia, their batting partner, IG Online Trading. Why do active traders choose IG? Because IG gives you more. Adam Collins, Russell Arnold and Pete Lalor on the call, up on the roof.
He's drawing a lot of focus, Travis Head, but what are you making of the way Usman Khawaja's batting here? One thing I'm noticing, he can use his feet in these conditions against the slower bowling, and it's always a better way to start your innings, isn't it?
He's a very good player of spin, Usman Khawaja.
Jayasuriya, forward end, into Khawaja, turns it just in front of square, but it's cut off by the man at mid-wicket. He dances around.
He can also play the sweep really well, and Travis Head, the way he's approaching it from the other end, Khawaja goes unnoticed. He's able to live in his own little world and do what he just feels like.
Nice place to be. Beautiful place to be. In here, walking up Jayasuriya to Khawaja. This time beats mid-wicket out to one of the many men set back. One at deep mid-wicket in front of the Gaul Cricket Club. He gets one.
At one point there, he was up the other end and watching Travis Head just smoke boundaries all over the place. He had a big grin on his face. The last time I saw that grin was when he opened the batting with Constas at the MCG. He was enjoying the spectacle.
Yep.
As we are. It's fantastic cricket if you're an Australian.
Take everybody's attention, let me live my own life and get on with it.
Jayasuriya bowls over the wicket. Head catches the call down towards long on, and it is taken on the rope. Well, Travis Head has picked the wrong ball to go out ultimately. He's gone for 57, 1 for 92. Jayasuriya gets him caught on the bottom of the bat. An exhilarating innings comes to an end.
And we were talking about what Jayasuriya does. He'll keep going on and on. For the first time today, Travis Head tried to take the fielder on. And he's hitting it into the wind. Bottom of the bat, yes. Caught right on the boundary line by Dinesh Chandimal, who places himself there. If he didn't catch it, that probably would have been 6. But Sri Lanka, they get that breakthrough that they really, really did need. Full steam ahead was Travis Head. 57 off 40.
And it'll be the drinks break as well. So the ground staff are making their way out to the middle. So a crucial breakthrough in the context of this rapid first session. First hour complete. Australia 1 for 92 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buys. Back with Marnus Labuschagne in a sec.
The BMW Plate Run-Out event is on now at Berwick BMW with an exceptional $5,000 deposit contribution on BMW finance loans for select BMW demonstrator vehicles. Don't miss out. Limited time offer ends 16th February 2025. Call 03-8763-4500 or visit berwickbmw.com.au.
LMCT 8953 BMW Finance Australian Credit Licence 392387. Fees, charges, conditions and eligibility criteria apply. Visit bmw.com.au for full T's and C's.
Every detail about Porsche has to be just right down to the way you pronounce their name. It's this unrelenting attention to detail over 35 years that Porsche demanded when selecting Charlie Battisti & Co. as their certified collision center for Porsche. So should the unthinkable happen, Charlie Battisti & Co. will restore your vehicle to Porsche's exacting standards. charliebattisti.com.au, Melbourne's finest facility for the repair of prestige German vehicles.
Seetha arrives and bowls and Head plays it one wide and carves it away. Out in front of point for a second boundary. 2 in the over to start the test match. Seetha up to Khawaja this time, walks at him and drives through point for 4. The square drive of Khawaja, never in doubt. His first boundary.
His ball's full and Head hits it over wide mid-wicket for 6. It's gone the whole way, just over the rope. It was tossed up and Travis Head cleared the front leg and he didn't hold back. That's tossed up. Head Yorks himself, but he'll still find one to mid-on, and that brings up his half-century, Travis Head. He's done it in quick time. 35 deliveries against the new ball. He loves batting at the top of the order in the subcontinent.
Jayasuriya bowls over the wicket. Head catches the call down towards long on, and it is taken on the rope. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Yes, that was Travis Head. Caught on the rope for 57 from just 40 balls. We talk about Test cricket being played in fast forward in the subcontinent from time to time. Well, that's exactly what that partnership was. 92 from 88 balls. Khawaja is still there on 34. Simon Katich is jumping on as well.
He's making those motions. He's like he's trying to open a door. What happened then, Simon?
No, the volume is really
loud. I think you're talking about the spin on the wicket.
I can tweak the settings. Well, Kat, you say hello to Pete, and I'll try and fix up your.
It is like a rock concert in these cans, isn't it? Yeah.
Good morning, Colo, Pete, and all our listeners.
Hi, Kat. How are you? Did it turn a little bit, that delivery, I think?
Oh, I think it was more about the fact that Travis Head just got it towards the toe end of the bat. Judging by his reaction, it looked like he didn't quite get it out of the middle, and otherwise it was probably hitting the fort wall on the full.
You tell me, Kat, whether this sounds better in your ears as Jayasuriya bowls this first ball to Marnus Labuschagne. The new man towards short leg. Is there an inside edge? There's not. It balloons up off the front pad. Nothing doing. They did ask the question, but they're not going to consider a review. Kat's still pointing down.
Keep going down, mate.
How much further can we go before we lose you altogether? No? I've got the right microphone here. Oh, well. This is what it's like on the road. Jayasuriya round the wicket from the forward end. To Labuschagne. Shout for leg before. Umpire Holdstock keeps the finger down. But I tell you what, the way that Jayasuriya went up, and we know he beats the inside edge with some regularity, and he gets so many of his wickets at goal with the straight one.
Well, they've already missed one earlier today off Travis Head, off the quick Fernando, which was not reviewed and given not out, and it showed to be pitching in line. This one will be interesting to see whether just sliding down leg.
Yeah.
So good decision there.
Sorry, I thought he had a wicket there, but look at that replay. I don't know what he's talking about.
Jayasuriya up to Labuschagne, got the slip on the short leg. Labuschagne turns it into the onside. There won't be a single. That's the end of the over as well. 1 for 92, a successful one for Sri Lanka. Labuschagne's the new man on 0. Khawaja with him on 34. I was going to play through here. No ads for a time here. This is fun.
Really?
The luxury of no ads. We can chat amongst ourselves. This is
Are
good.
people listening?
I was going to use this ad to fix Simon's microphone up. That's you two talk amongst yourselves. How's that sound?
Impressive bowling from Jayasuriya, who made his debut here in 2022. He's picked up 100 wickets. This will be his 19th test, I think. Simon, you're better at numbers than I am, but it's around there. They don't get a lot of tests, Sri Lanka, do they?
Yeah, this is his 19th. 12 wickets in that test in 2022.
Yeah, well, can't forget that.
And he's third highest on the wicket takers here at Galle behind Muralidharan and Rangana Herath. So he's quickly moved up and he's got a big role to play now to try and claw things back for Sri Lanka after that Travis Head blitzkrieg.
Nishan bowls here to Khawaja, the man who's been there throughout. He's on 34. He defends into the onside, no run.
You look like you're on the sound desk of a prog rock band. Collar, you're twiddling knobs. And, you poor bugger.
It's been that kind of morning, Pete. Nishan bowls here. He's got the slip. Not required here, though. Pushing out to catch and cover, no run.
That intense heat that we had this morning has disappeared, has dispersed somewhat, hasn't it? It's a lot cooler, and there's a very sort of low cloud out over the sea looking south.
Nishan bowls, and Khawaja's squared up. Outside part of the bat, spits out to backward point, no single.
Yeah, it's noticeable that breeze has picked up, which has made things a lot more pleasant than they were at ground level probably half an hour before play started. It was stifling down there.
Yeah. It was,
Nishan delivers wide on the crease. Khawaja defends. When we get a second, which we don't often with Jayasuriya and Nishan bowling in tandem, I want to hear what you think about Sam Constas not playing, Simon.
Yeah.
We might do it between overs because these two are a captain's dream for over 8s. Nishan delivers and Khawaja goes back and plays out to cover point where there'll be a single. There's a gap between two fielders inside the ring, so to speak. 1 for 94, Khawaja 35. One left in the 16th over.
What has been noticeable this morning has been the footwork of the Australians and particularly Head and Khawaja, not just using the depth in their crease, and they both like to play spin off the back foot, but it's been them looking to get down the track and hit back over the spinner's head as well, which makes it so hard for the spinner to settle on a length. And given that it's quite a slow wicket so far, it's made it really difficult for these Sri Lankan spinners to settle in, and both of them played beautifully until Travis Head perished.
So over the wicket to Labuschagne for the first time, and he plays it just out past the square leg umpire for a single to get off the mark. So Labuschagne's first run, he'll keep the strike. It's the end of 16 overs, 1 for 94, tyre power scoreboard. Big Brands, better buyers, Khawaja down the other end on 35. With him, Simon, the decision to leave out Sam Constas, your views?
Yeah, look, it's a lot easier to talk about it now, Kyle, an hour in when Travis Head's just got a 35-ball 50. But I would have said the same thing prior to play if it had been asked, in the fact that I totally understand this decision, and I think the reason is because Travis Head has proven to be a match winner for this Australian team, and I think they've looked at the numbers here. They know spin's playing a big part, and he struggled here batting in the middle order in 2022, averaging just over 7, and they want to maximise his match-winning ability, and I think they felt the best place to do that was at the top of the order. I still think it's a tough decision on the young kid Constas, who's done nothing wrong. I don't like that he's missed out.
Jayasuriya to Labuschagne, round the wicket, defends.
And I think there'll be a lot in Australia that will think the same, but I think I get the decision from a cricketing perspective here, specifically to try and win this test match and to try and get the best out of Travis Head. And I think Australia, if they are to win this test, it's because one in the top 4 here goes on and gets 100.
Jayasuriya delivers and Labuschagne defends from a better length, has to lunge forward to smother the spin. I think that plan A was always Head and Khawaja in Sri Lanka, right? So this only changed after Melbourne and Sydney. The Constas piece came so late. Of course, he was playing grade cricket at the start of the summer. As Jayasuriya from the forward end bowls again, and Labuschagne plays it out through mid-wicket, nicely timed. There should be 2 on offer. Fat side of the ground does get 2. He's 3. 1 for 96. So I only raised that, Pete, as like, I guess, that idea that they had a plan in mind for winning in Sri Lanka. it was complicated by Constas, but they're sometimes the best problems to have at the selection table, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a defendable decision on that level. As disappointing as it is not to see Sam Constas out there, he'd become an instant cult hero and had to some degree.
Jai Syria to Labuschagne, knocks it on the head.
He replaced Travis Head, who owned that mantle there, wasn't he? He was the biggest name in Australian cricket. Everyone loved to watch him bat. So it was good to see what he could do there. It's essentially about preserving Travis Head, though, isn't it? And his contribution to the team.
Jai Syria darts it in. Labuschagne equal to it. Goes back and defends.
So people would normally say that Inglis has come into the team, Constas has gone out, but Inglis hasn't replaced Constas. Head replaced Constas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Labuschagne got 100 at this ground the last time they met. Jai Syria to him. Leg stump line, short leg, nearly a chance. Ashana Fernando pinged it in. Had he hit, he was gone, I reckon.
Yep.
The body language there, it went straight in at short leg, and the reflex action to throw it at the stumps, had one to aim at. Had he done so, Labuschagne was gone. 1 for 96 at the end of the over.
Yeah, that was a sharp bit of work at short leg, and it's one of the dangers of squirting the ball leg side here in these conditions. You've got to be careful of the short leg or the silly point, because they're so adept at being able to field the ball quickly and then try and flick at the stumps like Fernando did. But just going back to that Constas discussion, I did bump into him on the field of play this morning, and it just says a lot about the young kid's character and how he is at this point in time in his career. It didn't seem to be any level of resentment whatsoever with the decision.
No.
He seemed to understand completely why, and very happy to be here learning about these conditions and getting ready. And just seeing the replay of that previous delivery, that was definitely out. Arnold Labuschagne could well have been walking back with the direct hit.
So Peris bowling, round the wicket. Well forward, Khawaja defending.
So apparently when the selectors told him he wasn't playing, he says, his response was, "Oh yeah, mate, no stress, I understand." And then turned around and said, "Do you want me to come down on the ground and help out this morning?"
Jean Peris bowls here, and Khawaja goes well back and defends.
All the reports I get is he's a lovely humble kid. He doesn't have the personality that he has when he's at the crease with bat in hand, when he's off outside the field.
Nishan delivers, Khawaja drives, but only to short cover where Angelo Matthews does the fielding.
Yeah, and it's a great example of how there can be a difference in character between what you see of someone's persona on the field when the pressure's on and playing the game compared to how they are off the field.
Nishan up, Khawaja flicks. Heaps of room to work with out there. They'll return for an easy two. That's 1 for 98, Khawaja 37.
I ran into Mitchell Stark at North Sydney Oval a couple of weeks ago at the Women's Ashes and said, "What's it like having a child in the dressing room?" He said, "He's fantastic. I love him." He said, 10 minutes before the anthem, MCG, 85,000 people there. It's his debut. He walks up and says, "Hey, when do the nerves kick in?" he kind of doesn't get it, and that's lovely.
The freedom of youth.
Wonder how long that'll last for, yeah. Nishan bowls to Khawaja. Beautiful straight drive. In the end, it's going to be long off. That's the chance to cut it off, and does just. Karunaratne, the veteran. But he struck that so well down the ground, Khawaja. You could hear through the effects mic, Middleton. That moves into 39, and the 100's up as well. 1 for 100 Australia.
Considered a good player of spin now, Khawaja, but wasn't always the case, was it, Simon? Particularly when you batted with it, when he first came to New South Wales, and in his early Test career, he was not considered a good player of spin.
Bowling again here, Khawaja squared up to backward point. He'll get one for it, but a good bit of bowling, good response from Nishan. Moves to 40 with the single, 1 for 101 at the end of the 18th over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buys.
Yeah, look, it's certainly something that was backed up by the stats. I mean, his record here in Sri Lanka prior to this innings today, he's only averaging 28, but I think he's become a far better player of spin in these last couple of seasons. I think because he's at the top of the order, first of all, I think it's a big difference walking out the bat right from the word go and facing it with the new ball compared to coming in, when he was batting 3, and sometimes you might be out there walking out to face it with an older ball and men around the bat. So there's a different dynamic to that, and I think having done it myself opening, it's certainly, I think, a lot easier when you do walk out as an opener. But I think his game plan's changed as well, because I think having seen him from when he was 17 and we played club cricket together in Sydney, you know, he's got a really clear game plan now in terms of he likes to sit back, play off the back foot, but he's added the elements of the reverse sweep, which we've seen already today, to manipulate the field. So he was worried about the threat of the short leg and the leg slip with the ball turning in from Jayasuriya. He got rid of that leg slip in one foul swoop by playing the reverse sweep. Now there's a cover in, and so he probably feels a lot more comfortable facing it.
Jayasuriya from the forward end to Khawaja inside edge, but it spits out where there is a gap between short leg and leg slip. They get one. Khawaja's 41, 1 for 102.
And I think the other thing too is with experience comes more and more exposure to these conditions, whether it's India, Sri Lanka. They obviously went to Pakistan a few years ago as well, where we saw him play beautifully there. And I think that experience, you can't underestimate learning more of a game plan, and once you do start to realise what works for you in certain conditions, you just stick to that plan.
Labuschagne facing Jayasuriya, inside out drive taken by Matthews, the catching cover, no run.
It's interesting that you bring up the reverse sweep, because Steve Smith said yesterday, you know, like 10 years ago, players weren't playing these shots as much. The game has evolved so much in the decade since Khawaja started playing.
Jayasuriya bowls and beats Labuschagne on the outside edge. He was looking to drive and thread the needle with plenty of men packed around that offside region, but misses out, and also, well, not far away from being in strife, actually, given the way he played away from his body.
And that's the danger there for Labuschagne, because he's worried about Jayasuriya following and having the ball keep coming back into the stumps for bowled an LB. He stayed leg side of it, but if one grips, the outside edge is in the game.
Jayasuriya bowls, middle stump line, Labuschagne forward and defends.
80% of this crowd be Australian, I reckon.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
at
easily.
least.
It's a good turnout from the Australian supporters.
Huge.
Brilliant.
Jayasuriya bowls, Labuschagne sweeps out the deep backward square and beats everyone. Beat me as well. The sweeper couldn't pick it up, and I was following him, and he was nowhere near it. It was out towards deep forward square by the time the ball crashed into the rope, my apologies. So that's Labuschagne's first boundary. That moves him to 7. It's 1 for 106.
That's the second time this morning the fielder on the boundary ropes has failed to pick up the ball.
And
Same thing happened earlier with Head over on the Gaul Cricket Club side of the ground. I wonder, it must be a difficult viewing ground, is it, Simon?
I never played a test here. I was on the tour here, 99 and 2004, but missed the test here, and I'm not sure how difficult it is to see out the middle.
So Jayasuriya bowls to Labuschagne, who defends. He completes the over. 19 gone, 1 for 106. So the boundary in that over. Labuschagne is on 7, and Khawaja is on 41.
Was it 90?
First session. Sorry, my apologies. Sorry. Just jumping to finish here by saying the first session's for Crown. It's happening at Crown.
Oh, no, my apologies to Crown. How dare I talk over their plug?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Twice in the session, and in both instances I've been on the call. So, you know, you take your cue partly from the fielder when you're doing this job. You're looking out towards where the sweeper's running, and twice they've looked the wrong way. So it's not that they're just not misreading where the ball is in relation to them. It's like they're actually thinking it's gone square rather than straight. So that's an unusual thing to happen twice in a session.
I mean, when you look at the cloud cover, it's quite a dull sort of day, so it's probably not the easiest viewing conditions out there, and I just wonder whether sometimes the advertising boardings being the height they are.
Nishan, new over, looking to drive Khawaja, but it's stopped by Angelo Matthews to his right at one of the two catching covers. Bharat Sundaresan jumping in as well.
And the other thing is, both occasions, the ball was hit hard, both times.
Yeah.
The slog sweeps have been hit with good power.
Nishan in his 10th over, bowls here. Khawaja pulls a ball that just sat up, asked to be hit, 4 runs. I mean, there is just, to say there's no pace in this pitch is an understatement. That is pitched and just ballooned up, and Khawaja had all the time in the world. He's 45, 1 for 110 in just the 20th over.
And that's why their footwork this morning has been so impressive, because they've sensed that this is a slow track. So they haven't just sat back the whole time. They've used their feet going down the wicket as well, hitting straight. And by that balance of footwork back and forward, both Sri Lankan spinners have found it so difficult to settle on a decent length.
Nishan up bowls here, and sweeping is Khawaja. This time straight to the sweeper, no concerns there. 46, 1 for 111. Hello, Baz.
Guys, morning. Simon. I don't think I've said hello to you.
Morning, Brat. Yeah, you were on air earlier this morning when I was up having a look at our spot. And thankfully, we got the fans and the breeze blowing now, because I was worried for Colo in his clobber today.
Well, you would have seen I've done a costume change. So I've got a T-shirt on now. And I've chucked my other shirts downstairs. Bowling here is Nishan, and Labuschagne gets out and thumps it down the ground. Had one man to beat. That was a one-day shot. Just almost flat batted it. It's just all wrist and it's all power. And it's 4 runs for Australia. 1 for 115. Labuschagne into double figures with authority.
That was a serious shot from Marnus Labuschagne. That was almost with contempt, just dragging it from outside off stump and hammering it wide of mid-on, who was quite deep. He's probably 3/4 the way to the boundary, and just the placement there was perfect.
Up again, Nishan. How will he respond? Oh, he beats the edge of Labuschagne. He went back and tried to defend, but just went on with the arm a wee bit.
If anything, that's the delivery that the Australians have been slightly bothered by.
Yeah.
Nishan. Full to Labuschagne. Gets through to defences. Shout for league before. Turned down by umpire Gaffney. The confusion there was the fact that Labuschagne misread the length. So it looks like it was almost a full toss. Wouldn't have quite caught him on the full. That'll be a consideration when weighing up whether they review or not. They are going to go upstairs. The signal made by Dunn and Jaya De Silva. So Labuschagne, I wouldn't say beaten in flight necessarily, but just didn't quite read where it was going to land after being floated up by Nishan Paris.
Yeah, I think the only thing here is that's going to save him is whether he's outside the line or not, because given the length of it, was really full. It's pretty much hit him almost on the half volley. It's just whether he's got enough of a stride in to get outside the line of off stump.
First replay here. So yes, it definitely bounces before hitting the pad, and it's going to be very close.
Shout. It's a very good shot. I can't believe the Sri Lankans took so long to go for the review.
So they'll go through the process and make sure that he hasn't touched it on the sweep. That's improbable. And then, well, naked eye, it'll be 2 reds to start.
He got into an awkward position for that sweep shot.
Yeah. Well, now it looks like, will it be hitting leg?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, from here, because we're off centre, on the line here I'm on, it looked like he might have got outside the line, but looking at the replay.
So has it done too much to beat leg?
Yeah.
And that's the one thing you can't do when you're playing sweep shots on a low surface. Let the ball slip under your bat. Because height can't save you then. Could be in a bit of trouble, Marnus.
I don't think he's hit it.
No, he has it. It's kind of slipped under his bat. The gloves went nowhere close. I'm not sure what they're... Joel. He likes the extra replays.
Yeah, we're getting more replays than are required here, but we're now getting into ball tracking. 2 reds, and it is umpire's call. Umpire's call. It's hit leg stump, but not enough of it to overturn the decision on the field. Well, I've got to say, it completes the 20th over, 1 for 115. So they'll keep the review, Sri Lanka, on that front. But the more times we watched it, the more I thought that was going to be out, but there was that extra spin.
You can see Marnus was nervous just as soon as that umpire's call thing went up. He's trying to have a conversation with someone in the Sri Lankan camp. It was all that nervous energy he wanted to get rid of. That was very close. Could have gone either way.
Yeah. Well, it's all based on the initial decision, isn't it? You know, that gets given out. It's staying umpire's call if Marnus reviews it, but a lot comes down to what the umpire decides out in the middle, and in the end he thought there was just too much doubt.
Helter-skelter, first session for Crown. It's happening at Crown. Jayasuriya, new over here. He's 8th. Got the wicket to fall. That was head. Bowls to Khawaja. Plays into the onside off the front foot. Taken by mid-wicket. No run.
Just wonder whether Sri Lanka would be tempted to bring mid-on up here and see if Khawaja wants to go again after the wicket of Travis Head.
Jayasuriya delivers. Khawaja back. Doesn't beat mid-wicket. Same fielder found twice in the over, Kamindu Mendez.
And the reason I say that is purely because, like, heading in towards lunch now, Just wonder whether he's just going to be content to rotate strike and get in another partnership with Labuschagne and see if he wants to play another big shot before lunch.
Jayasuriya, basic approach, passes Gaffney, bowls here, Khawaja back, plays with one hand off the bat to short leg where Ashana Fernando does the fielding.
Must be a challenge adjusting to the tempo of Test cricket here, Simon. Two spinners go so quickly through their overs.
Jayasuriya, bit wider on the crease, bowls to Khawaja, who works it down the ground, sort of forcing shot by the time he reached it. To long on where there's a sweeper, gets one. Khawaja 48, 1 for 117.
You're spot on about the tempo, Bharat, because I love this tempo, because I think not just now because we're working in broadcasting, because the day will be over right on the close of play because the over rate will be brilliant. But even playing this tempo of game, I found it really enjoyable because everything's happening and you're playing ball after ball, over after over quickly.
Round the wicket to Labuschagne, and he beats him with a ball that took off from the surface. Perhaps the first time we've seen that. Beat him with the bounce as well as the lateral movement.
Yeah, just wonder whether some of that moisture now has dried in the first nearly hour and a half of play and it's starting to potentially crust up a little bit on top.
Jayasuriya darts that in. Labuschagne, top of the bounce out to deep point for 1. 12 for him, 1 for 117. Ends the 21st over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buys.
Good afternoon. Crews are still cleaning up a crash on the Monash Freeway outbound before Warrigal Road. There's delays right back into the Burnley Tunnel. Otherwise, a truck has broken down on the Balti Bridge exit ramp to the Westgate Freeway. Nearby, a broken down truck on the Westgate Freeway outbound on the Balti Bridge entrance ramp. And further down the road, a breakdown on the Westgate Freeway outbound after Williamstown Road. Would you text while batting in backyard cricket? If you wouldn't do it anywhere else, why do it on the road? Don't let a car change who you are. Safer driving starts with you. Brought to you by the Australian Government. And that's the latest SEN traffic.
A test cricket for Henley Holmes. Simon Katich in with us for the first time today. And it's going to be Jeffrey Van der Say, one of the more satisfying names to say in world cricket, to take up the attack from our pavilion end. The leg spinner who bowled in one test match here in 2022 against Elsey. He's picked up a couple of wickets. We liked the cut of his jib, and then he got COVID, and that was him done. As was the way in that series. Everyone was getting COVID.
That's right. Sri Lanka lost 5 players, didn't they?
Well, Shada Fernando was the COVID sub in consecutive test matches. Which... So Jeffrey Van der Say slipping a short leg. Bowls to Labuschagne, a beauty to start. That's pitched outside leg and missed the off stump. That's done loads.
If that had hit the top of off, that was Vaughan to Gatting.
I was just about to say the same. That was Old Trafford, 93.
I mean, that's missed the off stump by the proverbial coat of varnish. And your comparison spot on, the drift, the dip, the sharp turn, game on. Van der Say bowls here, Labuschagne outside the leg stump into the gloves. Doesn't spin it from quite that angle.
And that's the challenge now for Labuschagne. He's seen the first ball go big. It could well be the ball, back spinner or slider that just skids straight on probably middle and leg stump line now. That could be the problem.
Van der Say approaches and bowls, and driving is Labuschagne back down the pitch, no run.
I watched him warm up today and he was getting appreciable side spin on the ball.
Van der Say, that replay gets better and better. Bowls here and playing out to deep cover point. Could be 2 there if they want it. There will be 2. By the time it reaches the outfield, it's more deep cover. 2 for Labuschagne makes 16 for him, and 1 for 119 Australia.
He's got a lot of success in white ball cricket, hasn't he? He is not the most consistent leg spinner, so he'll bowl a couple of deliveries like the ones we saw. I think that makes him even more of a challenge.
I agree. I think that's what they need in these conditions on day one. They need someone that can take wickets rather than tie the end up. That's what the other spinners are there to do. He's been picked, I think, to be aggressive.
Van der Say delivers, leg stump line, worked behind square by Labuschagne for 1. He's 15. 1 for 120.
And because of the tempo again at which Test cricket goes here, Simon, you don't need to build pressure through maidens. Right? That's not going to happen.
It's about creating opportunities, because as we've seen that first hour of play today, the run rate was through the roof, but it's been slowed a little bit because they got Travis Head out, and they need to do that again before lunch to try and get Smith to the crease and peg things back.
Van der Sar to Khawaja for the first time in behind it defensively. It completes the over, 22 gone, 1 for 120. Tommy Morris in for me. He'll take us through to lunch with Khawaja 47, Labuschagne 15. Tyre Power scoreboard, big brands, better buyers.
The hit comedy Shirley Valentine starring Natalie Bassingthwaite opens tomorrow at the Athenaeum Theatre for 2 weeks only. Tickets at shirleyvalentine.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Kilmore Toyota. Come and see the range. Head north on the Hume Highway for new Toyotas, used vehicle sales, vehicle accessories and maintenance. Specialist in the Toyota GR range of vehicles and commercial Toyotas. KilmoreToyota.com.au. LMCT 808.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. The main VU collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Australia 1 for 120. Simon Katich, Tom Morris and Sundaresan taking you through to lunch. The run rate just a tick under 6 runs and over here in Gaul. Labuschagne, a couple of close calls. He's 15. Khawaja's 47. Labuschagne's on strike. Tries to rear bowls and Labuschagne defends down the wicket.
Go plus, papi.
Tries to rear again. Left arm around. Very similar. Labuschagne defends.
It's the sound of the truck horn in the background. You know you're in the subcontinent.
Oh, yeah. Love a horn, Bharat, don't they?
It's there.
You've got to use it.
Absolutely.
Couple of dots so far this over. Another defensive shot. They thought about a single pass short leg. They decided against it.
Just going back to how you adjust to this, Simon, as a batter. Like, do you work on breathing patterns? Because you just don't have time, do you?
Yeah, you just make sure that you don't get rushed in your pre-delivery routine, and whatever that is, whether it's marking guard, whether it's making sure you set, because the spinners obviously coming in off a few steps can really rush you and put you off.
Labuschagne drives this time through the covers. Nice hands. And they'll settle for one to deep cover point. Labuschagne moves to 16.
It's nicely played from Labuschagne, but I don't think Jayasuriya will be too concerned about that shot because he is staying leg side of the ball and he knows that if he can get one to grip a little bit, which we saw a couple of overs ago, that it gives him a chance to either get one to go through the first slip or a feather through to the keeper. He can really see Labuschagne making sure that he, if anything, he's going to get done on the outside rather than get beaten on the inside.
Khawaja's 3 runs away from a half century. Jayasuriya bowls and Khawaja will get one of those runs to deep backward square. He's 48.
And that's something Usman Khawaja does so well. He never gets rushed. We saw it in Pakistan. We saw it here in 2022 and in India.
Yeah, you can pull away. You've got the right to. If you feel like you're being rushed, and we see it a bit, you know, when Jadeja bowls for India, he's really rapid, gets through his overs in just over a minute. And that's the challenge in these conditions, is just trying to slow things down enough.
Labuschagne defends down the wicket for no run. Australia 1 for 122 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big brands, better buys.
Ferris Road, Melton will be closed at the level crossing from 9 tonight until 7 a.m. Tuesday, February 4th, with detours in place. Search Big Build for more information.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Sounds like the You Shake, I'll Drive road trip Macca's Run. Featuring the new Vegemite McShaker fries, free with any large meal. So, Macca's Run? Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia 1 for 122. The leg spinner, Van der Sar, will continue. Went for 3 runs from his first over. Bryce McGain stepping in, replacing Simon Katich.
Timing's good.
Around. Yes, leg spin. What have you made of him so far? Only bowled 6 balls.
We just bowled the Van der Sar of the century.
That's a reverse from Khawaja. He'll pick up 1. It was a full toss. He moves to 49.
So he's an interesting leg spinner. 1 test match in the past couple of wickets, and Colo went through that story just an over ago, but he's quite short, 5'7", so he's quite low to the ground, but does give it a good rip. That first delivery he bowled was an absolute peach.
Leg spinning from Van der Sar. Labuschagne showing him the stumps and defending off the back foot to cover for no run.
Had him hopping in the air with hands above the head. He's excited here. It's taken him 90 minutes to get into the game, and then he bowls that type of delivery. He means business, and I think he's given everyone a bit of a lift out there. You can hear the energy now of Sri Lanka, something's going to happen here.
The leg spinner Van der Sey bowls, beaten Labuschagne outside the off stump. That was a Jaffa.
Forward defence as he reached out a long way, really trying to feel for the ball and smother the spin. That one ripped past the outside edge. Not a great deal of bounce, but big turn here.
He passes the umpire. He's bowling to Labuschagne. That's pitched up and it's hit straight back to him. Well, he took 6 for a one-dayer in Colombo. I don't know if Colo told that story before.
Against India, yeah, that's right.
Just before that test match that he played. 6 for 33 he took. Put him on the map. So he's bowled 4 deliveries this over. He's bowling his 5th to Labuschagne, who's defending again. This time he slides his bat inside of it and he's playing and missing.
But you're sliding a ball inside a bat that's pitching middle and leg. It's high risk. So he's just reading that off the wicket and trying to slide it out the way. The bat's in the vicinity. It's not lifted above his head. He's feeling for it out in front of his pad. He's got his number here at the moment.
He loves the outside edge here. This one's over pitch, and he'll just get through for one. Mid-off is a little bit deep. And Labuschagne will keep hold of the strike. Australia 1 for 124. It's the first session for Crown. All the action is happening at Crown.
G'day again, and a bit happening on the Balti Bridge. 2 broken down trucks, one on the exit ramp to the Westgate Freeway headed inbound, the other outbound on the Balti Bridge entrance ramp. Otherwise, there's been a crash in Eltham North, which has Ryan's Road closed northbound at Wallara Road. Dan Murphy's own match prices, they beat them. Like Penfold's bin 389 Cabernet Sauvignon Shiraz 2022, just $94.90. Ends Thursday. Choose to drink wise. T's and C's apply. And Kane and Kingy are back in 2025 for Fireball on Mondays and Fridays. Starts this Friday morning on SEN.
Hope you're enjoying the coverage on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, Tom Morris, Bharat, Sundaresan and Bryce McGain with you. We love when a leg spinner bowls and Bryce is in the commentary box, but it's left arm orthodox now. Sure, Bharat bowled left arm orthodox at his best as well. More so seam up.
Oh, seam up.
Did you ever bowl left arm orthodox?
Never.
Surely off cutters.
I'm a fast bowler's attitude. And Bryce McGain has sat down now that the leg spinner is not bowling. He'll be up on his feet again.
He will.
I won't even watch this over.
Labuschagne's facing Jai Surya, defending into the offside for no run.
Well, it's set and forget from the forward end, isn't it? Jai Surya, he'll lock away this end from the southern end. Bowling with the breeze at his back, really.
And the fort at his back as well. Jai Surya bowls, Labuschagne defends. And off the front foot, he's very cautious, very watchful. Australia 1 for 124. Just 24 overs into this match. Travis Head set an electric pace from the top. So here comes Jai Surya again, past the umpire. Labuschagne drives, toe of the bat, deep point, 1 run.
This one was fuller to the delivery he drove at in the last over, where Simon Katich said Jayasuriya would have been happy with Marnus playing that shot.
And it's the way he's reaching out and opening the face to play it. Any turn and bounce brings in the slip, keeper's gloves. He's not getting out of his crease. The stumping's not a play, but the risk meter's up a little bit. It's in the orange.
Sweep shot from Khawaja. That'll bring up his half century to deep backward square. He's done well. Just for a single. 71 deliveries, Usman Khawaja. 28th Test half century, and he raises the bat to the crowd. Loyal Australian supporters, Lukey Sparrow with the Australian flag. Polite applause. He's given the Aussies the start they needed and they wanted.
And he scored at a fair clip as well. We've been singing Travis Head's praises, understandably.
Tries to read at Labuschagne. Labuschagne defends.
And he batted really well here 3 years ago, making a crucial 71 in the first innings of the first Test, which Australia won. And that was a raging turner.
Seen him sweep both ways as well, as we saw at the Gabba and the Big Bash a couple of weeks ago. Jai Surya bowls and Labuschagne defends into the offside, outside half of the bat. That's the end of one of many Jai Surya overs we're likely to see over the next 2 Test matches. Australia 1 for 126. And don't forget, at Crown, all the action is happening at Crown.
The Hyundai Keys to Summer event is on now. Unlock offers across a wide range of new and demonstrator Hyundai models. Open the door to better beach days, bigger adventures, and breezier drives. Unlock your best summer yet with the Hyundai Keys to Summer event. Take a test drive at your participating Hyundai dealer today. T's and C's and exclusions at hyundai.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia 1 for 126.
There are 4 fielders out on the boundary for Van der Sey to Khawaja.
So here comes Van der Sey. It's a reverse, and it's beaten him outside the leg stump. If you imagine it like a right-hander sweeping, it's beaten him outside the right-hander's off stump. Khawaja's leg stump playing as a right-hander. Is that clear enough?
Yeah, just wasn't the length to be reverse sweeping.
No. He's played a few of them. One in the last over was a full toss, and he got one. He could have hit it anywhere on the ground. Van der Sey again, bowling to Khawaja. This time he's driving, just looking to open up the blade, and he won't be able to find one fielder to cover.
Now, that's exactly how he wants him to play, driving against the spin. It was a little full. He just needs to drop that ball back 20 centimetres and his big spin. That's his method here to Khawaja. Get him driving through the covers.
This ball shorter. Khawaja opens the blade off the back foot and finds one to deep backward point. Bryce McGain has the good oil for Cobram Estate, Australian extra virgin olive oil. Love it when Bryce is in the box and a leg spinner's bowling. This is perfect.
And which is why I want to pick Bryce's brains on that field that they had for the left-hander. 4 fielders out on the boundary, 3 on the onside, and the deep point.
Deep backward point, for the reverse sweep. They're really playing the in-out fields to try and have the catches out there.
Short, and Labuschagne missed out on that one, taken down the leg side. A rare loose delivery from this leg spinner.
Well, that was his slider. So he'd set that up the overs before by spinning past the outside edge. That one he wanted Marnus to just leave it or play inside the line. He was attacking the pad, got it wrong, down leg side.
Van der Sey bowls, leg stump line. Labuschagne defends with his pad out towards mid-wicket.
It's a complete contrast to what Jayasuriya is offering at the other end. Every ball's landing on a different length.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag. Sometimes that's more difficult to face than someone who's so consistent landing on a face washer.
Labuschagne defends. And that's the end of the over. The over rate is very good. 26 overs we're through. There's still 20 minutes till lunch. Australia 1 for 127. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. I wonder if Marnus Labuschagne is secretly enjoying this leg spin and wondering if he can have a bit of a bowl.
He's always thinking about bowling, though.
And spinning it square.
Maybe you'll want to bowl bouncers again. Hope Jared's
off the long run.
Yeah, hope Jared's not listening.
Did you influence that? Your fast bowling mentality, Bharat?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I do have an influence over him, as Tommy Morris knows.
Over Jared?
Over
Marnus. Oh, yeah, they're best mates.
Well, not go that far, but...
No, you're very close. He trusts you. It's because he bats so long in the nets and you watch the entire net session, Baz. Can't help but respect that both ways. So Jayasuriya will continue. He's taken the 1 wicket. He'd love a second. Khawaja's on strike. He bowls. Khawaja's down the wicket. And it doesn't beat the man at short mid-wicket. No run.
And this is what he's done so differently, Khawaja, to what he did in 2022 when he couldn't stop scoring runs in Pakistan. He's used his feet a lot more. Those are slow pitches, didn't turn a lot.
And really what he's doing there is trying to get the bowler to bowl just shorter so he can play him off the back foot where he's really comfortable.
Right deep in his crease, Khawaja. He's having a laugh with the keeper. Playing it shin height down the wicket for no run.
Jayasuriya was into that play, wasn't he? Excited. He could picture how he wanted to get him out. It nearly happened, except he, deep in his crease, got the bat on her.
Jayasuriya bowls, Khawaja defends. Loves using his crease, Khawaja. Mostly back, but also coming right down.
An interesting phase of his career, Usman Khawaja.
1 for 39, Jayasuriya is taken. 10.3 overs. He bowls to Khawaja here. Khawaja this time won't get a single to long on. It's fielded off his own bowling. Diving to his left, Jayasuriya.
And so much talk about how much he has left. And I was interviewing the other day. I tried being kind. I said, well, you're near the end of your career. He's like, no. Call a spade a spade. I am. This is the last chapter.
Khawaja works it to mid-wicket for no run. Again.
It's a question of how long he can play it out. He doesn't have retirement in his sights yet.
No.
Or maybe he does and he's just not saying it. Is that a chance, do you think? He's pretty honest normally.
Yeah, he is. If he did have it, I think he would say it. Just the stage of his career he's in right now.
Jayasuriya bowls. Khawaja outside half of the bat. He'll hold on to the strike. Scamper through for a single to the offside. Might even get an overthrow if they're turning around. But Labuschagne was too far through behind the keeper. Khawaja continues on. And Australia are 1 for 128. This is SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes.
We mentioned it, Tommy, in a pre-match show where he said in that interview that for the longest time in his career, when he was younger, he was living every test match on a knife's edge.
Yeah.
And he's at a stage now in life with this cricket where he doesn't want to think too much about what's happening 2 months from now.
Exactly.
Yeah. This 2 test series, then a break, and then the World Test Championship final, and then the 3 test matches in West Indies, and hopefully then the Ashes, and then he can take a call.
Yeah, he'll be 39 by then, but he's earned the right to play the World Test Championship final, given the influence he's had across this cycle. At critical moments, I mean, if it wasn't for Jasprit Bumrah, it would be completely different.
You could say that again.
A few batters are saying that, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Van der Sey's bowling. He's gone for 6 from his 3 overs. He's turning them. Khawaja is on strike. He's down the pitch. Back to the bowler, no run. And it's not like there's a lot of first-class batters making big hundreds either, knocking down the door to be an opening batter alongside Sam Constas in Australian conditions. Reverse paddle from Khawaja. He initially wanted 2. Labuschagne seems content with 1, and so does Khawaja in the end. He moves to 53. Australia 1 for 129.
And winning always helps, doesn't it? Especially for a player at this stage. Even if he might not have had the kind of summer he would have wanted and Australia might have wanted from him. It wasn't easy against Bumrah. And we saw it in that last innings when Bumrah was not there. But it always helps when the team is winning.
Indeed.
When you're making contributions, even if you're not making big hundreds.
Van der Sey to Labuschagne. Defends. This time Labuschagne is lunging further forward into the offside. Yeah, the fact that Australia's been winning has no doubt meant that they're less keen to start this transition. Certainly not in wholesale form. Van der Sey, leg spin, bowls to Labuschagne. Bryce, talk us through that. Labuschagne wasn't 100% sure.
No, but he played that off the wicket where it pitched. He was late to the party, but he was watching so carefully. He knew it was something different. It's the first really good one that he's bowled to him.
We're seeing a bag of tricks from Van der Sey here. He's testing Labuschagne. This one's on leg stump. It's a traditional leg spinner and allows Marnus to get himself off strike down to deep backward square for 1.
I guess the lack of pace on this pitch allows you to try and read what the ball is doing off the pitch.
Yep. Perfectly bowled.
Yeah.
But then well adjusted by Labuschagne.
Do you think he saw it in the air or when it hit the pitch?
Well, there'd be all the cues he would pick up. The wrist snap, the ball spinning.
Short, Khawaja pulls away. It'll just be 1. He holds on to the strike. Australia 1 for 131 SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes.
So it'll be all those things, Tom. It'll be him picking up all the cues, knowing it's different. First time he's seen it, he would look at the revolutions on the ball. Then he'd watching the pitch and see how it reacts off there. You're never quite sure the first time you face a wrong un or a different delivery, how much it's going to grip and turn. But he watched it closely, protected his stumps, and so he adjusted nicely. But good to see Van der Sey bowling well and tapping into the variations that he's got, which is terrific. He started well. His first 4 overs, none for 9. And as per normal, it's going to be Jayasuriya, the tall left arm orthodox from the Fort end. He'll lock away this end for most of the day. Same plan, Khawaja on strike.
Jayasuriya bowls. Khawaja well fielded mid-wicket. Diving to his right was Kamindu Mendez and saves the 1. They might have even got 2 had it got past him. It's an important position there for the left-hander, Bryce.
Yeah, it's critical. Just been adjusted a little bit squarer now. I liked him where he was fielding that delivery, but Jayasuriya with a subtle movement into the field.
Jayasuriya bowls down the leg side. Taken behind the pegs. Tough gig keeping in these conditions, especially the leg spinners who spin it like you, Bryce. And left-arm orthodox bowlers like Jayasuriya.
It's probably an exciting challenge, though, as a keeper, Tom, wouldn't you think? That, you know, some are up, some are down. You're always in the game. There's not one ball that you're not expecting it to come to you and then have to deliver a stumping or a catch or whatever's required.
Yeah, if you listen to Tim Payne, this is the true test of the keeper's talent in these sorts of conditions when it's turning on day one. Jaisaria bowls. Khawaja edges. It's just fallen short of first slip. He was on the back foot. He played with soft hands. And De Silva couldn't quite get his hands underneath it. I think it was just short, Bryce.
Yeah, picture the vertical drop of hands at the ball. He just drops his hands really softly, and that's what saved him. It just dropped probably 10 centimetres short.
No, that actually might be a chance. Oh, that's a chance. That's hit his left palm and fallen out.
Oh, wow.
Wowee. That's why they're so frustrated. And the chance goes down. Khawaja. This time we'll get one to long on. De Silva, the captain at first slip. 1 for 132 is the score. Khawaja moves to 55. And he's been dropped. Not an easy chance. Very low to his left, but it actually hit him on the palm. And he put it down, and Jaisaria was visibly frustrated.
De Silva, the man in there, the skipper. That slip. From our angle here, I was certain it didn't carry, but it well spotted in the replay.
He must be very close there at first slip.
Yeah, you've got to be.
Short reaction time. Jaisaria to Labuschagne. It's tossed up. Labuschagne drives to mid-off. He thought about a single. Decided against it. Well, they're the chances. Khawaja playing for the spin. Picked up the outside edge. He could have had two. Brings Steve Smith to the crease with 12 minutes to go before lunch. Wasn't to be.
That'd be a perfect scenario.
Yeah. Last ball of Jaisaria is over. Labuschagne's defending on the back foot. Shin height, back on his pegs.
Mendes laughing away behind the stumps.
Safe in the end. 1 for 132 SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Bryce McGain has the good oil for Cobram Estate, Australian extra virgin olive oil. Brent and the team doing a fantastic job. Thanks for your support. We have, as I said, 12 minutes till lunch, 29 overs bowled. Earlier, it was Travis Head who got Australia off to the start that he and the tourists absolutely loved. From ball one, he looked in excellent form, Travis Head, the South Australian at the top of the order. We know he loves facing the new ball in these conditions. He made 57 from 40 balls. 10 fours, 1 6. The partnership was 92 in 14 overs until he was dismissed, leaving Khawaja and Labuschagne to bat. And they've done well. Reverse from Khawaja, hits it well. Some work to do at deep backward point, and it's saved in the field. Down there by Chandimal, who's on the boundary.
Just the one. So with the leg spinner as it gets outside the off stump, Khawaja did play one shot to the cover, but it's pretty quickly. If it's outside off stump, he'll reverse sweep it. So you might see a few more googlies to the left-hander.
He struggled, Labuschagne, so far to the leg spinner. That's pitched up on leg stump, flicks it away through mid-wicket. And they'll settle for one again.
Just over-pitched by the leg spinner as it was hit firmly through that vacant mid-wicket area. But Van der Sar in the back of his mind would probably go, no, that's okay. If he thinks that's a good shot, if I just get that ball to drop a little bit, 20, 30 centimetres shorter, then all sorts of carnage can happen as he closes the face and hits it through that area.
Slight field change at short leg. Ashada Fernando has moved behind square, about a metre to his left. Khawaja on strike, he's down the pitch. You can hear it hit the toe of the bat, and it hasn't gone past short mid-wicket, no run. There's been a few of them, hasn't there?
Yeah, there has been that ball dropping sharply in the end. Rolling off a table, if you like, Tom.
Van der Sar bowls. It's a wrong one. Khawaja plays inside of it. Did he pick it?
No. He was protecting his stumps and it just spun away and he went, oh, okay. That was a good ball.
It was actually a Marcus Trescothic leave. That's how he used to leave the ball to pace. Put his bat there, and if it comes back, he plays it. Otherwise, he misses it. Khawaja opens the face off the back foot and finds one to deep backward point.
Bit of extra bounce on that one. A bit hard to tell from here. Might have been a bit of a cross-seam delivery rather than down the seam.
So Khawaja's 57. Labuschagne is 20 from 49 balls. And And it's a test for the Australian batters, but so far they've been up to it. Aside from a couple of half chances. Wide of the crease, Van der Sar, edge and out. Labuschagne's really struggled to the leg spinner. He came wide of the crease. He celebrates with vigour. Labuschagne opened the face, and it's caught at first slip by the captain. He departs for 20. It was a long time coming, and Van der Sar gets his man. Australia 2 for 135.
Dare I say it was coming, Tom. He was just feeling for the ball on the crease, lunging forward and then looking to defend the good delivery. Able to work it around, but he just nailed his length there. That was a delivery that he had to play, pitched in line with the stumps, took the outside edge, and, well, that's a leg spinner's dream. Caught at first slip. That's exactly how to do it. Get them reaching out. The ball drops a little bit shorter than he anticipated, and the slow walk-off for Labuschagne is happening.
So Labuschagne departs for 20. He faced 50 balls. And the new man is Steve Smith. Here we go. 10,000 test runs in the offing. He's 9,999. He'll be facing the leg spinner. In fact, that might be the end of the over. So he'll be at the non-striker's end. There's 8 minutes till lunch. Just give us some analysis there, Bryce. Van der Sar going wide of the crease. What does that do for Marnus Labuschagne's projection of where the ball's going to land?
Yeah, so it forces him to play so that it didn't... If he's in close, it pitches in line and spins right away. That one, as you said, a little wider. The angle coming in towards the stumps, but then forcing him to play and just taking the outside edge. Good adjustment on the crease. Not necessarily adjustment in how he's spinning the ball or where he's pitching the ball. He's just changed the angle of trajectory there. And it was a superb piece of bowling. Well deserved. He's bowled well. That first ball set the scene. It was an absolute peach to Marnus, and it's probably been in the back of his mind all the way through.
So that partnership was 43. It comes to an end. Australia 2 for 135. Steve Smith, 1 run away from becoming the 15th Australian to get to 10,000 test runs. He's at the non-striker's end. Khawaja is not out 57. He was dropped an over ago at first slip. There's a leg slip, a first slip, and a short leg in place. Jaisaria bowling. And Khawaja finding one to long on. Bringing Smith on strike. This could be it. Where's the singles here? There's a deep backward square. He actually dismissed Smith for a duck the last time they played against each other in a test match. The second innings in Gaul in 2022. Smith went upstairs with an LBW and it was smashing into the bottom of leg stump. So there's only an easy single to a man at 45. He's halfway back to the boundary. Other than that, every single player is in the ring. The Sri Lankans are aware of it.
Come on,
Smith, the right-hander, facing Jaisaria. He bowls. Smith hits it to mid-on and he'll scamper through for 1. 10,000 test runs for Steve Smith. The Aussie fans stand and applaud in the crowd. It's a precious moment for an unconventional but incredible player. He raises the bat, Steve Smith. He has a smile to the umpire. Jaisaria pats him on the back. There's acknowledgements from all corners of Gaul. Steve Smith, the 4th Australian to get to 10,000 test runs. He's anywhere, anytime. He didn't do it at the SCG. He does it in Gaul. A proud moment.
Indeed, Tom. He was keen to get it done quickly. Skipped down the wicket. Did it first ball.
Mid-on wasn't even that deep. He just had to get there. Khawaja on strike. Playing it down the leg side. He'll find one to find leg. Well, the monkey's off Steve Smith's back. He's waited a month for that, or close enough to. He's the 15th player to reach that milestone. And there aren't many that have been quicker. Lara, Tendulkar, Sangakkara and Ponting have got there quicker. He's on strike now. 1 from 1 delivery, and what a single it was. He defends it to the offside. Of all the singles Steve Smith has nudged to mid-on, that would have to be his most memorable.
Yeah, he's not going to forget that at any stage.
Jaisaria approaches, bowls to Smith. He's down the pitch. Oh, the call was catch it, caught and bowled, and he has. He's dropped it, and Jaisaria can't believe it. Low to his right, Very catchable height, just above his ankles, and he's put him down. How costly would that be? Steve Smith has a life. He bowls, Smith defends. And Jaisari is frustrated with himself. He can't quite believe it. He's put down the man who's just scored his 10,000th test run and has a great history in the subcontinent. Australia 2 for 138 SEN test cricket for Henley Holmes.
Well, it's been a session of missed chances, really, as we close in 3 minutes away from the break. What a breakthrough that would have been. Just a few overs ago, Khawaja was dropped at slip off Jaisari. De Silva put him down in Jaisari's previous over. And early on, Labuschagne, there was a missed run out from short leg as well when Labuschagne was on 3. So they're creating chances, Sri Lanka. You wonder it'd have a completely different complexion. Add another couple of wickets to it. That was a ball that really drifted into Smith and cramped him as he went to come down and drive.
So 2 drop chances. One at first slip off Khawaja a few overs ago. And then Steve Smith just then. And a missed DRS earlier from Travis Head. Khawaja, it's a wrong one, and it's put away. It was a loose delivery from Van der Say. Confidence up after dismissing Labuschagne. But Khawaja pulls it through mid-wicket for 4. He moves to 63.
Well played, well weighted, and it just sat up on the pitch. Well done by Khawaja to get back, but stay low on the ball. You don't want to be pulling like you do against fast bowlers, standing upright. You got really low and watched the ball closely and split the 2 deep fielders.
This one's pitched up. Khawaja lunges forward, uses his wrist to work at the mid-wicket. Smith wanted 2. Khawaja thought about it, decided against it. Smart call in the end, and they'll settle for 1. Australia 2 for 143. So Van der Say's looked ever so dangerous to the right-hander in Labuschagne. If he can produce something similar to Steve Smith with 2 minutes to go before lunch, it could be something special. This will be the last over, you'd think. 31.2 overs so far in the session. The over rate you'd expect when spin was on from the second over of the day. Van der Say bowling to Smith. Smith drives on the up through cover for 1. It's a shot we haven't seen much of.
With good reason, Tom. It's a high-risk venture. A leg spinner, it pitched outside off stump, was spinning further away, and Smith just backed it on the up, hit it to the sweeper. He's bowled well, Van der Say. We know he's going to be a bit of a mixed bag, but in between it, there's going to be some gem deliveries.
Bowling to Khawaja, who's defending in front of his pad, as they're taught to do in the subcontinent. No run. Well, 2 for 144 sees Australia right on top, but it's been an engrossing session of cricket. Hope you're enjoying it for Henley Holmes. Van der Say going around the wicket to Khawaja. How much can he turn it? 2 balls before lunch. It bowls now. It pitches well outside off. Hits the thigh pad of Khawaja, who is shuffling across. Every time I see this, I think of Warren to Strauss.
The cross leg, the bowled, the 700.
No, I'm thinking the one in England.
Oh, right.
When it's spun from way
the
outside
huge
the
one. Yeah. And that was spinning a long way. Big angle created now by Van der Say going around the wicket. And, yeah, notably, cover removed. Big open gap there. Mid-wicket goes to a leg slip.
Wow. So last ball before lunch. Leg slip in place. Van der Say bowls. It's pitched up and Khawaja finds 1 to long on. He'll go to lunch with Redding next to his name. 65 not out. And it's been Australia's session, not without drama. Steve Smith bringing up his 10,000th test run. Dropped a couple of balls later. Australia 2 for 145. Hope you've enjoyed the SEN Test Cricket for Henley Mainview collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. And Bryce, how do you sit back and assess that first session of play? 32 overs, Australia 2 for 145.
Well, we had to hold on to our seats, put the seatbelts on because there was turbulence early, and that was Travis Head. He got 50 off 35 balls and really set up things incredibly quickly, attacked the new ball. Khawaja was going along for the ride as well, so he wasn't just holding up an end. He was quite happy to play his shots and go over the top as well. So it was a great opening stand of 92. The terrific partnership there before Head was dismissed 57 off 40. And then Labuschagne came out and had some difficulties And just before the break, he was dismissed. Van der Sey getting that wicket, getting him caught at slip for 20 or 50 deliveries. But look, I think it was a missed opportunities really by Sri Lanka. They had some opportunities to get Khawaja on 54. They've put him down at slip. Smith was dropped on 1. And a little run out was a chance Labuschagne on 3 as well. So Sri Lanka aren't out of this. Add a couple more wickets to it, have a different complexion to the game. So I can't wait for that middle session where things really open up. We're seeing some good spin on the surface now. It's exciting cricket.
It's great to watch. Hope you're enjoying it. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Main View Collection. Prizes your bank will love and your friends will envy. That's Bryce McGain's Cobram Estate Update, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Just patting down to the creases. Usman Khawaja 65, Steve Smith 2, Travis Head made 57, and Marnus Labuschagne was caught at first slip for 20 with 10 minutes remaining before lunch. Australia 2 for 145 at the main break here from Gaul. Adam White and Josh Jenkins will be with you through the lunch break. You can give them a call on 1300 736 736, and after that, we'll be back with a second session from Gaul.
Up to $25,000 off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $615,000. Live from Gaul. This is the first test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
G'day again, and we have reports of a crash in Murrumbina. That's Dandenong Road westbound after Poworth Road. Reports of a crash also on the Monash Freeway outbound after Heatherton Road. And a truck has broken down on the Balti Bridge exit ramp to the Westgate Freeway inbound. The left-hand lane is closed. Honda's huge finance offer is here. Get 3.88% interest rate and 5.22% comparison rate on any new Honda. Hurry, ends 28th of Feb. T's and C's apply. And Kane and Kingy are back in 2025 for Fireball on Mondays and Fridays. Starts this Friday morning on SEN.
You wouldn't send your best player out onto the field without the right support, and you wouldn't let your fleet of vehicles or machinery hit the road or worksite without a premium lubricant. Give your fleet the right support with Sinopec's premium lubricant. Sinopec have been kicking goals for Australian fleets for over 13 years without compromise on quality. Make the right switch for your fleet today and discover the Sinopec difference at sinopeconline.com.au.
Step up to the next generation of professional power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Experience premium professional power with cordless convenience that's setting new benchmarks in performance and efficiency. With limitless professional power, reliability and runtime, XGT simply outpowers, outsmarts and outlasts the rest. When power means business, choose Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
I want my Makita back. Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The National Tiles famous January half-price clearance is on now. Yes, thousands of metres of last year's discontinued National Floor and Wall tiles at half price and below. Bargain hunters, this is your only chance to pick up absolute first quality National Wall and Floor tiles at half price and below. But you'll have to be quick, because when they're gone, they're gone. So rush into National Tiles or go online now and save.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
Are you ready to go to a new level with Mitsubishi? Get along to Chadstone Mitsubishi and lock in your test drive. If you're ready for adventure, the all-new Triton is available for immediate delivery and an absolute game changer. Plus, you'll get the Diamond Advantage 10-year warranty and 10 years cap price servicing. Get up and about with Chadstone Mitsubishi. Go meet the team, test drive the new Triton and heaps more. Visit chadstonemitsubishi.com.au. LMCT 11716.
Wow, he's hit another 6. That's 5 in a row.
This batsman is seeing the ball clearer than ever.
Ever since he's been at New Vision Clinics and ditched those glasses, he just can't miss. Talk about 20/20 vision.
Hit your glasses for 6 and get clarity of vision with the team at New Vision Clinics. Using Dr. Noel Alpin's innovative laser vision correction techniques, your glasses and contact lenses correcting astigmatism can become a thing of the past. To book an obligation-free consultation, call 1-800-20-2020. That's 1-800-20-2020.
Tyre Power's Hot Summer Sale gives you the power to save on a sizzling range of Kumho tyres. Start the new year with a new set of Kumho tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free. The heat is on. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho tyres. Plus many more Hot Summer Sale offers store-wide at Tyre Power. Have a safe new year with a new set of tyres from Tyre Power. Our Hot Summer Sale is on now. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Up to 25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $615,000. Live from Gaul. This is the first test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Over wide mid-wicket for 6. It's gone the whole way, just over the rope. It was tossed up and Travis Head cleared the front leg and he didn't hold back. It's tossed up. Head Yorks himself, but he'll still find one to mid-on, and that brings up his half-century, Travis Head. He's done it in quick time. 35 deliveries against the new ball. He loves batting at the top of the order in the subcontinent.
Jayasuriya bowls over the wicket. Head catches the call down towards long on, and it is taken on the rope.
Sweep shot from Khawaja. That'll bring up his half-century to deep backward square. He's done well. It's for a single. 71 deliveries, Usman Khawaja. Wide of the crease, Van der Stay. Edge and out. Labuschagne's really struggled to the leg spinner. He came wide of the crease. He celebrates with vigour. Labuschagne opened the face, and it's caught at first slip by the captain. He departs for 20.
Come on,
Smith, the right-hander, facing Jayasuriya. He bowls. Smith hits it to mid-on and he'll scamper through for 1. 10,000 test runs for Steve Smith. The Aussie fans stand and applaud in the crowd. It's a precious moment for an unconventional but incredible player. He raises the bat, Steve Smith.
It is SEN Cricket. It is the lunch show thanks to Henley Homes Australia at lunch. 2 for 145 in Gaul after winning the toss and electing to bat. And yes, Steve Smith has got to 10,000 runs in Test cricket off his first ball, as Tom Morris said, playing the ball up to mid-on and pretty much running on the shot. So he becomes the 4th Australian to get to 10,000 Test runs. So he's now in pretty rare air, isn't it? Ponting borders Steve Waugh and now Steve Smith, the 15th overall in world cricket. So just sort of getting things underway. It's Adam White and Josh Jenkins with you through the lunch break. Bryce McGain will join us live from Sri Lanka shortly. But Josh, I'll just go through exactly how it all unfolded. Australia winning the toss and, as I said, electing to bat. From a team selection point of view, as we expected, Travis Head opened the batting. Josh Inglis becomes the debutant, batting at number 5. So he got Travis Head's spot at number 5, with Head taking Constance's spot, opening the batting. And the other change was that Todd Murphy got the last bowling spot ahead of Scott Bowling. So the bowling lineup will be Stark, Webster, Lyon, Kuhnemann and Murphy. So 3 spinners, one fast bowler and an all-rounder. And as I said, Josh Inglis to make his debut. So the card, 2 for 145. Head out for 57 off just 40 balls. So it was 1 for 92 off just 14.3 overs. Marnus Labuschagne the second to go. He rode his luck but never looked comfortable. So that form slump continues really for Marnus. 20 off 50 balls. He's just not the player he once was. 2 for 135 at the dismissal of the second wicket. And then Steve Smith was dropped on 1 after getting his 10,000th run. So he could also be back in the pavilion before lunch. Khawaja also dropped on 54. He's 65 not out. Smith 2 not out. It's fair to say there was plenty going on.
There was, Whitey. Good to be with you. We can add this to the CV.
But cricket expert Josh Jenkins.
I mean, it's 2 for 145, and I'm looking forward to speaking to Bryce McGain about it. Ultimately, in elite sport, you either take your chances when they're presented or you don't. And Sri Lanka have had chances to have broken the back of the Australian batting order. They haven't. If you had to give an Australia 2 for 150, close enough to, they would take that every day of the week. So
yeah, that's right. So it looks like Australia in control at 2 for 145.
Doesn't tell the full
overs,
story.
It doesn't. So as you said, drop catches, a missed run-out opportunity. They didn't go upstairs for one. They should have from an LBW situation. So, yes, a lot has been going on. Bryce McGain is over there covering it for SEN Test Cricket, and he joins us now. Bryce, it's been a fascinating start. Lots going on.
Yeah, lots of action and set up really nicely. Travis Head, he slipped on the cap after 6 overs, so that was pretty exciting in itself. And he just opened up the play. He just batted beautifully. He punished any loose delivery. He was willing to give away his stumps. He cut across as the ball was going onto the stumps from Jai Surya. He punched that through the offside. Some of the early shots that he played off the quicking Fernando, the way he just whipped one through mid-wicket, not turned it to fine leg, he just stood up and punished it through mid-wicket. There were some incredible shots there, but unfortunately, he went one too many. He got to 57 and then tried to take on the man in the deep at long on. So I think in hindsight, as he walked off, he was incredibly frustrated with himself.
If you want to give us a call, 1300 736 736 with your observations from the opening session, or send us a text 0433 98 11 16. So paint the picture for us, Bryce. What are the conditions like? Your thoughts on the pitch, how it will play over the next 4 or 5 days, and the weather. Just take us to Gaul, even though we'd all love to be there with you.
Yeah, it's certainly very balmy. It's very humid. There's no doubt about that. Early on the first hour, it was really hot. The sun was out. It was fierce, and down on ground level, it was really, really uncomfortable for not only the players, but all the presentation to start with and all the entourage that's out there around the toss of the coin and so forth. But look, the cloud cover has come in, so it's quite comfortable now. There's a bit of a sea breeze that's coming through, so it's not stifling hot. Still very humid, of course. But what we're seeing with the pitch conditions, they're certainly changing. It is taking some spin now, and it was Jeffrey Van der Sale, the older leggy, mid-30s. He's short in stature, but not short on revs on the ball. There's no doubt about that, Whitey. He got his first ball to rip past the outside edge. It was nearly the ball of the century for Sri Lanka. Just beat the outside edge, beat the off stump, and it could have been something really special against Marnus early on. But I think that played in the back of Marnus's head throughout the innings that there's going to be an amazing ball. So he was able, with a leg, he was able to get most of the spin out of the surface. So look, it's setting up really nicely. Pitch conditions. It looks like batting's going to be a bit more of a challenge. I like the Australian strategy of getting Travis Head up there, and Usman Khawaja went along for the ride as well, and he wasn't slow by any means. Now he's just batting more to his tempo and being a bit watchful.
Bryce, if you're just finishing work here in Australia, 5:30 or 5:45, and you're checking the scores for the first time as an Aussie fan, you're thinking, well, 2 for 145, perfect, but doesn't tell the true story, does it? A couple of opportunities. Sri Lanka should really be bowling to Inglis and Webster, guys who have played one test between them. So from Sri Lanka's point of view, their perspective, they've really missed an opportunity to get right into the heart of the Australian batting lineup and to see whether there was going to be some resistance from guys who haven't played much cricket.
Yeah, spot on, JJ. And the hardest thing by any batsman, let alone Australian, anyone around the world, is getting into these conditions and starting. Had a chat with Simon Katich before play and said how uncomfortable that must be, and he just agreed so much that getting out there, the ball's spinning around, you've got guys close in fielding, you don't know how the ball's going to react, you've got to get your feet moving. So they really had those opportunities early on. Labuschagne, a little missed run out from short leg as he went to work the ball there, took off down the wicket, and it was pretty straightforward from about 3 or 4 metres away, to be perfectly honest. It all happened in a hurry, but it was a missed chance. And then the drop catches. Khawaja pushed forward. Jai Surya got the outside edge, and De Silva put it down at slip. And then the second one of those, Smith, after scoring his 10,000th run, went down the wicket to do the same thing. Jai Surya, the bowler, is once again caught and bowled, hit the hands and spilled out, and he was filthy with himself. So there's certainly some opportunities to have Australia certainly 3, 4, even 5 down if they took all of them. So it would have had a different complexion here at the lunch interval if that was the case.
All right, Bryce, you know, I like to ask you the quick questions. Give me quick answers. And a lot of these are reflective of the texts that are coming through 0433 98 11 16. You happy with the decision not to play Constas?
I'm comfortable with it. Yeah, I think it's okay. He'll get his opportunity. It'll be a great learning environment here. It's not to say he won't play in the second test, but this is the opening partnership they wanted exactly for what we saw. Travis Head being ultra aggressive.
57 off 40 balls for Travis Head. Labuschagne, he was lucky to get as many as he did, to be frank. 20 off 50 balls, but could have been out 4 or 5 times in that 50 balls. Did you see anything different, or is it more of the same from Marnus, who just can't seem to recapture that form from a couple of years ago?
Yeah, looked a little stodgy on his feet. Forward defence, lunging forward like a sick cow at times. It looked pretty vulnerable and got beaten with the outside edge. He's going to need a different plan, whether that be to sweep and manoeuvre the field, use his feet a bit more, have the confidence to come down. We know he can, but probably needs to just work on that strategy off a ball off a good length.
Does the seagull agree with you, or is he arguing with you?
He's nodding. I tell you what, we're on the roof here, and I reckon the crows live up here. We're sitting literally in a crow's nest, and they're around everywhere and making us a little nervous. There was about 1,000 of them on the ground. There's no little seagulls like there are around Melbourne. There's about 1,000 crows as they took the covers off this morning. They were just farming out, and it's a smorgasbord of worms coming up out of the ground. So they had a feast. Now they're up hassling us commentators.
Todd Murphy ahead of Scott Boland. I know it was a decision that they didn't make until this morning. How close was that to going the other way? And do you like the call to bring in a third regulation spinner?
Yeah, I think I do. Hindsight's lovely, of course. You know, win the toss, bat first. Then we've got the 3-spin armoury and to come. So I'm really comfortable with it. Look, there aren't too many players that take 10 wickets in a test match and get dropped from the next test your team plays. So, you know, I feel for Scott Boland, but I think the decision's right. Both teams have gone in with one quick 3-spin and then, you know, whatever they make up with the all-rounders. The all-rounder who'll bowl seam up for us, Bo Webster and Angelo Matthews can. Although he's not bowling that much now, he can bowl seam up, but I think they'll just be rotating their spinners around.
Bryce, in line with you know, selection, and I think we spoke to you last night about, you know, picking a team that is solely responsible for winning right here, right now, and then having an eye to the future. You know, you're around both teams, but certainly the Australian team. What sort of a sense do you get? What level of intensity? We spoke about the potential for that emotional letdown after a big series. How sort of locked in, how zoned in does the Australian cricket team feel to you, being able to be quite close to them?
Yeah, JJ, it was just yesterday we spoke about that together, and look, it was interesting. Got an opportunity just to hover around the nets and just see how they are. No, that was a really focused net session yesterday. Often the day before can be pretty relaxed and pretty chilled. No, they used every moment, all the batsmen in facing the net bowlers and also their own bowlers and also a few on the winger. Mitch Starc didn't bowl the day before, and that's understandable. But no, they look really focused. They look calm. They look organised. They look to be having good discussions around that net session as well. So just good strategic batting plan discussions. You could see, you know, really calm Andrew McDonald getting around to the players, even to Steve Smith about, you know, some of the strategy they're looking at. They have spent a lot of time around the wicket before they made their final call with the team. But, no, all in all, they look really comfortable, really relaxed, which is how they're going to play their best cricket. So I don't think there's any risk of that mental fatigue that we spoke about yesterday, JJ.
I hope you've been kind to that bird that we can no longer hear. Yeah. I hope you haven't done something you shouldn't have, Bryce. Just two quick ones before we let you go. Just on Steve Smith getting that 10,000 runs. It was a bit of an anticlimax, obviously, getting stuck on 9,999. You know, it was a pretty sort of relaxed celebration on getting the 10,000 because it was only one not out, but he's got it. I think that's the key. He's the fourth Australian to get there, and now he can worry about getting a score, I guess.
No, yeah, exactly. Look, I think he just wanted to get it done quickly, and he did. He ran down the wicket and worked it to mid-on, and, you know, it wasn't that deep, but he took the single on, and, well, Usman knew his role. Get up the other end as fast as you can, take the run and be ready to run quickly. They certainly got it done first ball, so that was really pleasing. And look, I think internally he, you know, it's probably, I'm not saying there's sleepless nights, but it probably has played on his mind for some time. Looking forward to get it done quickly and then get on with the game. But no, good support here from the Australians, and, you know, a special moment. 10,000 test runs is quite extraordinary, and there are very few players, and puts him in the upper echelon of Test cricketers all time. So a huge congratulations to Steve Smith.
And just one final one, Bryce. Just on the pitch, what do you think it will do? It looked pretty flat, but then once the spinners started, you could see there's plenty of turn there. But it's slow turn. What do you think it'll do as the game progresses?
Yeah, I can't see it quickening up, but what I am seeing now, we can see where the players' foot marks have sort of gone out there. There's some dark patches. I'm not saying they're cavernous holes just yet, but it looks like it's going to dry out pretty quickly, and it is taking some turns. So more of the same. Probably the ball more inconsistent bounce. A few have kept a bit low, and a few have stood up a little bit as well, albeit quite slowly. So the bowlers will certainly be firing the ball into the pitch a bit more from now. I think early on with the new ball, Sri Lanka experimented with flight and things like that. That's when the Australians really hopped into them, hitting them over the top down the ground. So, yeah, look, I'd expect there to be more spin, more bowling into the pitch, and letting that natural variation take charge.
All right, I'll let you go and get some lunch and get ready for the second session. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, guys. Always a pleasure.
Bryce McGain joining us there live from Gaul, and of course every ball live on SEN Test Cricket. The second session to get underway in around about 20 minutes from now. So before we take a break and go back to Gaul, just a couple of texts coming through off the text machine, 0433 98 11 16. Boland being dropped is very stiff. If Cummins was on the tour, they would have had to play him and Stark. That's from Tim. Not necessarily. I mean, they could have very easily just played Cummins and Stark would have missed out as well. Stark has got a good record in the subcontinent, the ability to swing the ball and also potentially reverse swing. So maybe they would have gone with two fast
Equally,
bowlers.
You've got a problem if you're dropping players that aren't unlucky. Because
yeah, that's true.
Because that's a sign of a really good team. You almost selection integrity and selection pressure is a sign of a good team.
Yeah, definitely. And again, I stressed this last night. You've just got to totally disregard what has happened in Australia because these are totally different conditions.
And that's very hard to do, particularly for those who aren't locked in on cricket in terms of conditions and what each series asks of the team.
Yeah, so Andrew McDonald and George Bailey as a combination are very keen on being a bit brave with selection to select teams based on conditions and who they're playing against. And we've seen that in India and we've seen it certainly here. There's a text that's just come in here whether it'll be the same pitch for both tests in Gaul. I mean, that's the mail that they'll go that way, but that's only on the basis that Australia play poorly against the spin to give Sri Lanka a chance of winning. So, we saw Labuschagne struggle a little bit. Khawaja has been pretty good. Travis Head got out to spin but played it pretty easily.
Played well, yeah.
And we talked about this last night. Would Australia open with the spin at least from one end? Well, Sri Lanka have done it, so there's every chance that Australia will do the same thing.
Looked like Travis Head couldn't get the cap on quick enough, could it?
No,
the old
it's always
school
a good look, isn't it?
With the moustache as well.
That's right.
I reckon he would have probably not even had time to sweat in that helmet.
Yes, so just repeating the news and the scores at lunch before we head back to Gaul. Australia winning the toss and electing to bat. So Travis Head did open the batting and made 57 off just 40 balls. So he batted like Sam Constas did on Boxing Day. Josh Inglis to make his debut, so he got the number 5 spot, and Todd Murphy got the last bowling spot ahead of his fellow Victorian Scott Boland. So that bowling lineup, whenever it is that Australia bowl, will be Stark and Webster, and then the 3 spinners of Lyon, Kuhnemann and Murphy. At lunch, Australia 2 for 145. I mentioned Head out for 57. Marnus Labuschagne out for 20. That opening partnership of 92 from just 14.3 overs. Khawaja is 65 not out. Smith, he did get his 10,000th run. He is 2 not out. Khawaja, lucky to be there. He was dropped on 54. So all sorts of things happening in the first session at Gaul. And after the break, we're heading back for the second session, headed by Adam Collins, Bryce McGain, Tom Morris, Simon Katich, Bharat Sundaresan. I think Peter Lawler's there as well. So they're all there. That's where we're heading next.
Up to 25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $615,000. Live from Gaul. This is the first test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Restless nights impacting your day? Relieve restless sleep with Blackmore's Deep Sleep at Chemist Warehouse. Always read the label and follow the directions for use. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
You wouldn't send your best player out onto the field without the right support, and you wouldn't let your fleet of vehicles or machinery hit the road or worksite without a premium lubricant. Give your fleet the right support with Sinopec's premium lubricant. Sinopec have been kicking goals for Australian fleets for over 13 years without compromise on quality. Make the right switch for your fleet today and discover the Sinopec difference at sinopeconline.com.au.
With over 350 locations Australia-wide, Metro Petroleum is the perfect place to rest and refuel on your journey. They've teamed up with Mr. Whippy and launched brand new Mr. Whippy ice cream cups in vanilla bean and chocolate flavours. Thirsty? Simply scan the QR code after purchasing any two 600ml Powerade varieties for only $7.50 during February for your chance to instantly win one of 25 $200 active vouchers. So fill up and treat yourself and your Valentine this February at Metro Petroleum.
Toolkit Depot helps tradies get back to work with deals on top brand tools for every trade. No need to shop around. You can rely on our price beat promise for the lowest back to work prices. Get all the gear you need in store or shop online at Toolkit Depot. T's and C's apply.
At Blunston, we've always kept moving, so the people who wear our boots can do the same. Our work and safety range is built for anything the day throws at you. From a long day on the worksite to tackling the rugged terrain on the farm and everything in between. Blunston has you covered. Engineered tough with next-gen technology and award-winning design. Our work and safety boots provide protection and comfort all day long. Blunston, building the future. Find your local retailer at blunston.com.au.
Hi, Kev Sheedy here, a long-time ambassador of Essendon BMW. The new BMW X3 has landed at Essendon BMW and it's an absolute game changer. Built to explore, stylish and packed with performance, this is the ultimate machine for those who demand more from every drive. So what are you waiting for? Located in Essendon Fields, head into Essendon BMW today, meet the team and take the new BMW X3 for a spin. It's time to up your driving game. LMCT 0011 700.
Beacon Trade. We're a true partner that always has your back. And when you're a Beacon tradie, you're part of a crew that's got you covered with great quality products and the best warranties. At Beacon Trade, we walk with you, work with you, by your side on every job. We've got the gear to get the job done. Everything for the residential home, lighting, electrical, and Australia's biggest range of fans. We've got your back. Beacon Trade. Never work alone.
My name is Nick and I've been with Tobin Brothers about 35 years and my role is that of General Manager.
My name is Wendy Goy and I'm the Human Resources and Training Manager and I've been here getting on for 30 years.
My name is Gerald. I'm a Senior Coordinator here at Tobin Brothers.
Angela Wilson. I'm part of the accounts team.
My name's Stephen Tobin. I'm a funeral planner here.
Rebecca. I am currently a funeral planner.
Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. Tyre Power stores are owned and operated by local families. We're part of the local community and we understand the cost of living pressures, which is why we're here to help you save by getting the power of lower prices so you can stay safe on the roads. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Up to $25,000 off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $615,000. Live from Gaul. This is the first test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
His ball's fallen head, hits it over wide mid-wicket for 6. It's gone the whole way, just over the rope. It was tossed up and Travis Head cleared the front leg and he didn't hold back. That's tossed up. Head yorks himself, but he'll still find one to mid on, and that brings up his half century. Travis Head, he's done it in quick time. 35 deliveries against the new ball. He loves batting at the top of the order in the subcontinent.
Jayasuriya bowls over the wicket. Head catches the call down towards long on, and it is taken on the rope.
Sweep shot from Khawaja. That'll bring up his half century to deep backward square. He's done well. Just for a single. 71 deliveries, Usman Khawaja. Wide of the crease, Van der Stay. Edge and out. Labuschagne's really struggled to the leg spinner. He came wide of the crease. He celebrates with vigour. Labuschagne opened the face, and it's caught at first slip by the captain. He departs for 20. Smith, the right-hander, facing Jayasuriya. He bowls. Smith hits it to mid-on and he'll scamper through for one. 10,000 test runs for Steve Smith. The Aussie fans stand and applaud in the crowd. It's a precious moment for an unconventional but incredible player. He raises the bat, Steve Smith.
The second session for Work Locker. Get back to work in style with Work Locker, Karen Downs and Pakenham.
Welcome back to Gaul, Australia 2 for 145. If we thought the summer was action-packed, the first session just replicated that. There was drop catches, missed DRSs, 10,000 test runs for Steve Smith and half centuries to Usman Khawaja, who's not out on 65, and Travis Head, who was dismissed for 57 from just 40 balls, 10 fours and 1 6 for Travis Head earlier today. He played his role superbly at the top of the order against the new ball. Marnus Labuschagne was the second wicket, caught at first slip off the leg spin bowling of Van der Sey for 20 from 50. And as I mentioned, Steve Smith needed 1 run to get to 10,000 as the 15th player in Test history to do it. And he did so with a cheeky single to mid-on. And he was dropped a couple of balls later off the bowling of Jai Surya. Also from Jai Surya, it was a caught and bowled opportunity. Bharat Sundaresan is alongside of me. Every time we talk, Bharat, so much has happened. In that first session, there was 32 overs. If that can be replicated across the next, 9 days and 2 sessions, we're in for some sort of a series. No, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong mic. Go that microphone. Yep. Give you 1 sec here. Apologies.
That's the right one.
Yes, Baz, you got
There you go. Now, look, we knew it's going to be fast and furious cricket. That's just how it plays out here in Gaul. The pitch, honestly, hasn't really been a raging turner. It hasn't ragged, as they say. But there have been a few balls which have been extraordinary. The first ball from Jeffrey Van der Sey to Marnus Labuschagne could easily have been the ball of this century if it had hit the top of off. But we've seen everything. Travis Head going berserk at the start. Usman Khawaja playing a very stylish innings, using his feet using his crease. He's hit down the ground, he's cut, he's pulled. He's played a classy innings at his end. And then the spinners coming into their own. Prabhat Jayasuriya could have had 3 wickets by now. There was the LBW shout to Asita Fernando early on, which Sri Lanka did not review. And then Jeffrey Van der Sey setting up Marnus and getting him out before Steve Smith provided the moment of the day by getting to run number 10,000. Didn't waste any time, did he?
No, he didn't waste any time. He spoke to Channel 7 after he reached that 10,000 run mark at the lunch break.
He didn't waste any time with that.
No, yeah, fortunately hit that one in the gap, so yeah, nice to get that one away, yeah.
What is the feeling? Is it relief or do you reflect?
No, nothing right now. I'm just trying to focus on batting, to be honest, so no, nice to tick that off.
And what are the conditions like out there?
Yeah, a bit of spin, bit of skid as well, so yeah, it's quite challenging. I thought the guys played really nicely that first session.
And the play at comfort levels must be tough?
Yeah, it's pretty humid. I'm probably due for a glove change and I faced about 5 balls, so yeah, all good.
All right, best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thanks.
Thanks to Tom Wilson and Steve Smith for that. 10,000 test runs. Just give us an insight. Can you broaden the scope here, Bharat? What does 10,000 test runs, do you think, mean to Steve Smith? And you know him better than most in the media.
Look, I mean, he just loves batting, isn't he? He lives to bat. And he says he doesn't believe in milestones. A lot of cricketers, a lot of athletes do say that. But it would have meant a lot to him, the way he started his test career. And I think it's just a celebration of an elite athlete succeeding by doing it his own way. He found a unique way very early on in his career, stuck with it stubbornly at times, and the fact that he scored these 10,000 runs across all conditions in every country, his record is terrific. Obviously he's dominated at home, but he's dominated in the subcontinent, and yeah, I mean, he's kind of provided his unique blueprint to everyone else out there, young or old, that you can create your own blueprint for success. And I think it's a great success story, Steve Smith. And he's not done yet. I think he's been in peak batting form throughout the summer. We saw more of it towards the latter half when he made those 2 back-to-back hundreds. And he looks very, very hungry still.
What I love about Steve Smith is the ultimate problem solver. So he doesn't always look beautiful. In fact, he rarely looks beautiful, but he's highly efficient. And whichever conditions he plays, you're backing him to score runs. And there are great players of the past, all-time greats, that's struggled in a particular country or two. Steve Smith can look around the globe and he might say, well, he hasn't performed that well in South Africa. He only averages 41. Obviously, that's the scene of something that was less desirable for him across his career. But he's really performed in all conditions.
Yes.
And that is the mark of not just a great, but a generational great.
And speaking of problem solving, he's always been better every time he's gone to whichever country it is, whether it's England. You see how his record's gone better and better and better across all conditions. You compare him, his runs in India in 2013, and then when he came back in 2017, he was a completely different batter. He dominated that series, that great 100 in Pune, which I still think is one of the best I've seen on a ranked turner. And then the same here, Sri Lanka, he's had his troubles like every other Australian batter. In Gaul in 2016, comes back and makes 100. And that's just the genius, the glory of Steve Smith. And, I think he'll be one of those batters, Tommy. We appreciate him a lot now. I mean, he defines this generation. But I think we'll appreciate him even more once he's done. He's that kind of cricketer. It's tough to comprehend how he's managed to do what he's done with the most difficult technique to replicate. I remember saying this a few years ago. Manas is a great role model. It's an easier role model to have, but Steve Smith is a greater role model to have.
Yeah, I think if Steve Smith was growing up now, trying to copy how Steve Smith, the adult, bats, that he wouldn't be able to, because it's so unique and it's so different, and he does adjust it depending on the conditions that he's playing in. The other element here is Gaul is a ground where milestones happen. Warren 500, Murali 800, Smith 10,000. How fitting is that, especially given that Steve Smith, as a blonde young leg spinner, was seen potentially for a while as the successor to Shane Warne?
Oh, very much so. I mean, that's only the millionth time we've heard that in the last couple of days about Steve Smith and how he started his career. And you're right. I mean, he's just where he started. Probably if we had to rewind the clock, how many people would have given him a chance to make 3,000 test runs, 2,000 test runs, forget 10,000 test runs, going back to 2010. But, that's just what he's done. He's just not just found a way, but he's stuck with it, and he's improved that way every time he's got his chance.
Back in the day when you used to upload Facebook albums, I was at Steve Smith's debut at Lord's, same debut as Tim Payne.
Yes.
And I took a photo of Steve Smith with my digital camera, and I put it on Facebook, and a few of my friends replied, and one of my replies was, I reckon Smith will average 40 and take 250 test wickets. And it gets screenshotted into our groups quite often.
Oh, right.
Because just how wrong I was. But no one could have envisaged what he's been able to achieve. No one.
Just go back, Photoshop it and say Steve Smith will make 10,000 test runs.
Imagine that. The other element in the first session was the missed DRS early, Baz. Sitha Fernando went for 28 off his 3 overs. But the last ball, the 18th ball he bowled, should have had Travis Head LBW. It was given not out. And they didn't go upstairs, and that could have changed the complexion of the first session as well.
Yeah, because Travis Head's already set the tone for this series for Australia, and yes, they got those 2 wickets, but 145 runs on a pitch which is starting to turn, because we have to talk about the surface as well. The tackiness seems to have gone. The sun's been beating down on it. The ball's gripping a lot more, and I think there will be a lot more turn. So what Travis Head was able to do after he got that early reprieve could well have set this game up already for Australia.
Intriguing second section coming up here from Gaul. Adam Collins and Bryce McGain will start proceedings for you. Just a reminder, Australia 2 for 145. Steve Smith has 10,001 test runs. He's 2 not out. Usman Khawaja is 65. Colo and Bryce will be with you in a few moments' time.
G'day there, and crews are on the ground in Braybrook following a crash on Ballarat Road inbound after Duke Street. 2 left-hand lanes are out of action. Take Devonshire Road or Churchill Avenue instead. Otherwise, there's been a crash on the Ring Road Altona bound on the Ballarat Road entry ramp, and a crash in Footscray on Droop Street southbound at Geelong Road. The Volkswagen Blue Carpet event is now on. Get a great deal on the T-Cross Life, available from $35,990 drive away. T's and C's apply at volkswagen.com.au. And that's the latest SEN traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Adam Collins back with you. Bryce McGain with me. A very busy first session here at the Gaul International Cricket Stadium. 2 for 145. Australia win at 4.53 runs per over. Now, Travis Head galloped to 57 from 40 balls. He was the first to fall when the score was 92. Hold out to long on from the bowling of Jayasuriya. Labuschagne caught it first slip. Lovely piece of bowling from Jeffrey Van der Say. It was 2 for 135. They put on 43, Khawaja and Labuschagne. Khawaja moved to 50. He's on 65 at the moment as they walk back out onto the field now. 65 from 98 balls. Did get a chance, was put down by Dananjaya de Silva at slip, but he's still there. And Steve Smith is 2. The first run was his 10,000th in Test cricket. He should have been out for 1. Caught the bowl. Jayasuriya put him down as well, but he's 2 not out. So this pair have put on 10 as I welcome Bryce back as we are about to launch into things again for Henley Holmes.
Colo, and the news is that the sun's peeking out again and it's getting fiercely hot.
Yes.
So the lunch break and probably the hour leading into it was overcast and very pleasant conditions, albeit a bit humid, and but the sea breeze was lovely. Now it's getting a lot warmer, less breeze, and the sun is out. So
it's going to be a hothouse in here as well in our little tent by the end of the day.
Oh yeah, yep, I'm feeling that already.
So 32 overs in the first session because they've been able to throw the ball to Jayasuriya from the get-go, and that's looking like the approach for the second stanza as well. Jayasuriya will start from the Gul Fort end. Steve Smith batting in the baggy green. Love to see it. A little bit that on strikers end. Khawaja batting in the lid. Such an important opportunity this for Khawaja, having past 50, having had to wait such a long time since the last time he posted 3 figures for Australia. Got to go back to Edgbaston 2023 for that. So to restart, to build into this and to make sure that Australia make the very most of the start they've enjoyed this morning. Just waiting for umpire Gaffney to tell the players to crack on. He does so here. So a slip and a short leg. Jayasuriya, 3 men back. Bowls to Khawaja, left arm over. Khawaja in behind it defensively. Nice start. So a deep backward point sweeping on the offside in our blind spot. Let's see what we got over here. Deep backward square and a conventional deep square and a long on as well where the Australians are in front of the fort. Jayasuriya bowls. Khawaja goes back to pull. Bisects the 2 sweepers, but, well, not quite bisects. Just right of Karunaratne, who collects it. They get through for an easy single. So the Australian fans, I've got mates who are out there at the moment who are enjoying themselves on the hill, saying it's a great atmosphere, very boisterous out there in the sun. As Pete Lalor observed earlier, far more Australians here than there are Sri Lankan fans, which is odd, but I suppose partly a function of this being a bit of a destination test match, right? Like people want to come to Gaul. Jayasuriya around the wicket to Smith. Forward defending to cover. So for Smith, slip, short leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, catching cover, backward point, deep point, and a deep square leg sweeping over to our left. Jayasuriya bowls to Smith, who defends again to cover, no run.
There's a lot to get through for Smith in between balls because there isn't much time, and he's got to get through all the jitters, touch the top of the pads, punch the gloves into himself, punch the handle of the bat, and then be ready to go. It's all a bit rushed.
Jayasuriya wider on the crease. Smith goes straight back over his head. It's more an up and under. Doesn't quite go the distance, but it does go for 4. No, it does go. My apologies. It must have just cleared the sponge at the far end of the ground. Held up in the breeze, hitting into the wind. That was how Travis Head found himself in strife earlier on today, but had just enough elevation. We'll see it back on our replay screen here. So with mid-on and mid-off both up, it was a safe stroke. And it landed just over the sponge. So 6 runs for Steve Smith to get himself going after lunch. Jayasuriya to him here, and Smith defends. That's the 150 as well for Australia. 2 for 152 the score. Smith's on 8. That completes the 33rd over, defending out to the offside. And that's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Your back-to-school expert. Unbeatable deals on laptops, tablets, headphones and more. Best brands and best prices guaranteed. So no concerns there from Smith hitting into the wind there, Bryce.
No, quite courageous to come down, and he didn't really get to the pitch of it. And as you called it, spot on, it was a bit more of an up and under. So he just went through with the shot, mid-on and mid-off up. And then immediately they'd actually then settled to put the long off back. And just early in Smith's innings, it's not a bad thing to get him to come down and take that big risk. Because there has been some deliveries that have turned and gripped a bit.
So Nishan Peras is going to take up the attack from our pavilion end to Khawaja. Slip and a short leg. Bowls here. We drift into the pad. Spins away slightly. Worked into the offside off the front foot. Gets one straight away. Khawaja 67, 2 for 153.
Yeah, Perez probably wasn't at his best early on. He just adapted, took the new ball from the northern end here, the pavilion end call. Is that what we call it, the pavilion end?
Yeah. City end's the other descriptor, I think.
Yep. But missed his lengths quite a bit and was scored off quite heavily, but different situation here now.
It's got a slip and a short leg for Smith. Bowls here. Smith goes back and rides the bounce. No run.
Gee, some good drift. He's bowling into the breeze. Breeze coming from the south, from the fort. And that one did drift and drop. Smith watchful. Long on his back, mid-off is up.
The only real sharp turn we've seen, the Shan bowls to Smith, who gets down the track and punches to long on for one. Easy single at that. He's 9. 2 for 154 has been from Jeffrey Van der Sade. The spin from the two finger spinners has been less penetrative, shall we say.
Yeah, yep, that's exactly right. That first ball by Van der Sade.
Yes. Bowls again here, flights it up. Khawaja catches it on the half volley, knocks it down to long off where there's a sweeper. There's a sweeper everywhere when Kawaja's on strike. I'm not quite sure about that approach, letting him take the singles as easily as that straight after the lunch break. He's 68, 2 for 155. And indeed, another sweeper's gone out for Smith as well. 3 back on the leg side and a deep backward point. Smith, his flat bats it down to long on for 1. Easy as you like. He's double figures with that shot. 10 for Smith, 2 for 156. All a bit too easy here after lunch, no pressure.
Yeah, it is. And the no-risk singles, just hitting the ball to the sweeper. Both batsmen are taking what Sri Lanka are presenting, and that's easy scoring opportunities to get back into the field of the wicket.
The Shan bowls, fraction shorter. Khawaja goes back and places it to mid-wicket. It's the end of the over. 34 gone, 2 for 156 with Khawaja on 68, Smith on 10, and our coverage is for Henley Holmes.
Streets are getting a little crazy. Look here. Look, shorty got back. Should I ask her for a dance? Hold on, there's too many in the wolf pack.
The all-electric Kia EV5 with built-in cooled storage and long-range option with up to 555 kilometres of range. The Kia EV5. Visit kia.com.au to find out more.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Our middle session is for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. It's Adam Collins and Bryce McGain with you on the call. Prabhat Jayasuriya bowling to Steve Smith out in the middle. From the forward end, bowls here, Smith forward defending to cover. No single. Those fielders that short cover and short mid-wicket have had a lot of touches in this test match already.
They have. They're key fielders for the spin bowling strategy.
Jayasuriya, simple approach. Bowls to Smith, defends again. Another touch for Kimindu Mendes at cover. Got leather poisoning. Get the 3 Brownlow votes for that many touches. Sorry, shouldn't say that. Get in trouble. Around the wicket. Jayasuriya is ever to the right-handed Smith, who defends, and the process is the same. Out to cover. Kimindu fielding once more.
So they have kept the long off back, and that's all Smith wanted. To come down, you got mid on, mid off up. I'm happy to take the risk early, and then I've got a single. If you over pitch, I've got an easy single down the ground.
Jayasuriya gets into it here, bowls, and Smith defends to cover.
A lot of subtle variation, Jayasuriya, the tall left armour.
It's an amazing
change of pace and length.
Yeah.
Just subtle. It's not overt.
I mean, the record's tremendous. The story's a belter. Bowls again, and Smith defends, albeit with one hand off the bat. Extra bounce there. The way that he was plucked from basic obscurity. I mean, he had played limited overs cricket for Sri Lanka, but he was nowhere near the test squad when Dimith Karunaratne, who was captain at the time, said, I want this bloke playing when they had a bout of COVID through the squad last time we were here in 22, and the rest is history, really. Finishing here, Jayasuriya, Fuller, and Smith outside part of the bat, out to backward point, a maiden. Haven't been many. That might be the first of the test match. 2 for 156, Smith 10, Khawaja 68, and our coverage is for Henley Holmes.
Hi,
Kev Sheedy here. I've been proud to support SEN and BMW for years. And let me tell you, their range of electric vehicles is something else. These machines are innovative, efficient, and an absolute pleasure to drive. BMW's cutting-edge EVs combine sustainability, performance, and that unmistakable sheer driving pleasure. If you've been thinking about making the switch, now's the time. Get down to SEN and BMW today. Check out the range, take one for a drive, and see for yourself what the future of driving feels like. LMCT 0011700.
That was the first maiden of the match. It took Sri Lanka 35 overs to send down 6 consecutive dot balls in an over. Good on them. Here is Nishan Perez starting his fresh set. To Khawaja on the hip. There won't be a maiden here because there's at least one, possibly two at the deep backward square. Just the one. They call off the chase of the second. Khawaja 68. 2 for 100. Make that 69, sorry. 2 for 157.
And it probably just indicates they haven't been able to hone in ball after ball after ball. They do need to, in these circumstances, be able to bowl a few tight overs together and build a bit of pressure on the Australian batsmen.
Isham bowls and Smith goes back to defend. Well, a big part of the success here at Gaul has been the squeeze that Jayasuriya have been able to provide them from the forward end. He basically bowls half the test match every time they play here. Bowls here, Paris, and going back defensively.
Just set and forget.
Offside, Smith. Yeah, it's the definition of set and forget. But yeah, great story. His record at this ground's unbelievable. Fastest Sri Lankan to 100 test wickets. Third most test wickets at Gaul. Or Smith inside edge, but there's no one at, well, it would have bisected leg slip and short leg anyway. It's very rare you see a leg gully per se, but still that's the direction the ball goes. Smith gets 1. 2 for 159. Very sunny now again, glary. He's 11, Smith. The car takes off behind us. Round the wicket to Khawaja, extra flight, well bowled, well played. Kamindu at cover does the tidying up. Threatens to throw with him with his left hand. Of course, Kamindu's ambidextrous. He can throw and bowl with both right and left arm.
Such a valuable fielder at that key spot, that short cover.
Nishan Khawaja, who rides the bounce and takes it out to deep backward square for an easy single. Advances to the 70s. 2 for 159, and it completes the over as well. Our middle session is for work locker, Karen Downs and Pakenham.
A crash on the Ring Road Altona bound to avoid. That's on the Ballarat Road entry ramp. It is closed. Enter from Furlong Road instead. Otherwise, there's a prang in Hallam, Princess Highway eastbound after the South Gippy Freeway. And there's delays following a crash on the Westgate Freeway outbound at Montague Street. Dan Murphy's don't match prices. They beat them. Like Penfold's Bin 389 Cabernet Sauvignon Shiraz 2022, just $94.90. Ends Thursday. Choose to drink wise. T's and C's apply. And Kane and Kingy are back in 2025 for Fireball on Mondays and Fridays. Starts this Friday morning on SEN.
Henley Mainview Collection prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. I mentioned the cars we can hear behind us in our commentary position. When we were here 3 years ago, it was a very different noise we were hearing behind us as the protests were taking place out on the street near the railway station between here and the ground. Bowling here is Jayasuriya to Khawaja using his feet, pushing a mid-wicket, no run. It was an extraordinary time to be here. There was some civil disobedience where everyone brought their gas canisters out to the ground and they linked them up around the ground on the outside. So you'd see these gas canisters all the way around Gaul Stadium.
Right.
And then when they weren't allowed to go to Colombo for the official national protest because they stopped all the trains and buses running that day for that reason, they decided to do one of their own. And that's where they retook the fort past machine guns. They went past to go up to the fort. Jayasuriya bowls. Khawaja goes back and plays down the ground for 1 to long on. 71, 2 for 160. I hasten to add, I'm not suggesting for a moment that anyone was commissioning those guns to be turned on the people, but it's more that they were armed guards up on the fort because the people have been told not to go up there and protest. And once they'd finished up there was about 500 people up there. About 10,000 people behind us on the roads were out there chanting until 10 o'clock at night. It was remarkable to see.
Gee.
It was so loud. It was the soundtrack of a full day of Test cricket in 2022. Bowling here's Jayasuriya and Smith driving hard and square for 4. Indeed through cover. It was the man at deep point that tried to cut it off but had no chance. That was a great shot. Smith building here up to 15, 2 for 164.
Yeah, a flighted delivery and over-pitched. and was dealt with by Smith. Not what you want to feel when you're in there at short point, I suppose. Fernando in there, the opening bat. He ducked for cover. Cover didn't have a play at it. And the sweeper had no play either. Terrific batting by Smith.
Smith.
It's proactive batting, Colo.
Yeah, indeed it is. 145 not out in the first innings last time they played here in 2022, Smith. Jayasuriya to him. Smith dancing and clipping out to deep square leg for another single. 16 for him, 2 for 165. That's the same test I was referring to before. And they did leave runs out there. They lost 5 for 35 in the first innings, Australia. And Smith, who was in complete control, didn't get the lower order support, which gave Sri Lanka an opening, and they well and truly took that, going huge in their first innings and ultimately beating Australia by an innings. Jayasuriya's got the slip on the short leg to Khawaja, goes back and defends.
Well, that's what Australia need to be wary of here. Not concerned, not to change necessarily what they do, but a couple of wickets here, suddenly some new players out there. Khawaja's looking really comfortable, but it can turn on its head really fast.
Jayasuriya to finish. Khawaja back again, works it just past the man at short leg for 1. Keeps the strike. He's 72, 2 for 166 the score. Our middle session is for Work Locker. Get back to work in style with Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham.
Berwick Volkswagen has a van for every job. From the new Transporter to the compact Caddy Cargo to the robust Crafter. Choose the right one for the job, then put it to work. Find yours at Victoria's largest commercial vehicle dealership. Berwick Volkswagen, LMCT 11264.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. One pallet from Melbourne to Cairns, or a full semi-load from Eastern Creek to Brisbane. We make your logistics simple. State Transport. Our people are your solution.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. It's been smooth sailing for Australia since the long break. Bowling here is Nishan. It goes past the edge. First time we've seen that since lunch. 21 runs added, no false strokes, and right on cue. Gets one to turn past Khawaja. Nishan, 13th over. He's got none for 61. Bowls again here, away from us. Khawaja drives down to long off for 1. 73. 2 for 167. What this would mean for Khawaja. To truly make this count from here.
Yeah.
To go on to be the defining performance of day one.
Well, there's certainly a determination in the way he's doing it. Still looking relaxed, but he knows there's a big innings to come.
Smith advances and clips to deep mid-wicket for 1.
So Smith creating his own length there by coming down the crease, and he was beaten in the air last time, but was able to work the ball away square, and a similar scenario there.
Khawaja, 20 innings last year for a couple of half centuries. Drives down the ground here for 1. 74, 2 for 169.
Just so many easy singles. They're not able to hold them out here and build up that pressure. Only one maiden is just a few overs to go.
Nishan bowls to Smith, defending straight back down the pitch after lunging forward to smother the spin.
Yeah, the big drifting delivery, that one. Nearly gets a little round arm on it. As it drifts away from the right-hander and probably continues on.
Finish here, and Smith gets to the pitch just where he wants to be to take 1 to deep mid-wicket. This is easy batting from both Australians here. Smith's 18 at the end of the over. He keeps the strike. Khawaja 74, 2 for 170. Tommy Morris coming in for me.
The Women's National Basketball League is back. The season is underway and it's bigger than ever. Featuring 7 of the Opal's bronze medalists from Paris, including Jade Melbourne, Izzy Borlase, Amy Atwell and Sammy Whitcomb, as well as talented imports from the WNBA. The league's brightest stars are ready to light up the court. WNBL, the future is here. Grab your tickets at WNBL.basketball or watch live on ESPN, 9Go or 9Now.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia 2 for 170. G'day, Bryce. Good to see you again after that first session of madness. Drop catches, DRS, Steve Smith 10,000, couple of 50s.
Travis Head firing things up right from the top as well, Tom. Good to see you again. And for a little patch there where the sun came out, it was fiercely hot. It's chilled off a little bit now as the clouds come over and block the sun.
Tell you what was good. The vanilla ice cream after the spicy curry for lunch. They know how to feed you here in Gaul. Dry is bowling. Smith is defending with an open play. They thought about a run square of the wicket on the offside and decided against it. And there's just something beautiful about watching an Australian batter do his best work in a baggy green.
Indeed. Well, Travis Head couldn't wait from the start of play. 6 overs in and he went, no, I'm calling for it.
Yeah.
He batted beautifully. 57 of 40 deliveries.
Giants through to Smith. It's driving to long off for one. And our listeners might know more, so send us a text if you can, 0433 98 11 16. I can't remember a time when Khawaja batted in a baggy green, but he has batted in a brimmed hat before. I've seen him in the wide brimmed hat in the subcontinent, but he is sweeping, which means he might just be a little bit nervous about a top edge onto his chin.
Values his teeth.
Yeah. He's on 74, Khawaja, and he's defending on the offside for no run in an unconventional way.
We swung the back leg out and around in case he was going to beat the outside edge. Had the dropping hands, the vertical dropping hands to keep it soft. He was dropped the slip on a similar line delivery before the break.
He plays it late, Khawaja, and this time to Jai Surya. He might be caught behind. There's a big appeal. He played forward. He stood still. Jai Surya appealed. The umpire said not out. They'll assess DRS. Will Joel Wilson be required?
Well, they haven't called for it yet.
They're talking. 10 seconds remaining. Still counting. De Silva at first slip. The captain says not this time. Wow. We'll have another look at this, Bryce.
They got one wrong in the first session, didn't they, Tom?
They did. That was a long discussion. De Silva at first slip decided against it. He definitely hit his pad, which was a noise. Big appeal from behind the stumps from Casal Mendez. Not out was the call, and Khawaja survives. Jai Surya again. Left arm over the wicket. That's short. And pushed away to deep backward point for one. 75 now, Khawaja. Australia 2 for 172.
Well, the celebration afterwards, or appeal if you like, didn't resemble a play and a miss. They really went for it, and Jai Surya was hopping around and skipping backwards, and
well, it happened
he
earlier.
Put on the full performance.
Happened earlier to Labuschagne. He ran towards the keeper without even turning around, and then they didn't go DRS. Jai Surya to Smith. That's defending into the pitch and rolling back to the bowler, who turns around and picks up his hat from the umpire. He's got one, Jai Surya. He almost had two. Australia 2 for 172 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Your back-to-school expert. Unbeatable deals on laptops, tablets, headphones and more. Best brands, best prices guaranteed.
Good evening, and there's been a crash on the Ring Road Altona bound on the Ballarat Road entry ramp. It is closed, enter from Furlong Road instead. A crash also to avoid in Malvern East, Warrigal Road northbound after Power Avenue. If you see anything on the roads, call it in on 1300 595 937. The Volkswagen Blue Carpet event is now on. Get a great deal on the T-Rock City Life, available from $37,990 drive away. T's and C's apply at volkswagen.com.au. And that's the latest SEN traffic.
Australia 2 for 172. The second session is, what are we? We're about 25 minutes in.
Change of bowling.
For Worklocker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. And yes, a change of bowling. It just seems to be whenever Bryce is in commentary, the leg spinner is on. Van der Sey. He's bowling to Khawaja, who's stepping back and across the crease. It's a misfield at short leg. And they'll get one.
Delivery that pitched outside off stump, spun sharply to leg stump. His first ball that he bowled in the test match was something to behold, Tom.
Yep.
A drifting delivery. Think of Shane Warne ball of the century, and it was not far away, except he got nothing for it. Just a lot of kudos and a big smile on his own face, but no wicket. Beat the outside edge of Marnus Labuschagne.
Mid-on and mid-off are in the circle. Admittedly, mid-off's a bit deeper for Smith. He's down the wicket, and he's dropped at cover. It was a hard chance over his head. It might have been go for four, and it does. He was leaping high into the air, was Kamindu Mendez. And he's put Smith down. It was tough. It would have been an absolute ripper, but his hands are on his hips, and he's disappointed in himself. The ball did go for four, to give you an idea of how hard Smith hit it. Australia 2 for 177 as we welcome Bharat Sundaresan into the commentary box.
Well, certainly a tough chance. He had to jump far up and into the air over his head. On an outside edge to Smith.
They'll come back for a couple. We went in between first slip and short third man. Wasn't a drop catch, just landed short of the skipper to Silva. Smith comes back for 2.
Well, already lots been happening, but amidst all of that, Jeffrey Van der Sar is making a lot more happen. Every time he has a ball in his hand, that should have been caught at cover. Even this outside edge could easily have carried all the way to first slip.
Van der Sar bowls. Smith makes it a full toss. Hits it through mid-wicket. For 4, there's no one in the deep. He picked the gap. The bowler can't quite understand why there's no one back there. But Smith made it a full toss and danced down the pitch beautifully. He moves to 29. Australia 2 for 183.
We can't have them everywhere to protect the boundaries. And Smith, not deterred by the fact that he was beaten with a ball that dipped and drifted and spun and took the outside edge. He's quite happy to use his feet, get down, make that, turn that into a half volley.
There's a deep mid-wicket in place now. Smith's on the back foot defending into the covers for no run.
So mid-wicket just goes and stays out there, tosses the ball back. And Angelo Matthews will stay out there to protect that boundary. Big gap at mid-wicket though.
There's a second slip with the helmet on. That's Ashada Fernando. Smith down the pitch again, through mid-on for 4. He dances down the pitch with such authority. Mid-on had no chance. It was all the way along the ground. A couple of boundaries in the over for Australia's 10,000 run maker. And Australia moved to 2 for 187. 40 overs gone on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Your back-to-school expert. Unbeatable deals on laptops, tablets, headphones and more. Best brands, best prices guaranteed.
When the job needs doing, that's Ace. When you need it fast, that's Ace. When it's Ace Gutters, it's built to last.
As a roofing plumber working on an estate, I can't afford to be sitting around waiting for gutters, fascias and downpipes to be delivered. That's why I've always used Ace Gutters. If I order a stocked item by 5 a.m. that morning, I know I'll get it the same day.
When it's Ace Gutters, it's built to last.
Call 9586 4888 or log on to acegutters.com.au.
Oz 2 for 187. This partnership is now 52 between Smith and Khawaja. Smith 33, Khawaja 76. 0433 98 11 16. We just mentioned before, Baz and Bryce batting in a baggy green, how iconic it is. Even before the helmet is iconic, but it's even more so now because you see it less regularly. Your favourite batters who regularly batted in a hat, a brimmed hat, a baggy green. I remember Steve Waugh in the 89 Ashes making 177 at Headingley with a baggy green on against pace as well. Jaisaria bowls, Khawaja reverse. He'll get one down to the sweeper in the deep.
I'm sure Dean Jones, who dominated the series here in 1992, would have had the hat on quite a bit, Bryce.
Yeah, he also wore a floppy, didn't he, in that big innings of his, the
210 in Madras.
The 210 in Madras, where he was very, very ill at the end of it. But I used to love Ricky Ponting in the baggy green.
Well, the Sri Lankans have missed another opportunity in Jaisaria's last over. He bowls now to Smith. The replay's just shown up on the screen. Khawaja did edge that ball to the keeper. They decided not to go to DRS, and it's another costly one. First it was head, and now it's Khawaja who survived because the Sri Lankans didn't go upstairs. Jaisaria walks in. He bowls to Smith. Leg stump line. Work down the leg side to find leg. That'll trickle for 4. We'll wait and see whether it's pad or bat. And it's bat. Another boundary for Steve Smith. He moves to 38. And that indecision or lack of clarity around the DRS is really hurting the Sri Lankans, Bharat.
He's been captain for a while now, Dhananjay De Silva, but you can see there are so many leaders out there. There are so many of these Sri Lankans who have captained, whether it's Karunaratne, Angelo Matthews, Dinesh Chandimal.
Jaisaria to Smith. He's lunging forward and then pushing back in the crease and defending down the pitch.
And every team generally has a proper routine that they follow before coming to a decision whether to go for the DRS or not, or informing their captain that it's a good idea. But here it just seems that everybody has a point of view and they seem to be losing the plot.
Yeah. Jaisaria, he should have 3. He's only got 1. And Smith's defending.
We should probably have 4. Got the court behind, and then he's dropped the court and bowled. He's had Khawaja dropped it slip.
You're right.
It would be a very, very different game if they'd taken these chances and correctly reviewed. They're creating chances.
Triceria, last ball of his over. Smith again is working to the back foot. They should get at least 1 to 45, and they'll come back for 2. Smith sharp between the wickets, as we saw with the first ball he faced. That's the end of the over. It's the Australians are 2 for 194. On the Harvey Norman scoreboard, your back-to-school expert. Unbeatable deals on laptops, tablets, headphones and more. Best brands, best prices guaranteed.
Hi, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. Covering the Eastern Seaboard and beyond, State Transport has no boundaries when it comes to delivering your freight within Australia. No matter how big or how small, we help our customers win on and off the road, and you can rely on our 24/7 round-the-clock services. Call us on 134 888. State Transport. Our people are your solution.
State Transport. Our people are your solution.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Tom Morris with Bharat Sundaresan. 2 for 194, the Aussies. The run rate is a healthy 4.73. Khawaja's on strike to Vandersay, the leg spinner. It's another reverse. A shot that he's played with relative comfort. And he'll get 1 down to deep backward point. And it's a shot that Usman Khawaja's developed over the years. As we welcome Simon Katich into the commentary box. Good to see you again, Kat. Smith finds 1 to deep cover point. Let's try that again. G'day, Simon Katich. How are you?
Good afternoon, Tom, Bharat, all our listeners. Yeah, it's been a wonderful start from Australia after lunch break. Steve Smith looks in ominous touch.
It's amazing how much of the game now isn't just 4s, 6s, wickets. It's how you review. They've missed out on 2 crucial dismissals because of their DRS. Vandersay to Khawaja, another reverse. This time he's got it finer and he's hit it beautifully. It's a big chase on in the deep, and it'll be 4. Khawaja starting to hit his stride. He's moved into the 80s, 82. And that brings up the 200 for the Aussies. It started with Travis Head. Khawaja was happy to play second fiddle, and now he's taken the upper hand. He's faced 120 balls, and he's playing Vandersay mostly as a right-handed batter, not a left-hander.
Yeah, he's been superb all day today. Usman Khawaja, he looks in complete control of his game against spin. What's impressed me the most is his use of his feet, getting down the wicket as well. He hasn't just played off the back foot, and then the reverse sweep, well, that makes it hard to set a field to.
So he's going around the wicket, Vandersay now, which means the short leg is at almost backward short leg. It could be out. Oh, wow. How do you describe that? He went to play a reverse paddle and has hit either the toe of the bat or the glove. I think it was the toe of the bat. Maybe the glove. And it's bounced up in the air, almost a short leg. Baz, make sense of it for us.
Well, I don't think Uzi has managed to make sense of that. He's just happy he's still out there. There's been a licorice all sorts from Jeffrey Vandersay. He's won some dream deliveries and a lot of rubbish.
Yeah. He's around the wicket now, looking to spin it. That's a proper reverse. And this time he's hit it squarer. Big chase on again, and they'll come back for 2. Excellent work. The fielder in the deep was Dinesh Chandimal. 84, Khawaja.
Well, and this is what makes it hard to set a field to. You've got the leg spinner coming around the wicket. He's getting good spin, but there's only 4 fielders on the offside, so Khawaja's playing the percentages here and saying, well, I'm going to try and maximise the gaps out either in front of point or finer down to third man and just beat the slip. So obviously having to think about their field again now because covers move squarer to point.
This time Khawaja plays it as a left-hander and works it to the leg side, just to the right of the square leg umpire for 1. Difficult task for Vandersay when he's bowling to Khawaja at the moment. That is the end of the over. The Aussies 2 for 203 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Your back-to-school expert. Unbeatable deals on laptops, tablets, headphones and more. Best brands, best prices guaranteed.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading?
Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
Australia yet to lose a wicket in their second session for Worklocker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. 2 for 203. Bit of pickle juice for Usman Khawaja, who was just cramping a bit in his hamstring. Baz and Kat.
Yeah, he was stretching a little, wasn't he, in the previous over? It is so muggy. Cannot be comfortable being out there.
No, it's probably a little bit more comfortable now this breeze has picked up, but earlier today it must have been 80+% humidity and it was just stifling down on the ground.
Hey, while I've got you, Kat, we asked the question before to our loyal listeners, 0433 98 11 16. Your favourite batter in a baggy green. Which name comes to your head?
In a baggy green? Ooh. I mean, it's hard to go past the iconic images of the Don batting in the baggy green, given he's the greatest of all time.
What about in the helmet era?
I guess growing up, for mine, probably have to say AB.
Against the West Indies?
Yeah.
Yep. Did you ever bat in a baggy green?
I'm not sure he wore it too much against the West Indies. It was probably when the spinners were on against maybe India or something like that. But, I certainly wore a baggy green, particularly over in India.
Yeah.
And I think here too in 2004, when we played in Colombo, it was very, very hot.
So we're ready to go again. Khawaja's had his pickle juice. He's 85 not out. Jai is continuing. He's bowled 17 overs for 60. It's a reverse. It's fine. Working the outfield again. Khawaja playing that shot just so calmly and so consistently and picking up a single. He moves to 86.
Yeah, it's a real weapon for him, that shot, because we see it. They're having to protect both sides of the field, whether he wants to go with the spin or against the spin, and it just means that the spinner probably has to lose an attacking fielder to be able to counter the boundaries that he's scoring from the reverse sweep.
Brings Smith on strike. Short leg is probably half a metre behind square on the leg side. There's a first slip in place as well. He's down the pitch, Smith, over mid-wicket. There's no fielder there. A couple of bounces into the boundary. Steve Smith, he's using his feet beautifully. It's a complete diametrically opposed way of batting to Usman Khawaja, and that's his sixth boundary.
He's having a net out there, Steve Smith.
He is in complete control, and that shot there just suggests that he's not worried about what the ball's going to do, because he was just running at Jayasuriya then and just manoeuvred that beautifully out to deep mid-wicket.
Smith's on strike again. This is pitched up and he finds one to long off. So Bill Laurie from Charlie on the text machine. Dean Jones, there you go. Buff Lehman, says Luke. Greg Chappell, he even had the hat named after him, says Lee. And Ponting early in his career. I think Ponting's first test innings against Sri Lanka when he was hit in the chest and got given out LBW.
That wasn't that high.
Yeah. Who's yours, Baz?
Simon Katich. I thought he was...
Jayasuriya Khawaja. Khawaja's pushing through the covers and there's no one there. It's such a quick outfield. It's a long chase. And the ball just runs and runs and runs. If anything, it picks up speed and it trickles into the rope for four. He's done nothing more than caress that, just a push, and it's gone all the way to the boundary. Value for shots. He moves into the 90s.
That's almost the shot of the day, that, because to a left-arm spinner where there's a little bit of turn and the odd one's going on, we've seen him nick that ball a couple of overs ago that Sri Lanka went up for but didn't review. On that occasion, just caressed that through cover against the turn of the ball. It's beautifully played.
So he's faced 125 balls, Khawaja, for his 90. And he's justifying his selection. It was never really in doubt. Tries to read a Khawaja. This time he's on the back foot and he's dropped behind the stumps.
Oh, no.
He's edged it to the keeper. He almost got it on the second go. And they put him down again.
Oh.
And they can't believe it. Jayasuriya, if all the fielders had taken their chances, including himself, and the DRS had gone his way, would have 5. He's got 1, and Khawaja has another life. Oh, it's edged onto his back pad. It's popped up in it's popped up in the air. The keeper didn't know where it was, and in the end, it's gone down.
that ball could have gone anywhere there, and it just happened to go in the right spot, just over the keeper's head, so his hands were in an awkward position to try and quickly grab the ball.
Tries to read it. Khawaja, reverse, fine and beautifully fielded at first slip by the skipper, who dived to his right and saved probably 4. Do you count that as a drop chance then from the keeper? He didn't know where the ball was. He was looking up in the air. There was panic. End of the over, 2 for 213.
Knocking off early? Nah, you've been hard at it. Us too, getting you a better retirement. CBus Super, making hard work pay off. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Read the PDS and TMD to decide if CBus is right for you.
Macca's new McSmart meal. Get a cheeseburger, small fries and soft drink, and your choice of side for just $6.95. Perfect for cheeseburger buffs, nug enthusiasts, Sunday stands, or chicken and cheese fiends. Available every day from 10:30am to midnight at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, Tom Morris, Bharat, Sundaresan and Simon Katich. Taking you through the next little period of play. 2 for 213, the Aussies. Smith's 45 is on strike now to Van der Steen. He's watchfully defending it into the offside.
Going back to that last over, I do wonder how Sri Lanka pick who keeps wickets, because Dinesh Chandimal's done it, Kusal Mendes is doing it now. They keep swapping, don't they?
Van der Steen, he bowls now. Smith will find one just to the right of mid-on for a single, whereas Ethan Fernando fields. He only bowled 3 overs, Fernando. Went for 28.
And I wonder whether that is counting against him, that first spell, because I just wonder whether they need to change the tempo here a little bit. They've just gone spin, 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 break it up and just see whether the ball might reverse a little bit, or just to try and slow Steve Smith down, because against spin, he just looks like he's going to take both of them apart.
This partnership 79. Round the wicket is the leg spinner, and Khawaja finding one to deep mid-wicket. Will it reverse in goal, in your experience?
Last time around, the outfield was so lush that there was no chance. But it's not as lush, different time of the year as well, so there is a possibility.
The other thing too is I don't think Fernando's got the airspeed to really make a big difference with it, whereas Stark could, particularly with the breeze coming across the ground.
Van der Steen bowls, Smith leaves. Just noticed the Shane Warne stand, which is up at deep fine leg at the moment from the opposite end to where we're at, is a banner. Took his 500 wicket here. It's hanging from the fort. Fantastic to see. Iconic moment in Gaul history. Smith drives to long off for 1.
Yeah, it was his first series back.
That's right.
From the ban, and he was brilliant in that series, 2004.
He was fit, I remember. He was fit and strong.
Yeah.
Underrated series. People obviously...
Oh, it's a great series, because, I mean, we end up winning at 3-0, but it wasn't as easy 3-0 as you'd expect when you look at the scoreline. It was much more hard fought than that.
You were behind on the first innings every test, weren't you?
I think so.
Yeah. Van der Steen to Khawaja. He's in the 90s. 91. He's yorking himself and playing it back to the bowler for no run. The Aussies are 2 for 216. The second session for Work Locker. Get back in work style with Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham.
Are you ready to go to a new level with Mitsubishi? Get along to Chadstone Mitsubishi and lock in your test drive. If you're ready for adventure, the all-new Triton is available for immediate delivery and an absolute game changer. Plus, you'll get the Diamond Advantage 10-year warranty and 10 years cap price servicing. Get up and about with Chadstone Mitsubishi. Go meet the team, test drive the new Triton and heaps more. Visit chadstonemitsubishi.com.au. LMCT 11716.
The Aussies are 2 for 216. Khawaja 91, Smith 47. He's only faced 46 balls, Steve Smith. Showed great intent from ball 1. Long off, deep cover point, and deep mid-wicket, the men in place. Jaisaria bowls, Smith defends. So you reckon pace might be the way to go soon?
Oh, just to change the tempo of the innings and just to ask another question and just see how this wicket's changed from when the new ball, because the ball's softer. The wicket will have dried out a little bit from that early moisture this morning.
Jaisaria delivers. Smith defends inside edge, no run.
And just also to see if the ball swings, like whether there is a little bit of reverse. Admittedly, it's not going to be at great pace, but you can only try. If you don't try it for 2 hours, you'll never know. So I just think you've always got to assess as a skipper whether the game needs it, and particularly trying to nullify Steve Smith.
Tries for a round arm this time. Smith defends and he gestures with his hand as if to say, I know that was a round arm delivery. That's what he does.
Run scoring's been too easy. He's been scoring too quickly. Yeah, you have to. I wouldn't be surprised if he brings himself on as well.
Yep. 3 dots in this over. Jaisurya bowls to Smith. It's tossed up and it's driven to cover. No run again.
Well, and it also backs up the reasoning with the Australian hierarchy to put Travis Head to the top of the order, because as soon as Australia got off to that flyer, if Sri Lanka had held their chances, it'd be a completely different test.
Smith defends.
Because Australia could have gone into lunch 4 down. Yep. Both these two could have been out, and you've got a guy on debut, Inglis, and then Webster playing his first test in these conditions. Yes, 140 on the board's a good buffer, but 4th is a big difference to 2 for at the moment.
Last ball of the over. And they'll pick up 1. Steve Smith driving to long off. Jaisurya has taken 1 for 71 off 19. It could have been a hell of a lot different. The Aussies are 2 for 217. You're listening to SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes.
G'day there, a crash on the Ring Road Alton Bound on the Ballarat Road entry ramp. It's closed. Enter from Furlong Road instead. A crash in Malvern East, Warrigal Road northbound after Power Avenue, and in Lyndhurst, Thompsons Road eastbound after the Western Port Highway. Ferris Road Melton will be closed at the level crossing from 9 tonight until 7 a.m. Tuesday, February 4th, with detours in place. Search Big Build for more information. And Kane and Kingy are back in 2025 for Fireball on Mondays and Fridays. Starts this Friday morning on SEN.
Jeffrey Van der Say continuing from the northern end, which is the commentary box end. The southern end being the fort end. Wide of the crease. Smith drives and doesn't get it past cover. No run. Two slips in place. Machado Fernando is wearing a helmet at second slip. He crouches low. Van der Say bowls. Smith defends down the pitch.
It's not often you see a mid-wicket out for a right-hander when a leg spinner's bowling and turning the leg break as much as this guy is.
But I think it's because they know Steve Smith's prepared to use his feet.
Wide of the crease again. Smith handles it easily. Signalled it deep backward square. He moves to 48.
And that's the difference. If you've got a batsman, we know a batter's just going to stay in his crease, you can afford to leave that fielder up because you think, well, as long as his length's good, he'll be able to pin him down. But as soon as someone starts using their feet, and Smith's quick, he's going to create full tosses or half volleys to balls that most batsmen wouldn't get to, and that's why he probably feels he needs that extra protection out there.
First slip in place and a short leg. Khawaja down the pitch. He's just beating the bowler who was diving to his left and picking up 1. Is there a chance the deep mid-wicket's there as well to make him turn 1, looking for 1 and getting a leading edge?
Yeah, potentially as well, definitely. Well, but I think for me today, it's been more about the quality of the Australian batting. I don't think you can fault the spinners too much. They've just been dictated to because Australia have had a really clear game plan, using their feet when they've needed to, play back when they need to, but their picking of the length has been superb.
Smith defends outside half of the bat to backward point.
So their preparation going to Dubai and doing what they've done, all of the 4 batsmen we've seen here today have come out and had a really clear plan around how they want to go about things in these conditions, and they've made it really difficult for these Sri Lankan spinners. It's been class batting. Aided by a bit of luck.
Yes. Smith's on 49. It was a wrong un, and he picked it and he worked it to mid-wicket. Yet another test half century for Steve Smith on the day that he reaches 10,000 test runs. It's his 42nd. Just his second versus Sri Lanka to go with 2 tons. And it's a muted salute to the crowd. He's been proactive from the very start. It's also his quickest test half century by some margin. 57 deliveries. Australia 2 for 220.
At Blunston, we've always kept moving, so the people who wear our boots can do the same. Our work and safety range is built for anything the day throws at you. From a long day on the work site to tackling the rugged terrain on the farm and everything in between, Blunston has you covered. Engineered tough with next-gen technology and award-winning design, our work and safety boots provide protection and comfort all day long. Blunston, building the future. Find your local retailer at blunston.com.au.
Yet another test half century for Steve Smith. It's SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, Tom Morris, Bharat Sundaresan and Simon Katich. And, well, Simon Katich, not for the first time this summer, is correct. because there's some pace coming on. Asitha Fernando, we haven't seen him since the 5th over. He bowled the 1st, the 3rd and the 5th of the day. And he's back on to bowl now from the Fort end, the southern end.
Yeah, and I just think they had to try something. I just think the way that these two are operating, you can get into a rhythm of facing the same type of bowling, same pace of bowling, and as a captain, you've got to try and change that when you sense that the partnership's going and they look settled. And it's a lot of it comes down to gut feel and body language, and I just think they needed to try. It might not work, but you've got to try it rather than get to tea and then think, oh, you know, we didn't try that. At least try it, and then if it doesn't work for an over or two, well, you go back to another plan, and it might be that the skipper himself bowls, sees what he can do for a few overs.
So there's a slip in place. It's actually a second slip, really. It's even with the keeper. That's Karuna Ratne. And then a floater, almost a fine gully. They're the two catches, and then one on the pitch at short mid-on. Fernando's bowling. Smith is working off his legs, as he's done so often over the years, for one to deep square.
Yeah, you can just see there with Steve Smith too. He sees the field. There's a man on the wicket at short mid-on, a wideish mid-on, a mid-wicket, deep square in front, a fine leg. He knows that Fernando's going to attack the stumps and see if there's any sort of reverse swing here. And as a result of that, make sure that his left hip stays open and clears so that he's not getting pinned in front, and gets a feel for what sort of pace it's coming off the surface, because we saw early it probably has been a little bit of hold early when it was probably some moisture in it, and then the ball that trapped Travis Head on the crease, that seemed like it just skidded through, and that's what he'll be looking for, any sort of variable pace off this surface now that it's probably baked a bit and maybe the top of it's got a little bit crusty.
Similar field for Khawaja, except the man on the pitch is on the offside, not the leg side. He's going to go around the wicket here, Fernando. Might even crash into the back of the person at short mid-off. Asitha Fernando bowls. Khawaja on the back foot's punching to deep backward square for one. He moves to 93. You mentioned the series you played here in 2004. Just looking at the wicket stats. Murali 28, 3 test series. Warne 26.
That's why it's called their trophy, mate. Those two. And I get asked this all the time about the hardest bowlers I've faced in my career. And without doubt, every time I answer it, it's those two. Particularly in these conditions here. Murali in these conditions he was very, very hard work.
Could you pick him?
Well, I had to, because if you didn't, and I know, because in the third test I played, I chipped one back to him, and I don't reckon I read him that well in the first dig. It was a bit like this. It was overcast. I found it hard to pick. Second dig, I think I faced him for about 5 hours. If I hadn't picked him, I wouldn't have lasted 5 hours. Not on day 4.
Fernando to Smith. Smith's defending. Were there any cues that you could pick up with Murali?
Oh, look, because his arm action was so quick and so much was going on at the crease, I focused more on the ball and the seam of the ball, and prided myself on picking the ball from the hand, being a part-time spinner and trying to watch the ball as closely as possible. And I think that helped, because if I didn't pick it out of the hand or didn't see which way the ball was coming down revolution-wise, then you can't face him for any length of time, because he's just too good, particularly when there's footmarks to hit and he can spin it both ways. In these conditions, I found him a lot easier to face in Australia, where it didn't spin as much.
Smith's on 51. He's playing it off his legs. It's mid-wicket for no run. It's fascinating insight, isn't it, into playing Murali. So unique, and so many batters struggled over the years. I mean, 800 test wickets says it all.
Oh, he was a remarkable bowler. And obviously Warne, his record speaks for itself. And different bowlers, I guess, because obviously one off spin, but who had the ability to spin it both ways. And then Warne, that was just, there was the whole package, the theatre of it, the showman, the working, the umpires, the tactics, slowing things down, changing fields slightly. He was the ultimate showman. And, particularly in that tour, he was phenomenal for us.
And it was Warne and Murali that helped fund the rebuild of this ground after the tsunami as well. So there's no surprises when you look around and you see Warnie's face, Murali's face, not just cricket greats, but also this stadium might not be here if it wasn't for those two men. That was back in 2004 after the tsunami. There's a change in field, first slip to square leg or backward square leg. No run, Smith works it into the onside.
Yeah, I was reading a report from just before that series when Shane Warne was here to inaugurate the foundation, the Shane Warne Foundation, and the contribution they made. And I remember a quote from him I read, you think of Sri Lanka, you think of Murali. Sri Lanka is Murali. So there's such great mutual admiration between the two as well.
if you just joined us, there is a sign up on the fort. Clearly an Australian fan. The Shane Warne stand, high up above, long off. Smith facing Fernando, opening up that front leg, giving himself room and defending down the pitch. The Aussies are 2 for 222. And it's the good oil for Cobram Estate, Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Tyre Power's Hot Summer Sale is a sizzling way to save on a hot range of Kumho tyres. Get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho tyres, plus other hot offers during January at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
The Aussies are 2 for 222. Drinks 4 minutes away. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, Tom Morris, Bharat Sundaresan and Simon Katich regaling us with some memories of Murali and Shane Warne, who both bowled so well in Sri Lanka, and there's a change in bowling.
Oh, it looks like it's just still Jeff.
Oh, sorry, still is Van der Sar.
It was just a couple of field changes for Sri Lanka.
So they'd love a third wicket here, the Sri Lankans. The Aussies have batted well, but the Sri Lankans have missed some opportunities. Around the wicket, Khawaja's down. He bunts it to mid-off. He's got to scamper through, and he finds a single. Asitha Fernando is a little bit slow off his haunches.
Speaking about picking Murali from his hand, Simon, how did you keep away from his eyes? His eyes
Yeah.
pop out.
Yeah, the crazy eyes.
Every ball as well.
Yeah, he was a phenomenal bowler in these conditions.
Van der Sar, Smith's defending again outside half of the bat, but safely in the end into the offside.
And I guess my memory of that series was just how well someone like Darren Lehmann played him. He was phenomenal. He gave Murali all 3 stumps to aim at, batted outside leg, and just opened up both sides of the field. And Murali in the end did not know how to bowl to him. He was always a brilliant player of spin, Buff, but that series in particular, he just dominated him.
So Darren Lehmann averaged 62 that series. Damien Martin was the other one, 55 with the Kookaburra Diablo. Van der Sar bowling to Smith, defending back to the bowler, no run.
Damien Martin in 2004, which is remarkable here and then in India.
Yep. Yeah. And like we talked about these Australian batsmen today, it's about having a clear plan and what suits your game. And that was for Damien Martin, that was playing back, letting the ball come and sitting deep in his crease.
Smith defends into the onside. The keeper and the bowler both chase it to mid-wicket for no run. And Martin grew up in WA as well, so he wasn't used to facing spinners in these sorts of conditions, making it even more remarkable.
Yeah, it's so foreign. I mean, the whacker never really suited the spinners. Yes, there was some bounce and the odd bit of turn from time, but nothing like these conditions where some might turn about, some might skid through, some keep low. So chalk and cheese, but he adapted beautifully. And that year in 2004, not only here in Sri Lanka, but also later in that year in, I think, September, October, when we went to India.
Smith watches that one closely off the pitch, defends to the man under the helmet on the offside.
Marto was, superb, particularly in the Chennai tests.
A glorious player at his best. Last ball of Van der Sar's over. He's wide of the crease, as he did to Labuschagne earlier. Smith this time is up to the challenge and defends it to mid-wicket. And that will be drinks. It's been successful this hour of play for the Australians. They've moved to 2 for 223. The partnership between Smith and Khawaja is 88. Khawaja 94. Smith is 51. And they'll take a drink in the second session for Work Locker. Get back to work in style with Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. This has been the good oil for Cobram Estate, Australia's extra virgin olive oil.
Don't know how much super is enough? Don't know when you can afford to stop working? Or don't know how to make your money last through retirement? Don't be shy about retiring. You're not alone. Millions of Australians have the same questions. Equip Super. We equip you for retirement. Find out more at equipsuper.com.au or call 1800 777 060. PDS and TMD available on our website. Consider if our products are right for you. Together Trustees Proprietary Limited, AFSL 246383.
Tyre Power's Hot Summer Sale is a sizzling way to save on a hot range of Kumho tyres. Get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho tyres, plus other hot offers during January at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Bowling is Jayasuriya. Smith driving hard and square for 4. Indeed through cover.
Deeper for Smith. He's down the wicket and he's dropped at cover. It was a hard chance over his head. It might have been go for 4. And it does. Shada Fernando. Smith down the pitch again. Through mid on for 4. He dances down the pitch with such authority. Van der Sar to Khawaja. Another reverse. This time he's got it finer and he's hit it beautifully. It's a big chase on in the deep and it'll be 4. Smith's on 49. It was a wrong and he picked it and he worked it to mid-wicket. Yet another test half century for Steve Smith on the day that he reaches 10,000 test runs. You're listening to SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. The Aussies 2 for 223. 48 overs in. Smith is 51. Khawaja is 94. This partnership is 88. Russell Arnold jumped in alongside of me. And it's been Australia's session, but the Sri Lankans have had their chances.
They certainly haven't. I didn't jump in. I just crawled in. That's how the Sri Lankans will be feeling right now. Missed opportunities. Australia have been very, very good. They've done more than what was required to put Sri Lanka under pressure. But wickets is what will help them stall this Australian lineup. And you're looking at Khawaja on 94, Steve Smith on 51, scoring effortlessly. You'll have to say they're staring down the barrel because you do know that it's only going to get tougher and tougher as a bowling unit for now, because the first day will be the best time to bat here in Galle. And then with runs on the board, it's going to be a massive challenge to stay in the game.
Massive drinks break here as well. They're taking their time out there.
They can afford to.
Yeah, they can. You're dead right. They can. You're spot on. They can take as long as they want because they are way ahead of the over 8.
And surprisingly so, for once, we're looking at bowlers or bowling teams just getting through their overs very, very quickly. 3 hours of play. Is it fair to say usually we'd have 40, 41 overs at best?
Absolute best.
But here we are at 48 and hence that's the reason we said they can afford to.
Yeah.
Because so many spin overs, Sri Lanka have been rattling through them.
Yes, with the exception of the 4 overs from Asitha, it's been all spin. And Sri Lanka haven't made the most of the chances and half chances that have been out there. The drop of Khawaja at slip before lunch, the non-review of the caught behind after lunch that Dhananjaya decided not to go upstairs when Prabhat Jayasuriya found the edge of Khawaja. They appealed vociferously but didn't review.
He got it right. Dhananjaya De Silva at that stage said bat hit the pad.
Yeah, but it hit the... Yeah, that's right.
It was right. And it's just around that time there was a nick as well. It's just an unfortunate thing. They did miss reviewing head earlier in the day. Steve Smith has been dropped when he was on 10,000 exactly.
Yes. Wouldn't have that been a moment?
And
after the 10,000th run, a couple of balls later, been caught and bowled.
And those wickets do add energy to you as a fielding unit. And in the same way, with not as many runs on the board, jitters in the batting camp. And that's an opportunity to get through and pick up more wickets or exert more pressure. There's a debutant to come, Josh English.
Yeah.
Hence, very much an opportunity to go through.
They put on 88 Asitha up to the crease, bowls round the wicket to Khawaja, tries to pull but misses, plays above the ball. Ends up dying into the gloves of Kusal Mendis. There's another chance there as well where there was the inside edge of Khawaja ballooned off the pad and Mendis was neither here nor there. So he's been brought back to keep in this team in the last 12 months. Kusal having, until that point, of course, been a top 6 player anyway. But that move, that structural shift to get Kimindu into the top 6 where Chandimal went to 3, Kimindu went to 5 and Mendis went to 7, but sort of necessitated him taking the gloves. Is that how you interpreted it? Come back to that after this Asitha delivery. Bowls to Khawaja, who steers down towards deep backward point. Could be a couple on offer. Will be. Moves to 96. Now only a boundary away from 100. 2 for 225.
In lots of these Sri Lankan teams, you'd find that they had plenty keepers. And they were going through each and every one. Kusal Mendis was batting at 3. Kamindu Mendis' form, batting at 7, meant that you have to get him up the order at some stage. He looks so good. And Dinesh Chandimal was keeping, batting in that middle order. Sadira Samaravikrama was the one who was keeping prior to that and had to give way for Kamindu Mendis to initially come into the team. Chandimal took a blow in England, in Manchester, if I remember right.
Asitha to Khawaja, leg stump line, takes it fine. All the way down towards the rope, and it'll reach it as well. That's Khawaja's 100. Usman Khawaja punches the sky. What a terrific way to start the series. His 16th Test 100, 7th away from home. It had been a long time since he's had the chance to celebrate in that way. All the way back to Edgbaston in 2023. Well, on day 1 of the series here, the veteran opener has stood up. Khawaja, 100 not out.
He's been superb. The way he's got his runs, the use of the feet. We mentioned a lot of spin overs. And shots like this just tell you that he's in sublime form, because deflecting the ball to different areas, even though you think it's easy, you've got to make contact just at the right moment to get that pace to beat the field, and he's done that so well. Many fans in the crowd, all on their feet, shirts on, shirt off, it doesn't matter. They are applauding. He scored them pretty quick as well. His strike rate
has. We'll come through the numbers in a moment. Asitha to Khawaja, who cuts out to deep backward point where there's a sweeper. They'll get 1. He's 101, 2 for 230. Yes, the overall numbers on that 100 as we see the scoreboard quickly update here. 8 fours and a 6, 135 balls for the century, so striking at 74. There wouldn't have been many Test 100s Khawaja's made where he struck it better than 74, I'd suggest.
He scored quickly by not going after the bowlers. He's played what's been there. He's, of course, to counter spin, you need to be proactive. He's done the basics right.
Second against Sri Lanka, first in this country. And again, that reference point. It had been 32 Test innings since his last 100. And there might have been moments where he might have pondered whether there was going to be another one, especially when Australia lost that first Test in Perth earlier this year, and it felt like wholesale changes might be on the way if they didn't bounce back. Well, they did bounce back. They won the series 3-1. He had the opportunity to tour Sri Lanka again, and he's made the most of it at the first time of asking. Well played, Usman Khawaja.
There have been moments where you would have been tested, your temperament would have been tested with the ball turning as it did. Not consistently, but there have been a few instances.
Asitha up, bowls to Smith, short ball, ducks it over his left shoulder.
So going back to what we were discussing before that 100. Yeah, Chandimal moved to 3 after that injury, saving him from taking a battering to those palms. Kusal Mendis is also a keeper. He keeps in the white ball format anyway.
Yep.
Hence, batting at 3, it's always been a challenge.
Okay.
Hence, keep you fresh, bat at 7. With 3, you want him to be a specialist batter, if you may like. They did that with Sangakkara very successfully, taking the gloves off him to keep him at 3.
Asitha to finish, and Smith takes a short ball down to deep backward square. Another expensive over from Asitha. He's bowled 5 overs, none for 38. Australia, after 49 overs, a 2 for 231. Khawaja, 101 not out. Smith on 52. And SEN Test cricket is for Henley Holmes.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Just like the pitch before the toss, your skin's worth a second look. At MoleMap, an expert melanographer thoroughly checks your skin, then a dermatologist provides a detailed review and diagnosis. 1 check, 2 experts, a double take that can save your life. molemap.net.au.
Got some good oil from Tom Morris, who's sent it in over the back here between overs for the Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Australian Test cricketers with hundreds in India, Sri Lanka and Pakistan. Well, there's two, Alan Border and Usman Khawaja. Not bad at all. Jeffrey Van der Sar to start his 12th over. Away from us, bowls here to Smith, using his feet for the umpteenth time today. Out towards deep mid-wicket it goes, and into our blind spot. It will reach the rope. So lunging over and making sure of that before declaring it. 4 more for Steve Smith. 2 for 235. Gosh, he's used his feet well today.
Certainly has. The secret to playing spin, Adam. Either get close to it or try and stay as far as possible from it. In other words, use your feet down the wicket and get right up to it. That's exactly what Steve Smith does now, or did now. And the other, get deep in your crease, let the ball react off the pitch, and then play.
Partnership now worth 100 from just 115 balls. Van der Sar to Smith, watching a leg break spin into the gloves of Mendes.
Now that was very well left. Now I'm going to highlight the point here. I know our listeners cannot see, but that pitched on a round off stump.
Yep.
And Steve Smith just let it go.
Van der Sar bowls, Smith leaves again.
And Van der Sar, what he's done well is he's got drift in towards the batter, the right-hander, and then taken it away. 100-run partnership. We didn't feel that, geez, so quick. They've done it so easily. 117 balls for that.
Slip silly point. Makes Smith play this time on the middle stump line. He drives into cover. Mendes takes some pace off it with his leg. Goes out to the sweepers. They get a single. Smith 57, 2 for 236.
The only reason Steve Smith can afford to do that is because he's reading the ball out of the hand. Previously, one just outside off stump, he just turned the face of the bat, worked it to the onside. If you're not reading it out of the hand, you just cannot play those shots or go for those options. Well, why I'm talking about it is Manas Labuskagi scores runs.
Round the wicket here, Van der Sar, and it's knocked on the head by Khawaja going back to the crease and defending.
Good player, but he played at one he really shouldn't have. Way outside off stump. Now, we watched the few balls leading up to that dismissal. Van der Sar was doing the same thing he's doing to Steve Smith now. In towards him, pitching on around middle stump, spinning it away. Beat the outside edge. Then he went wide of off stump. Spinning away, Manas places it and edges it to the slips.
Van der Sar's up, wider on the crease again. Khawaja, same result, goes back to defend. It completes the over. Yes, it does. We'll come back to that, Russell Arnold. 50 overs gone, 2 for 236. Khawaja 101, Smith 57. SEN Test cricket is for Henley Holmes.
Need a new laptop? Shop great deals now at Harvey Norman. Hot offer on the Acer Aspire 3 laptop with 15.6-inch screen. Now a low $368. Great value. HP 15S powered by AMD Ryzen 5 with 512GB SSD. Now just $688. Or upgrade to the HP 15S with Intel Core i7, 16GB RAM and 512GB SSD. Now $988. Harvey Norman. Best brands, best prices. Guaranteed. Conditions apply.
Sorry, Russell, you pick up that point there about Labuschagne playing at ball that he didn't need to.
The only reason he would do that, in my opinion, is because he did not pick it or see the ball out of the hand. He's trying to play it off the pitch. When you get on that front foot, you don't have much time. So anything in line with the stumps he's playing, thinking it's a leg break. But the moment he went outside the off stump, that's the line, an off-break bowler or a wrong one will be bowled. So hence, played at it thinking it's going to come back in. Not on a turning pitch where you're not really sure of how much it's turning or bouncing, you really won't have a poke at it. So you've got to ask the question.
Round the wicket from Asitha to Smith, who helps it down to deep, fine leg for one on the hook, but more a placement than an actual full-blooded shot. He's 58, 2 for 238.
Are you watching it out of the hand or playing it on spec? And when you watch Steve Smith, if he's not reading it, there's no way will he leave those balls pitching on off stump and letting it spin past. That's the difference.
Yeah, I think that it was the early spin that Van der Sar was getting which got in the Australians' heads. And just for a brief window. They've got on top of him since.
And then he's seen the wider one.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the wrong one. That's why he's changed the line and gone way outside off stump. And he goes at it, it still spins away and gets the outside edge. Such a finer point, really, because you'd expect Marnus to be reading that and applying that. You won't go for...
The see-through over the wicket to Khawaja, goes back and defends. There's a whole slew of fielders on the offside, in front of square on the onside as well. So this is dry defensive bowling from a see-through on a dry, slow pitch.
So you really know and you work out the options that work for you, what are risky on a particular pitch. And there's no other reason for Marnus to have had a poke at that one.
And it was an innings that promised quite a bit too. He started so nicely, Labuschagne. But the one man to miss out so far today for Australia got 20. Head got 57. The two men out so far. Khawaja in on 101. Asitha to him here, and he plays out to deep backward point from the front foot. Finds the sweep up, make that 102. 2 for 238.
He's played off the back foot really well. It's not that Sri Lanka have bowled all that short, but he's been able to pick the pace early and hence get himself onto the back foot and work it around. That's the reason Sri Lanka have really struggled. At this moment, Asitha Fernando, you mentioned that field right around him. That's to try and get him to push at the ball, drive maybe, ball can hold up and probably go aerial in those areas, a short extra cover catching, a short mid-wicket.
Yep.
But of course, Sri Lanka have to take the catches, which they really haven't today.
Back to round the wicket to Smith from Asitha. Then back on the leg side. Smith knows that though, so he goes across his stumps and for the second time in the over, just places it down to fine leg with a minimum of fuss. He's 59, 2 for 239. It's too easy for Australia here.
There's so much time and these two have come to terms with it, not searching for the ball. Now, Steve Smith, he waits, and then just taps it rather than trying to hit it. Shows the calmness in that Australian camp right now. But from at the back of your mind, you know, at 239 for 2, you bat badly from here, you'll still get yourself 350.
Yeah.
Surely.
It's effectively what happened to Australia last time they were here in that second test. They got to about this position with Labuschagne and Smith getting hundreds, but they couldn't stick the landing. Asitha bowls here, and Khawaja just bounces a snifter more than the other couple to him in the over and rides it off the shoulder of the bat down to cover point. No single there.
They did get a good first inning score last year.
No, they did. They lost 5 for 35 was probably the point here, is that they would say they didn't bat well because they didn't finish the job. They still got to somewhere in the vicinity of 400. The problem
364, if I remember right. But then they let Sri Lanka.
Oh, yeah.
Just Chandimal played a superb innings of 206.
Yep.
And
they all combined together. Karun Ratner, Chandimal, Kamindu, Kushal, all the way down the list. Their senior player stepped up. Asitha at the finish. The over here to Khawaja, leg stump line. Works it just out to mid-wicket where there will not be a run. Kamindu cuts it off maybe to his left. 51 overs gone. 2 for 239. Khawaja 102. Smith on 59. Our coverage is for Henley Homes.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Knocking off early? Nah, you've been hard at it. Us too. Getting you a better retirement. Seabus Super. Making hard work pay off. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Read the PDS and TND to decide if Seabus is right for you.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Mainview Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Just seeing here one of those little impromptu drinks breaks. I'm not sure if that's been prompted by a change of gloves, but in the end they've all taken a beat and they're entitled to do that because they're ahead of the over rate. So I welcome back Bryce McGain. In doing so, I'll say that the good oil, this is courtesy of Bryden Coverdale. Usman Khawaja is the oldest man to score a test century for Australia since Steve Waugh in 2003.
Okay, some good statistics coming through for Cobram Estate. not a good look. There's certainly some players getting a freshen up, a drink, but the issue is Kusal Mendes, whose right knee, he called the physio out, so he's taken the keeping pad off.
Oh, yeah.
And he just pointed to it, and John Porter out there, the physio for Sri Lanka, done a lot of work in Australia, particularly South Australia and the Adelaide Strikers. He's the physio, and so he's putting a compression type bandage on just to support it a bit. He's pretty uncomfortable.
Yeah, I've got the binoculars on his face as they're applying that. He's not in a good way at all.
So you reckon it's the knee and not the scoreboard?
Well, it might be a combination of the factors, but either way, he's clearly going to keep on, but
it's going to be a real challenge because he's doing squatting down every single ball. This is not good with a bung knee.
So we were just then discussing how Kusal Mendes ended up the full-time keeper in this side last year.
We've got another man down in the outfield. He looks to be suffering cramp. They've got his leg vertical and toes getting pulled back. What's happening here?
Come on, Bryce. He's more having a lie down.
No, just having a rest?
Yeah. Just nice, cool breeze blowing across. We're seeing a lot of the fans lying on the grass banks, even on top of the ramparts. The players are taking that opportunity as well. It's quite pleasant out there.
The scoreboard's not too pleasant at the moment, is it? It could have been very different if the chances and even the reviews were taken, Russell.
Well, that's for sure. The pressure, the energy levels, the belief in both camps will be at different stages, different situations which just allow you to push on. But Sri Lanka now need to find something special. Get rid of Steve Smith, this Usman Khawaja, maybe the newer batter. Will take time to adjust to the pace of the wicket.
Indeed.
That's your opportunity to try and maybe go bang, bang, bang.
Yeah. Well, Colo pointed out that last time here, I think it was, losing the 5 for 35 and, didn't get the job, didn't finish the batting innings. And that is still vulnerable here because it can happen really quickly. Going out there and facing quality spin bowling right from the start is not easy at all.
So there's going to be a change in approach for Pranav Jayasuriya for the first time in this innings. He's going to bowl from our pavilion end, which he's normally set and forget from the Fort end, but Jayasuriya has been spun around with Asitha Fernando operating at the Gaul Fort end at the moment. So Kusal Mendes is good to go. He's got his helmet being passed to him now, and Jeffrey Van der Say's had his cramp all sorted out as well. So we're ready to see play resume in a moment.
He usually likes the Gaul Fort end because that end helps him with the drift. The wind blows across the ground from, let's say, the pavilion end. I'm trying to create a picture here. From our right to the left. So that will take the ball back into the right-hander and spin it maybe. Brings that arm ball into play as well. From the Gaul pavilion end, he will not get that advantage, but maybe hoping for something off the pitch, which Van der Say found from this end.
So Jayasuriya bowling round the wicket here to Steve Smith, well forward, defending. Silly point, slip. The two catching men, start of a new spell. He's got 1 for 78. He's 21st over already.
Well, he'll bowl a lot of overs. He'll end up doing that, and he knows that's what he needs to do, and there'll be a time where you can make those inroads.
Jayasuriya to Smith using his feet, crunching it back at him, collects it in the follow through.
Well, that's a carbon copy of the early on in his innings, the caught and bowled that went to him, danced down, got beaten in flight, and, well, couldn't hang on. Jayasuriya fumbled the caught and bowled.
That wasn't a tough chance at all.
No.
Back up again. Sun's shining once more as well, and Smith does as he's done so often to Jayasuriya so far today, gets forward to repel the spin and pop it into the offside where Mendes does the fielding.
How good is that, the sun shining? You were here yesterday and the day before, we just couldn't get out. It was spitting down all day.
Jayasuriya bowls here and past the edge of Smith. We haven't said that too many times at all.
But I thought he did that on purpose. Rather than reaching out to it, he plays the line of the ball, he plays the line of off stump and allows the ball to spin past.
Yep.
And he made that effort not to push at it, hold his hands or hold them back.
Jayasuriya away from us. Smith forward into the offside defensively.
And as though after the shot, he was beaten on the outside edge, gave a thumbs up to the bowler, but it was probably a thumbs up to himself for the way he played it, didn't push out at it and feel for the ball. As soon as you do that, you do get the outside edge.
So Jayasuriya up to the crease and Smith forward defending to the offside again. 52 overs gone, 2 for 239 with Khawaja 102, Smith on 59. And our coverage is for the Henley Main View Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy.
Been in an accident that wasn't your fault? Why should you be inconvenienced? Right to Drive will get you back on the road in no time with a like-for-like replacement vehicle. Doesn't matter if it's your work van or ute, they'll deliver straight to your door at no cost to you. Search Right to Drive today.
If it's not your fault and you need a ride, call Right to Drive. If it's not your fault and you need a ride, call Right to Drive.
T's and C's apply.
Got Bryce, McGain and Russell Arnold with me. Tom Morris will follow me and take us through to tea in about 15 minutes from now. Bharat Sundaresan will jump in, I'm sure. Yep, he's got his hand up. He's rotated to come on. That's great.
Is that the guy, the colourful guy at the back?
Yeah, you know. He loves it. He loves it. He doesn't like people talking about his clothes. Oh, no, that's... No, he does. He's looking particular. I'll describe it in a moment, shall we? As Seetha starts a new over. Outside the off stump, Khawaja leaves the line. Today he's got the combination of the pink Crocs with the bits of flare hanging off them. The shorts have got, I don't know, is that a sea theme? Is that coral and shells and whatnot? And the shirt, I don't even know what's going on with that shirt. It's got a few flowers on there, a few insects.
Hardly any buttons put together, but at least he's not wearing a jacket in this heat.
Well, I'm never going to make that mistake. All I tried to do was the right thing. You know, you get given instructions and you try and follow them, right? As Seetha bowling here over the wicket, Khawaja defends into the offside, no run. I thought, I better do the right thing, and but what I didn't factor in was having to put together.
Adam, dress for the weather.
Yeah.
Ditch the jacket.
Ditch the jacket. Never again. Never again.
Bryce, I'd like to go back to that point we were discussing in the previous over about Steve Smith leaving that ball. So you work out what's a threat on a particular pitch.
Yeah.
It can be very different depending on who's bowling at you and what pitch you're on. So the ball turning away, you don't want to be feeling at balls that are outside unless you can smack it for 4 through, let's say, a square cut. But he's not sure of the arm ball.
A Seetha up from the forward end, and he beats Khawaja. That's just done a tiny little bit through the air rather than off the seam, and Khawaja was staying at home, not a lot of footwork, and through to the gloves of Kushal Mendes.
It's got the impression he ran the fingers over that.
Yeah.
And there was a bit of off cut, if you may like. And hence, the straighter one coming towards the stumps, that's a threat that can knock you over. So what he does is, he's covering that line. If it spins, turns and bounces, misses my edge, so be it.
Yeah.
You got to line yourself up with a little bit of a theory like that.
Yeah, the greatest threat is that straighter ball. You're right, that skidding ball, it's lethal. Stumps, LBW. If he gets one to rip past the outside edge, so be it.
Seetha up here, bowls to Khawaja in defence. And look, it was the Sri Lankan seamers who worked so well at hunting as a pack when they won at the Oval last year and getting themselves in that test match at Lords. I know they also got themselves out of it as well by not being able to finish the job in the first innings, but they had a pretty good time of it in the UK between Kumara and Vishwa and Seetha. I mean, they're not a... Like, I think for a long time, the perception of the Sri Lankan seam attack is there'd be like one decent seam bowler and that would be the lot. But now there are a few through at the same time.
They do have variety that they can go to, but unfortunately, even for their development, there is a problem. Because
Seetha bowls and Khawaja defends.
More often than not, you come across conditions like this. With this heat, you're not going to get pace and bounce or seam movement or swing. And hence, the combination has to change. So Asita Fernando here is the lone seamer. You go on your travel, suddenly you have to play the 2-3 fast bowlers, you have to control an innings with fast bowlers, and they've got to suddenly show up and do it. So they're not in rhythm, they've not played games it is a massive challenge for those boys to show up and take the game at the scruff of the neck. But of course, at the Oval, I'll have to tell you, England's approach also did help out. They were just swinging at everything outside Joe Root.
Asitha finishes here to Khawaja. We might pick up this conversation later. Russell Arnold making way for the time being. 2 for 239 here at Gaul with Khawaja 102, Smith on 59.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Mainview Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Friend of ours here, Bharat Sundaresan. Hello, Baz.
Adam.
Barely seen you today.
Yeah, I was just thinking about it.
Jayasuriya round the wicket. Bowls to Smith into the onside. 1 run taken. 2 for 240. What are you made of the day so far?
Fast and furious as I expected it to be. The game moves so quickly in Gaul. Even if the batting team is dominating like Australia are right now, it's really a grind. It's a ground where I've seen some brilliant counter-attacking innings. Dinesh Chandimal, obviously, on top of that list last time around, but even Dinesh Chandimal back in 2015 when Sri Lanka beat India here, Rangana Herath spun them out. And if someone does score, they score quickly, as we've seen today.
It's Jayasuriya up to the crease and bowls to Khawaja, who's reversing out to deep backward point when there's a sweeper. He's played that reverse many times for one today. He's 103, 2 for 241.
And generally, you use the term counter-attacking in Test cricket when you're talking about a batter bails his team out of trouble. But what Australia have done is counter-attacking. Or they have counter-attacked Sri Lanka before their spinners could go all dominant.
It takes some courage to do that with the bat.
Round the wicket, Jayasuriya. Oh, he thinks about it, then he pulls out.
And every player's been proactive in the way that they've gone about it. All a little different. Khawaja, outstanding, of course, getting his 16th ton.
Smith, he pulled out, by the way. Something with the sight screen. He faces up here and he plays wide of, well, not wide of long off because the sweeper's set back there. Smith picks him out anyway. He's 61 with the single. He's just slowed down a bit after passing 50, the acting captain. 2 for 242.
He's thinking 100, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Already. He's always thinking 100, but...
After he got off to that fire, I reckon between about... What was he at lunch? He wasn't many. He was about 5 or 6 at lunch, wasn't he? Let's have a look.
Oh, he barely faced 5 or 6 balls.
He was 2. I reckon between 2 and 50, he was about as fluent as I've seen Steve Smith bat. Well, it had been a while since he looked... And I don't just mean because his strike rate was high. Bowling here is Jayasuriya, and playing into the onside is Khawaja in front of his front pad, no run. It was the way in which he was using his feet so expertly to get to the pitch of the ball. It was the whipping, it was the angles he was deploying. It was just Smith at his absolute best for a couple of hours there. Jayasuriya bowls to Khawaja. He goes down the ground, gets 1. 104. 2 for 243. Almost haven't had a chance to fully take in what the Khawaja 100 means either. Remembering, we sort of touched on this before, but where Australia were at the start of that Border Gavaskar series, losing the first test, if they go 2-0 down, or indeed if they don't win the series, there's probably, not probably, there is generational change there and then. And Khawaja would have been right at the front of the queue there. Smith defending. We'll come back to this. 2 for 243 at the end of the over. Khawaja 104, Smith 61. And we're going to keep coming with the good oil for the Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
Business owners, you don't need to risk digging up blocked or damaged drains. The Drain Man can reline them, just like they did for George's business.
It all started with gurgling. Tree roots invaded our facility's drains and caused a partial collapse. We needed it drilled out, then 50-year-old terracotta drains relined. The Drain Man made it so easy. Not only was it cheaper than expected, but our small business didn't lose productivity.
The Drain Man. No dig, no damage, no danger.
Just to finish that point, I mean, today was Khawaja's first 100 since 2023.
Yep.
A drought of 32 innings without a century in any top six player's career stands out. I mean, obviously Khawaja had so many credits in the bank due to that couple of extraordinary years he's enjoyed when he first came back into the Test team in early 22. But still, wider point at play here. There might have been times when he didn't know whether there would have been a 16th Test 100. You know, where easily could have been a scenario where his career was ended for him this summer. But instead now lays a foundation in what might be another big 2025. They go to England for the World Test Championship final, then on to the Caribbean. That 100 will buy him a certain amount of latitude.
Oh, very much so. And at a time where, I mentioned it earlier, Adam, I interviewed him just before this test, and he spoke a lot about how he doesn't want to fix a retirement date.
Yeah. So Van der Say's been given a chance from the fort end for the first time. Straight away, reverse sweeping is Khawaja. Out through point. Work to do for the sweeper. Just gets there. Jayasuriya had to gallop. 106 for Khawaja with a couple. 2 for 245.
He's obviously very cognizant of the fact that, yes, he's near at the end, but he doesn't want to really take that call or even think about the end till he feels that he's still contributing and the team is winning. And it's funny, a couple of times he's in jest mainly walked up to me and said, why is everybody talking about my retirement? There are others who are on the other side of 35 as well.
Well, I mean, I understand why he would see it that way, but objectively, if you're 38 and you're stopped, you cease to be a ton machine, as he was before. Khawaja playing out through cover, gets one here, 107, 2 for 246. And you probably get to a stage where you no longer get to dictate terms on when you retire. That's why I suppose today is so important in that story arc.
Yeah, one bad series against India. He had enough credits in his bank, but I don't know whether he could have survived another bad series in Sri Lanka. You know, he would still play the WTC final, but it would have had a bearing for sure.
Smith's back in the baggy green. We spin at both ends. Deep mid-wicket goes back for him. Smith defends to silly point. So Van der Say's got the slip silly point. Back we've got a... So I try and look into our blind spot. A deep square leg, a deep mid-wicket, a long on, deep point in front of the Gore Cricket Club. Van der Say bowls. Smith nudges it off his hip into the acre of space in that direction. So much space that Kushal Mendes has to do the tidying up about 30 metres away from the stumps. Never ideal for a keeper.
With a bung knee.
62 for Smith, quite right, bung knee.
And just to finish on Khawaja, especially with Constis Mania having taken over Australia.
Yep.
And an opener, whatever you think of him, or whatever you made of Constis so far, you know he's the future.
Yep. Van der Say bowls, Khawaja goes back, helps himself to one down the ground. It has been one-day stuff this session, taking singles to the sweepers at will. He's 108, 2 for 248, one ball left in the over. None for 103 in 22.5 overs this session. No build-up of pressure, and the small openings they did have, they didn't seize the opportunities. Van der Say to finish to Smith, who plays it out to cover. No run there. 2 for 248 at the end of the over. Khawaja 108, Smith 62. Tom Morris taking over from me and taking you through to tea.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butcher's Secret Specials with Frank and Mario.
This week, Farm 88 regular beef mince. Only $8.99 a kilo. Minimum 2 kilos.
That's brilliant.
Farm 88 butterflied leg of lamb, marinated or plain. Only $19.99 a kilo.
The freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers.
Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Mainview Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Two friends of mine are Bharat, Sundaresan and Bryce McGain. Australia 2 for 248. through 55 overs in this one. The sun is out. It is hot. It is humid. We're in Gaul. I'd rather be nowhere else in the world. I'm enjoying this thoroughly, Bryce and Brat, alongside of you for SEN Test Cricket.
Yeah, right with you there, Tom. It's exciting Test cricket. Australia well on top, but it can quickly change, and Sri Lanka will be striving for that.
Jayasuriya with his left arm finger spin, bowling to Khawaja. He plays it to mid-wicket for no run. It's actually been an exhibition in Khawaja's fitness as well. 38 years old, stifling heat and humidity. I know he's been cramping, but he's wearing a helmet the entire innings, and he's faced 155 balls. Still got some juice left in the tank, Khawaja. As Bharat told us all summer. Jayasuriya bowls. Khawaja's leaping across the crease, inside edge to deep backward square. So not only test hundreds in Pakistan, India and Sri Lanka, but also one in Dubai.
Yep, the one that turned his career around, where, you know, for the longest time he had so many doubters of Uzi can't play spin, and it was personal for him. I remember interviewing him before the India series, or the Australia Tour of India in 2023, and he said, I carried it with me, this whole tag that people had pasted on me, which is why that second innings 100 in UAE where Australia saved the test was a monumental moment for him, and where he convinced himself that, yeah, actually I am good enough to score runs in the subcontinent.
Indeed.
In many ways, he's looked far more comfortable in the subcontinent than he has in seaming conditions the last few years. Certainly England's difficult, but in Australia against Bumrah is difficult. Left arm over the wicket. Steve Smith's on strike. There's a leg slip in place into the foot marks outside the leg stump, but I'm not sure there's too many already, and Smith just lets it hit his pad.
Some scratchings out there.
Yeah.
Dreadful appeal by Mendes.
Oh, look at where the keeper is, though.
He's standing outside leg. So big gaps on the offside. So no one inside what you would call a circle. No one on the single. Long off, and also a sweeper at deep backward point and a slip. Left arm around the wicket.
Jayasuriya bowls. It's well outside the leg stump. Smith went to play this one. He's just hit the pad again.
Sorry, that's left arm over the wicket. So he is really looking at that angle outside leg stump. So a different challenge now for Steve Smith to solve. There's a leg slip, short leg, and the sweeper out deep at deep backward squares come up as a catcher. 45.
Jayasuriya bowls and Smith lets it go through down the leg side.
So you solve this by doing nothing. I'll just protect with stumps. Okay, you get bored of this. I'm not even going to play a shot.
Exactly.
Let's get out of this really quick because it's high risk. If he wants to hit the ball out of that zone, it's big risk.
Jayasuriya bowls again. It's outside the leg stump and it hits the pad of Steve Smith. Doesn't play a shot, trickles for 4, but it'll be a dot ball.
And because Australia have scored so quickly, and because Jayasuriya has bowled that over so quickly, I can't finish my point.
Australia 2 for 249. This partnership now is continuing to grow. Steve Smith 62, Khawaja 109. Sorry, Baz, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, because Australia have been scoring so quickly, a few random maidens are not going to hurt their momentum, and that's what Sri Lanka are trying to do. They've not been able to put any pressure on the batters, especially after they didn't hold on to their chances, messed up a couple of DRS opportunities. So they've got their attacking bowler to bowl a defensive line.
Yep. Well, there's only been 3 maidens in all today in 56 overs, and they've really missed the opportunity in their home ground. They're familiar with the conditions. They should have been able to control the runs a little bit, but credit to Australia, they've had a proactive approach, every player to score.
Van der Sey bowling from the fort, and Khawaja's down the pitch and finding the gap to the left of mid-wicket, square of mid-wicket, and picking up a single.
And Smith can just happily pad Jayasuriya away for 3 or 4 overs. Like you said, Bryce, stalemate. Okay, we'll take a stalemate one end.
Yeah, well bowled. I'm just not going to take the risk, and you can see that that's high risk.
Smith drives to mid-on, who's halfway back to the boundary, and he'll pick up 1. The call from the keeper was hurry up, but he's not saving the single there.
I think he just wants some energy, doesn't he? Yep. That's what he's pleading for here. No, bring some brings something. There he is. He's really going with his teammates to, no, we need you now.
Kusal Mendez behind the stumps.
It could completely unravel here for Sri Lanka. This is the time to press. Leading into the break, 15 minutes. They want to win this little patch. A wicket now could really turn their fortunes around for the remainder of the day.
2 for 2, 5-1. Van der Sar bowls. Khawaja on the back foot, finding at least one to deep square leg. Khawaja will scamper through. He's got to move. He's not moving like he was at the start of the innings, and he got there in the end. And he'll take his time walking back to the stumps.
Talking of not moving very well, Angelo Matthews took all the time in the world to get to that ball. There were not 2 runs there.
No.
And the senior statesman of the Sri Lankan team, and he knows it as well.
They picked him off there, didn't they? If Khawaja can get 2 to you, you are moving really slow.
Well, Khawaja's 38. Matthews is 37.
Now, that could be the sprint you're looking for, those two.
Surely if you're 37, you've got the right to say, I'm not going to field on the boundary. Reverse from Khawaja. Little paddle around the corner for 1. 116 tests for Angelo Matthews. Another former captain, Baz, we were talking about yesterday.
There are a few out there.
A lot of leadership.
Kusal Mendez is captain, teams. Obviously 4 test captains. Karunaratne, Chandimal, Matthews, and now Dhananjay De Silva.
Matthews has played 31 test matches before today at Gaul, the most of any player, the second most runs here as well, behind Mahela Jayawardena. So he loves this venue. Maybe doesn't love it right at this very moment. Van der Sar bowls, Smith defends to the offside.
Why do they turn over the captains? Do they align themselves with a coach? Is that how it sort of works? And then once they change the coach, that captaincy steps aside? Is that how the way it works, bro?
Yeah, it happens very often in Sri Lanka.
Van der Sar bowls, Smith defends. This ball pitched on leg stump, and Smith played it off the pitch comfortably. 2 for 2, 5-4.
And funny you should bring up the coaches, because after Jeff Marsh was done presenting Josh Inglis with his baggy green, you could see he walked over to the Sri Lankan camp, because he coached here for quite a while as well, didn't he? And you could see him just, I think Sanat Jayasuriya was one of the players who went and said hello to him, and a few others. So yeah, they go through their captains, and I was saying this earlier as well, Bryce, even wicket keepers, they always have so many wicket keepers playing as specialist batters. When we were here last, Chandimal was the wicket keeper and batting down the order. Like whenever Sri Lanka get their chance, you'll see Mendes batting down the order. Seems to be an injury issue in the Sri Lankan camp. I think it's Jeffrey Van der Sar just cramping.
Yeah, he was cramping before, so when the treatment was happening with Kusal Mendez, the wicket-keeper, his right knee, he was in the outfield getting his calf stretched, and it's happened again. And just as he came on to bowl a few overs ago, he was just pumping, doing a few calf pumps. It's obviously tightening up. There's a bit of cramp, but it's tightening up there, and it's his back landing leg, which sort of drives, it really pushes off, it really bends up onto the toe and pushes through. That's where he generates a lot of the spin in completing his action, and it's looking to be affected here.
So there's about 5 or 6 players and a 12th and 13th man, and even a 14th man running out onto the ground now, delivering some drinks. I mean, they've bowled 57 overs, the Sri Lankans, so they're well ahead of the over rate. There's absolutely no rush from that perspective.
They're the world's best. I'm so proud of them. I love it.
Not only do they have spinners, but their spinners have 2-step run-ups. It's like 4 Jadejahs in the one team.
But I've seen teams that are bowling spin, like India, and they can just churn it down. They can be really slow, even with spin, and they sort of wander around. And Sri Lanka have really got into it. Gold star from me.
I think to answer your question as well, Bryce, to add what Bharat said, Karunaratne deserves a lot of credit for stabilising Sri Lankan cricket. They were a bit of a debacle, a bit of a basket case when he took over. He captained them for 30 test matches. They only won 12 of them. But he did an important 4 years that allows them now to be in this position where, they're not the best team in the world, but they're not far off being in the best 2 or 3.
Oh, they could easily have made the last 2 WTC finals, this one and the previous one. So 1 or 2 results going their way in South Africa, who knows? But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's never the kind of stability that we were used to in the 90s when Arjuna Ranatunga was in charge, and even subsequently for a while when Sangha and Mahela were here. So it's always interesting. It's a fascinating study, the Sri Lankan test team.
So the players are dispersing. Looks like we're about ready to get going again. There's 11 minutes till lunch here at Gaul. Bharat Sundaresan and Bryce McGain alongside me, Tom Morris. The fort, I was going to say, I think the fort's filling up a bit. There's quite a few people watching. The fort is fantastic. Bryce and I went for a good walk in there yesterday. I mean, from this angle where we are in the commentary box, it looks like just a wall. But in fact, it actually goes quite deep. It's like a little community in itself.
There's also a man kangaroo on the fort.
Yeah, there is. A blow-up kangaroo.
Yeah, but I don't know how there's an Australian man who's fit himself inside the blown-up kangaroo.
Like he's riding it.
It is, yeah.
That's awesome.
Welcome to Gaul.
And if you're listening, you're officially, legally not allowed to ride a kangaroo.
No.
Just putting it out there.
Not many kangaroos in Gaul, I would have thought.
Well, back home.
Plenty of other animals. And we actually walked past this, well, I don't know what snake it was. It looked like a python yesterday, Bryce.
Did not get close to that, I can assure you.
No. Anyway, we're about ready to get going. Jaisaria to Khawaja. There's been a break in play. Khawaja's jumping across the crease and defending to the onside.
Not only was there a python, there was a big snake. There was then the man who was there lifted up his little basket and out came the cobra. Now, I'm not interested in anywhere. And he's come over and have... No. I'll be watching that from 100 metres away.
Should have seen Bryce leap to the side. It's like Khawaja just leapt to the offside. Then Bryce ran the other way. And I'm not criticising you for that, by the way.
No.
It's a very Instagrammable snake, by the way.
It is.
The entire Australian team posted with that snake 3 years ago.
Did they really?
No, thank you.
There's a backward short leg in place for Khawaja now, who sweeps conventionally through mid-wicket. He's hit it absolutely beautifully for 4. He sees it early from outside the off stump, all the way along the ground. That's Khawaja at his absolute best. He moves to 117.
In front of square as well. That tells you how much control he was in with that sweep shot. We've seen him play quite a few reverse sweeps, scored almost 20 runs of those. But this was Khawaja at his absolute best.
Yeah, Bharat, he's up to the challenge and solving the problem. So without the short leg in there, he could shuffle across the offside and work the ball there out of these footmarks. Now they've got a short leg there. He can't do that. He's got to sweep him out of here now. He's got to try another strategy.
Jaisaria again to Khawaja, who's down the pitch. And it's back to Jaisaria, who throws it back to the keeper, just trying to create something. This partnership's 123.
I mean, he's allowed to be a little frustrated, Jaisaria.
Yeah. He's created chances.
Well, he dropped Smith himself, didn't he, on one?
He did.
Low down to his right.
De Silva put down Khawaja at slip. There's been a caught behind that should have been reviewed that wasn't.
Yeah. That's pitched up. He's gone. He could be out, Khawaja. It's caught behind. He went for a reverse sweep.
No.
They certainly celebrate as if it's out, but there's not a lot of interest from De Silva at first slip. It might just be one of those ones where they're trying to create something that's not there.
Smacked the ground hard on the reverse sweep, and dust went everywhere.
Absolutely.
So it's a great take, to be perfectly honest. It's one of those real well practiced ones out of the footmarks.
It was full. It can't have been far away from the off stump. Khawaja's played that shot so well today from the very start. Here comes Jaisaria to Khawaja again. He tries to play it again. That could be out, caught behind. That's a big appeal from the bowler. The keeper isn't so sure. Kusal Mendez. They'll have a chat now. De Silva, the bowler. Short leg, Ashada Fernando. They'll converge and they'll decide against a DRS.
Smiles all around. Usman Khawaja has a huge smile on his face.
Well, he cheekily, I think he's hit the ground again and went over the top of it. But he looked at his bat, nearly saying, go on, review it. Go see if we can gamble a review. He's like playing poker and pretending he's got the aces.
Funny you say that, actually, because that's what Glenn Maxwell did, according to Adam Collins in the book, in a World Cup game, and it worked. Khawaja back on his pegs and punching to long on for 1. I think Colo might be able to correct us. I think he did it against Afghanistan in that famous innings early. He pretended that he hit it. He didn't, and they lost a DRS review as a result, Afghanistan. That's the end of the over, 2 for 259.
The umpire's just having a word with the Sri Lankans.
What's this, over-appealing?
Maybe they are. There is a lot of that, and the fact that they haven't, I think he's having a word with Kusal Mendez, and he's been the one getting overexcited with the appealing. And the first one, the loud appeal that they didn't go for, you could see Dhananjay De Silva almost looking at Kusal Mendez and saying, like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
If you're so excited, if you're so sure, why aren't you even consulting with me and pushing me to take a review?
Well, it sends Jaya into raptures, doesn't it? He celebrates, he's running, doing backflips and not quite backflips, but spinning around and running backwards and moonwalks.
Van der Say's bowled 14 overs. Sorry, Bryce.
Oh, they're just trying to create something 5 minutes before the tea break. They need a wicket desperately. They need to open up an end.
Van der Say bowls. Khawaja lap sweep conventionally to fine leg, and they'll come through for one. He moves to 119. This partnership is 125, and since tea, the Australians are none for 117 off 26.1 overs.
It's been too easy. Too easy in the last...
Sorry, since lunch, I should say.
Last 90 or say 100 minutes, it's been a bit too easy for Australia.
Yeah.
To really hit the ball where they wanted to and dictated terms.
Van der Say to Smith. Smith's defending down the pitch. Interesting, they swapped ends here. Jaya bowled earlier from the Fort end. Van der Say bowled from the end closest to us, which is the northern end. Grandstand end, if you will. He's bowling now the leg spinner. Smith defending into the offside.
And that in itself is a victory for Australia because if my memory serves me right, all 12 of his wickets on debut came from when he was bowling at the Fort end. And you could see that's his preferred end as well.
Van der Say delivers it short. Smith can't find the gap at cover point.
Yeah, Russell Arnold pointed out, and that the prevailing winds here help his drift in, even though it's over his shoulder and he's bowling with it at his back a little bit. It does help the drift in, where now he's going into it, but it's not going to help the drift. It'll help his drop, but not so much the drift.
So this drift is good for Van der Say. If the wind is anything to go by, as Smith defends, it's going from deep cover to deep mid-wicket. Am I right in saying that?
That's correct, yeah.
Yep. What do we call it here? Not the Fremantle Doctor, the Indian Ocean Doctor. It surrounds the entire ground. It's getting stronger as the afternoon progresses.
Indian doctors are pretty good.
Van der Say to Smith, back on his pegs, finding one to mid-wicket with an element of ease. He moves to 64. The Aussies are 2 for 261. Khawaja and Smith doing it easy.
Yeah, a bit too easy if you are Sri Lanka. Day one of the series. Like Bryce said, these are conditions, both in terms of weather, pitch. You've got the pitch the way you wanted to. Yes, the rain hasn't helped, so that the pitch was tacky. The curators have tried so hard to keep it as dry or get as much of the moisture out. It's been a hot day, but we haven't seen this ground bask in sunlight, have we?
No, not for long periods. Maybe an hour before lunch, it really got hot there. Well, that was at the beginning of play, but...
So Jaya will continue. He's bowled 15 overs. Smith doing a fantastic job as Khawaja's batting partner for IG online training. Why do active traders choose IG? Because IG gives you more. Left arm over the wicket. Steve Smith here, Jaya. How does Smith play it with 3 minutes remaining before tea? You can probably guess.
He can probably start making his cup of tea now.
Dilmar tea. In fact, when I went down for lunch, I was very happy to see that Dilmar tea was the tea of choice here.
It is in Sri Lanka.
Yeah. Dilmar tea party.
Used to be fun.
So Jaya bowling to Smith. Left arm over the wicket, spinning it. Not much on this occasion, and Smith blocks it to mid-wicket. So Smith, 10,000 test runs, the fourth Australian to do so. Boarded it at the SCG in 93.
Whoa.
What's happening?
Well, Smith has marked a guard out in front, maybe just short of the danger area.
Just short.
So he knows where his leg stump is. This is pretty remarkable.
And the ball pitches right about there and just misses the leg stump as Smith leaves it to his left eye.
This is good. This is good Test cricket because they're presenting a real challenge to him. He doesn't want to take the risk with the short leg, the leg slip and the 45 and a deep forward square.
Who will blink first? Jaya bowls. This one's pitched up and Smith uses his bat to play it down the pitch.
Yeah, and because there's been no real extravagant bounce for the spinners, he doesn't have to be too worried about that leg slip.
No.
You have to literally clip a ball straight to leg slip to get out.
He's on 64, Smith. He faces up now in the baggy green. This one's well outside the leg stump and not spinning back far enough, hitting him on the pad. So he was 47 off 47, Smith. So his last 17 runs have come from, how's my maths here, 55 balls.
Pretty good.
So
56 is the right answer, but that's okay.
Still slow compared to his start.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm not quite the mathematician you are, Baz.
Yeah, well, I was raised South Indian, so I had no choice.
Were you good at maths at school?
Oh, I had.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that a maths? Is it a thing?
It's a thing, yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, your English is excellent as well. I mean, you're better English than any of us. Tries to rear bowls. Hits Smith on the pad. There's holes from behind the stumps, but Smith is fairly comfortable. So this could be the last ball before tea. The clock reads 2:39 p.m. local time here in Gaul. No one's in any rush to bowl the delivery. It would leave us 30 overs for the final session. Smith faces up. Jaisaria waits for the clock to tick to 2:40. This will be the last ball. Bowls to Smith. That's well outside the leg stump. And he pads it away. So you get the impression that both the fielding side and the batters are happy to have a Dilmar tee. Australia 2 for 261 at the last break. It was a dominant session. They made 116 runs, the Australians, without losing a wicket. Smith 64. Khawaja brought up his 7th ton away from home. 119 he is. And Smith is on 64. This partnership is 126. Bharat Sundaresan and Bryce McGain. The Sri Lankans look pretty cooked, to put it politely.
Yeah, they do. Some of them with a lot of dirt marks on their jerseys. Prabhat Jayasuriya, to his credit, just kept his temper in control. It's been a frustrating session for him, but it's been all about Steve Smith and more so about Usman Khawaja. 16th test done. Travis Head went like a firebomb at the start of the Australian innings, but Khawaja was scored very quickly as well. He's played the perfect second fiddle with Head, but then took control of this innings, and he's really put Australia in a very dominant position this early in this test match and in this test series. And Steve Smith, like he did towards the latter half of that summer against India, has been continued to bat like a dream. Yes, there have been opportunities that Sri Lanka have grasped, and the 2 DRS reviews that they could have taken, should have taken. But apart from that, it's been all Australia. Just 3 maiden overs in the day's play. Even Prabhat Jayasuriya has not been able to put any pressure on Australia, and the stage, they've set themselves a foundation to go really big here and probably just bat once.
Yep. That's the flavour of the game at the moment. 2 for 261 as Nathan McSweeney, Nathan Lyon and Scott Boland come out to have a look at the pitch. I've never seen a team walk off as slowly as the Sri Lankans did just then. It was like they'd all been dismissed at once, although they're in the field. And it's a difficult time for them. Andrew McDonald and Daniel Vittori having a look as well. So it is Australia in control here in Gaul. We'll be back with a Tea Time show alongside Bryce McGain in a few moments' time.
Up to $25,000 off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $615,000. Live from Gaul. This is the first test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
With over 350 locations Australia-wide, Metro Petroleum is the perfect place to rest and refuel on your journey. They've teamed up with Mr. Whippy and launched brand new Mr. Whippy ice cream cups in vanilla bean and chocolate flavours. Thirsty? Simply scan the QR code after purchasing any 2 600ml Powerade varieties for only $7.50 during February for your chance to instantly win one of 25 $200 active vouchers. So fill up and treat yourself and your Valentine this February at Metro Petroleum.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
Shopping for student devices? See the experts at Harvey Norman and get back to school with unbeatable deals on laptops, headphones, tablets and more. Hot deal on the HP 14S laptop. 8 gig of RAM, only $598. Or the latest Acer Swift Go Copilot Plus PC with amazing battery life. Super deal, $998. Motorola G75 with Moto Buds, now $448, save $50. And save $50 on Sony Mark V headphones, now $498. Harvey Norman, your destination for student devices.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The National Tiles famous January half-price clearance is on now. Yes, thousands of metres of last year's discontinued National Floor and Wall tiles at half price and below. Bargain hunters, this is your only chance to pick up absolute first quality National Wall and Floor tiles at half price and below. But you'll have to be quick, because when they're gone, they're gone. So rush into National Tiles or go online now and save.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. Do you need a reliable transport company with sign-on glass capabilities? A strong safety and compliance focus, and a service second to none, led by a team of professionals. That's us. At State Transport, we take the problems out of logistics to provide a seamless service on all occasions. Call us on 134 888.
State Transport, our people are your solution.
The Hyundai Keys to Summer event is on now. Unlock offers across a wide range of new and demonstrator Hyundai models. Open the door to better beach days, bigger adventures, and breezier drives. Unlock your best summer yet with the Hyundai Keys to Summer event. Take a test drive at your participating Hyundai dealer today. T's and C's and exclusions at hyundai.com.au.
Tired of feeling stuck? Want to unlock your team's full potential? Every week on Mastering High-Performing Teams, we will bring you weekly wisdom on building stronger teams and developing exceptional leaders.
Join Kirk and Nick Del Santo for practical tips and actionable advice to help leadership teams become high-performing teams.
Tune in every Thursday at 5:55 p.m. during Sports Day. Let's master high performance together.
The 2024-25 Ladbroke Summer Racing Festival is in full flight, and there's still plenty to look forward to. The Inevitable is back to his best. Froggy Newitt made it 9 Devonport Cups, and the locals struck a blow with the win of Bernie Burrow in the Hobart 1000. But there's still so much great racing ahead.
The little chap will get there again, as he does just about always.
The grass is greener and the air is cleaner. Tassie is definitely the perfect place to race this summer. For all the latest news and ticketing information, head to tasracing.com.au.
Up to $25,000 off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $615,000. Live from Gaul. This is the first test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Asitha to Khawaja, leg stump line, takes it fine. All the way down towards the rope, and it'll reach it as well. That's Khawaja's 100. Usman Khawaja punches the sky. What a terrific way to start the series. Jeffrey Van Der Say to start his 12 over away from us. Bowls here to Smith, using his feet for the umpteenth time today. Out towards deep mid-wicket it goes. And into our blind spot. It will reach the rope.
Backward short leg in place for Khawaja now, who sweeps conventionally through mid-wicket. He's hit it absolutely beautifully for 4. That's Khawaja at his absolute best. The tea break. Usman Khawaja at his best indeed. He's batting beautifully this afternoon and also this morning as well. He's ridden his luck a little bit. He's 119 not out. His partner in crime, Steve Smith, 64 not out. Australia 2 for 261. It's hot, it's humid in Gaul. I couldn't think of worse conditions to field in, and that's what the Sri Lankans will have to do after tea, and it's a long road home from here. Bryce McGain with the Aussies right on top.
Yeah, you're right, Tom. Good evening to our listeners back home right across Australia. And look, the Australians were dominant in that session. No wickets. They were able to score comfortably at 116 runs in 28 overs that were bowled by Sri Lanka. Predominantly spin, but it was just superb batting, craftsmanship. They were able to solve the problems that were presented by Sri Lanka. It hasn't been super easy, but they've made it look easy, and that's the key to exceptional batting. Steve Smith, he hits the break at 64 not, and Khawaja on 119 not.
So this partnership is 126. We mentioned it just before the break that Steve Smith was 47 from 47 balls. So from his next 58 deliveries, He's made 17 runs. Explain that to us. How does that happen?
Well, what he did, he just kept spreading the field. So he spread the field. They've consistently had, since he got off to that hot start, he was hitting down the ground over the top, pushing a mid-off back. Then he'd push the mid on to three-quarters. And so he could score at will. Now he's just watchful. He's setting himself up for that really big innings. I don't think 100's going to satisfy him here. I think he wants more. And so he's just setting his tempo to bat a whole lot more. But what we do know is that sometimes there's a ball in Gaul that can have your name written on it quickly. And Australia last time here, Colo was able to bring those stats to us, 5 for 35, and really stumbled out of a really powerful position and gave up too many runs, and in the end it cost them a test.
Well, as you well know, Bryce, batting in these conditions is fine when you get in, but it might be hard to start. So if they expose Inglis, Webster, Carey, it can change the complexion of the game pretty quickly. And 261 is nice, but it's not yet a match-winning score. So the South Africans, the Sri Lankans will have to come out after tea at their absolute best. It will be interesting to see whether they take the second new ball after 80 overs as well. What's your indication there, Bryce? Do you think it's advantageous to them or not?
I think they will, and they'll still continue with spin. I have no doubt they'll open with spin, but the key to that is that it's just different bounce. Some will skid, some will grip. That they'll certainly go to use that option pretty quickly, I would have thought, just to change things up, get more natural variation, if you like, but get the ball to behave a little bit differently from the spin bowlers they choose to use at the top.
So Steve Smith already has 2 test centuries against Sri Lanka. He's gunning for a third today. He's 64 not out. As Bryce said, he's just slowed down a little bit, but he's just batted within himself as the field has spread. He's averaging 56 in test cricket. He's made his 10,000th test run, and it's a day to celebrate Steve Smith already. If he can make 100, that will be amplified even more. This is SEN Test Cricket for Henley Mainview Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Bryce has a leg spinner. Can we get a word on Sri Lanka's leg spinner?
Jeffrey van der Sade.
How's he gone?
I thought his first ball was absolutely spectacular. It was the think ball of the century for those that haven't seen it yet, a replay of it. It drifted the outside leg and then ripped across Marnus, beat the outside edge and just missed the off stump. It would have been unbelievable had he had pulled that one off. It would have been the Van der Sade of the century. And as it turned out, in amongst some good deliveries in there, and he's got a good wrong-un, and his slider was working okay. There's been some balls that they have been able to score off, and they're quite prepared to use their feet. As soon as he's over pitch, they've driven him really hard, and that's all batsmen. Marnus had his challenges with him, and in the end, that was the wicket he was able to pick up, Marnus, with an outside edge. By going a little wider on the crease, Tom, you called it spot on. He went wider, just changing that angle into the batsman, forcing him to play, and just with that line, he took the outside edge. So he got rewarded. There's enough there to like. He's has been more of a one-day bowler, white ball bowler, but this into his second test, and there's some positive signs there for the leggy.
It could have been so different for Sri Lanka if they just played their cards right with a couple of drop catches and a couple of DRS errors as well. But if they can get 3 and 4, then they're probably on top. It's the 2-wicket rule. I mean, they do have to chase in the 4th innings, which will be extremely difficult given it's already turning now, and Australia are playing 3 finger spinners plus a couple of part-timers as well. How's Josh Inglis feeling at the moment? He's got pad rash. He's been sitting there waiting to bat, and he can't get in.
Yeah, he's been itching to get out there, there's no doubt. But as you say, starting in this wicket with good spin bowling, it can be a real challenge, but I'm sure he's up for that. On your first test and just having to wait this amount of time, can be a bit jittery, but he's probably enjoying the fact that these 2 batsmen look completely in control. Don't let that be a false sense of security that it goes out there and it looks easy. It's absolutely not. So we'll wait and see how he deals with it straight away. He's the next wicket in.
And, we'll see how he sweeps as well, given how well Usman Khawaja has swept today. What have you seen out in the middle here at T, Bryce? There's been some activity out on the pitch.
Yeah, there has been, and they've been sweeping away the crease lines, but the third umpire's been out there just to ensure that they're not impacting the part of the wicket where they can't, the danger areas, all those sorts of things. So they want to make sure that, it is all covered, and so that is not been touched, not literally covered, but they want to make sure that it's not been swept on the areas that are there. They're certainly able to sweep the crease lines and repaint those down. So very watchful, making sure that the condition of the pitch, both umpires have been watching players as they walk around in between overs, and bowlers follow through very, very closely.
Right, that's the tea update here from Gaul, SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Mainview Collection. Prices your bank will absolutely love and your mates will absolutely envy. Up after the break, it's the third session from Gaul, Australia at 2 for 261, and guiding you through it will be Adam Collins and Cricket Etal's Peter Lawler.
Up to 25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $615,000. Live from Gaul. This is the first test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
OMF are going all in with the big sale. Buy any mattress protector and get up to 60% off selected mattresses, like our Revivify Support mattress under $800, or our Urban mattress under $1,500. Plus, get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture and up to 40% off selected Manchester. Plus, this week, get an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses. OMF's big sale ends Sunday at the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The National Tiles famous January half-price clearance is on now. Yes, thousands of metres of last year's discontinued National floor and wall tiles at half price and below. Bargain hunters, this is your only chance to pick up absolute first quality National wall and floor tiles at half price and below. But you'll have to be quick, because when they're gone, they're gone. So rush into National Tiles or go online now and save.
With over 350 locations Australia-wide, Metro Petroleum is the perfect place to rest and refuel on your journey. They've teamed up with Mr. Whippy and launched brand new Mr. Whippy ice cream cups in vanilla bean and chocolate flavours. Thirsty? Simply scan the QR code after purchasing any 2 600ml Powerade varieties for only $7.50 during February for your chance to instantly win one of 25 $200 active vouchers. So fill up and treat yourself and your Valentine this February at Metro Petroleum.
Don't know how much super is enough? Don't know when you can afford to stop working? Or don't know how to make your money last through retirement? Don't be shy about retiring. You're not alone. Millions of Australians have the same questions. Equip Super. We equip you for retirement. Find out more at equipsuper.com.au or call 1800 777 060. PDS and TMD available on our website. Consider if our products are right for you. Together Trustees Proprietary Limited, AFSL 246383.
Dwayne Russell here. Did you know that across the Kia range there's one for every occasion? And Werribee Kia has 7 of the best models in the Kia range priced to clear. Picanto Sport 21,777, Stonix 26,777, Cerato 27,777, Seltos 31,777, 5-seat SUV Sportages 37,777, 7-seat SUV Sorrentos 52,777, and 8-seat Carnivals 52,777. All drive away, no more to pay. Visit Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hobbs Crossing, LMCT 114.
What do new beginnings mean for you?
When I hear new beginnings, I think managing expectations and just adapting to many changes.
Often new beginnings to me means you're leaving something and then you're moving to something in the future that you're not quite sure about.
New beginnings can be challenging sometimes, but they can also bring hope that things will potentially be better. New opportunities, new life. For more about the hope of new beginnings, visit messagesofhope.org.au.
Unlock, stocked and full of value. Work Locker. Work Locker.
Head back to work in style with Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Check out their red hot deals on shorts, boots and pants from big brands like Milwaukee, Bisley, Hard Yakka, Steel Blue, FXD, Mongrel and heaps more. Stock up and save with awesome multi-buy offers at Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham.
Unlock, stocked and full of value. Work Locker. Work Locker.
Up to 25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $615,000. Live from Gaul. This is the first test between Sri Lanka and Australia on SEN Test Cricket. The third session.
Right.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Adam Collins with you and Peter Lalor with me as the umpires are making their way out to the middle of this final session on day one. We've got the sea breeze back, Pete. We're up on the roof, so we're experiencing the full range of climate and emotions at times up here today. And we've gone from blazing sun, where we feel like we're going to be clam-baked in here, through to now the nice breeze blowing through, and we're grateful for it. Hello to you.
Brisbane steamy, isn't it? Yeah, it's the birds have taken off late in the afternoon, haven't they?
Yes.
See all these ravens settling on the field over here and flying around behind the commentary position. What are the white birds in the tree over there in front of the fort? I don't know what manner of bird's that. If I was in Australia, I'd say it was a cockatoo, but I don't know. Anyway,
I was doing a game in Sri Lanka in 2016. It was Dilshan Tilakaratne's final one-day international.
Yeah.
David Warner was captaining Australia, and it was the first time he captained Australia. Anyway, Dambulla, the ground in the middle of the country, it's meant to hold 19,000 people. 35,000 people showed up for that game, and they let them all in. Of course. You know, why not?
Why not? Yeah.
But one of the problems they had was that, I say problems, one of the solutions that was found was people sitting in the trees around the perimeter of the ground.
I love that.
So, that's what happened. It was a loose night. Yeah. Australia won, narrow margin, Warner captained well.
Yeah.
They played a game there 3 days later. And what do you think they did to make sure that no one would climb the trees the next day?
Oh, don't tell me.
They chopped all the trees down.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
Well, problem solved.
Problem solved.
Adam Collins.
Problem solved.
Problem solved.
So where we are here today, it's at 2 for 261. 60 overs gone. So that middle session was...
I reckon about 116 runs, was it?
At a run rate of 4.1 and over.
Not bad.
Didn't lose a wicket. They were going at a runner ball for the first... In fact, the first half an hour after lunch, that was supreme batting. They never let Sri Lanka settle. They hit 49 runs in half an hour. Yeah. Smith was just toying with them. And Khawaja was allowed to settle into his rhythm again. And what do you know? These two are still there as we start the third session with Khawaja 119, his 16th test ton, second against Sri Lanka, 7th away from home. And Smith 64. The way he's going, he'll be 100 by... Well, in about 45 minutes from now.
Smith's not actually a batter I would describe as great to watch at all times. But in that session, particularly after the lunch break, when he had the collar popped and the baggy green on against the spinner, he just looked beautiful. And the use of his feet was remarkable. I just love seeing batters skip down the wicket like he did. Pasted that, I think it was 4 or 5 fours in 2 overs against the leggy. Hit Jayasuriya. Was it Jayasuriya back over his head for the 6? He's looked outstanding today, as Smith has. And drawn some of the attention again from Usman Khawaja in much the same way that Travis Head did at the start of the innings. But Usman Khawaja, we've got to stand up and acknowledge that this is a fantastic performance by the 38-year-old batter who spent much of his life labelled as incompetent against spin. Has said in the past that he felt like he was always batting for his career when he batted in Asia. He now becomes the first batsman since... or the only batsman besides, I should say, Alan Border, to have scored centuries in India, Pakistan and Sri Lanka. Not bad for a bloke who can't play spin. And there's a great piece on Cricket Info by Andrew Ramsey about how he conquered spin with the reverse sweep shot. Did you get a chance to read it?
May not have been on Cricket Info. It was written by Rambo.
Yes, it might have been on that cricket. Thank you for correcting it. Yeah, it is cricket.com.au. Apologies to them. Fine website. Both of them are fine websites. But it was here that he said it in 2016, after being dismissed twice in a day, he thought, I've got to do something different. He saw George Bailey in the one-day series that followed, playing the reverse sweep, and thought, I'm going to do that. And went away and practiced it for 2 years. We're now seeing the outcome of that.
Yeah, look, I mean, the Khawaja travails against spin. I mean, you're touching on the wider narrative there about being seen as not good enough against it. Remember, he didn't play against India in 2017 over in India. He was seen as surplus to requirements because of the struggles he had in Sri Lanka in 2016. And he got brought back in Bangladesh in 17 for one test, then got dropped again. So this has gone on and on. But in recent years, as you say, through the reverse sweep, he's become a real force in these conditions. He's back on strike here to start the third session. Nishan, he's got a bowl from the Gulfort end, and Khawaja is squared up from over the wicket. but he keeps the ball down and away from the catching man. It's slipped down a deep backward point for 1. 2 for 262 the score. But yeah, the way in which that story has evolved and matured. We were there in Dubai in 2018, Pete, when he started playing the reverse over and over again. And we were kind of like,
where's this come from?
Who's this?
Yeah.
Who's this guy?
Who's that guy wearing Usman Khawaja's shirt?
And he batted for 8 hours in one of the great rearguard effort hundreds, 141 of the best, and that was the clear turning point. So Nishan bowling over the wicket to Smith, using his feet beautifully, down to long on. It's like he's not even left the ground for 20 minutes.
But it has
65.
But it hasn't just been the reverse sweep in this innings. Khawaja has also used his feet beautifully.
Yeah.
Didn't get a chance to use his feet in the summer. Was trapped on the crease by Jasprit Bumrah and co. But they still work, Adam Collins.
Nishan bowls over the wicket to Khawaja, who plays out to wideish mid-off. I don't know why he's set back so far that there's an easy single. So they're caught between two plans here. I worry for Sri Lanka at this point. 2 for 264 is the score with the Khawaja single. He's 121. So they've got a mid-on and a mid-off who are set far enough back that there's always going to be one there. So what's the point?
Not really sure about that.
And then, well, anyway. He bowls to Smith. Change of batter. Defends. Goes back and pushes it into the onside, rather. He's 65, Smith. So we've got the deep backward square, which is more or less all the way back, and the deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, sorry, who is sweeping. And now a deeper mid-on, closer to long on. Bowls here to Smith, who plays down towards that man. Gets 1 for the second time in the over. 66 for him, 2 for 265 Australia.
There was a long spell in the second session where Australia couldn't find the boundary, but just kept the scoreboard ticking over at 4 or 5 runs and over. Just pushing these singles that you pointed out there. They've actually got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 6 men back on the boundary rope, or close to the boundary ropes at the moment.
Just too easy. Nishan bowls Khawaja, puts his pad out and kicks it away, ends the over. 2 for 265. 121 Khawaja, 66 for Smith on the Thai Power scoreboard. Customer safety first. Steve Smith, of course, advanced to 10,000 test runs earlier today. Pete, have you had a chance to consider what this means to you, given you've seen most of them in the flesh?
I would have seen a hell of a lot of Steve Smith's innings over my life.
I suspect, you'll have seen out of those 10,000 runs, I don't know, you would have seen 8,000 or so of them live, I'm guessing.
Have, yeah.
How you'll sum it up tonight on Cricket Out, Al?
Well, we wrote so much about it in anticipation during the Australian summer. I'm almost done on it, but he becomes the 15th person to join the club. The 5th Australian, is that the 4th Australian, and the 5th fastest.
Yes.
Adam. I know stats are your area. You're laughing at me when I try to do stats.
I like when you do the numbers thing. It's good. Yeah. Because there's 3 batters who got their... We're off air.
Power's returned here.
We're back.
Goal.
We're back.
Yes, we are.
We had a power outage briefly. Jai Surya starts the new over. Kicking away as Smith from outside the line of the leg stump. I mean, I think we're talking to the world here, Peter. There was a time in Pakistan when you and I thought we were talking to the world. When for 4 overs we were talking to ourselves and we didn't know we were off air. So you couldn't rule it out. Let's just go through the motions here. Prabhath Jai Surya away from us delivers and Smith kicks away. You keep talking, Pete. I'm just going to jump on the phone.
Are you really? Okay.
See if we're on air.
Well, I'm going to... I feel a bit nervous up here on the tightrope by myself, Adam.
Oh, we are, you know what? We are on air because Dan Cherny, our press box colleague, has just walked over and given me the big thumbs up. He's listening to us. Bowling here over the wicket rather than Prabhath Jai Surya and kicked away as well. Thank you, Daniel Cherny.
Why'd you believe him and not me?
What made you think we were on air? What made you believe it? You're the
I heard the producer say we're on air.
Oh. Okay.
Anyway, let's not quibble.
We're back. Either way. Kicked away again. This is an interesting little cat and mouse game going on here. I get it. From Sri Lanka's perspective, you need to make Smith do something that's going to break his pattern of thought. And bowling wide of the leg stump might just do this. Goes again to Smith. Kicks it away again. That would have, in all probability, hit the stumps, but it pitched outside the line of the leg stump. And Smith is well within his rights to pat it away.
It's a pretty negative tactic being employed here by Jayasuriya. I saw Shane Warne do this for about a whole day. Once upon a time to Kevin Peterson in Adelaide.
Jayasuriya up and bowls, and Smith kicks once more. So a whole over of kicked away deliveries. You don't see that very often. 2 for 265, Khawaja 121, Smith 66. Tyre Power scoreboard, customer safety first.
Need a new laptop? Shop great deals now at Harvey Norman. Hot offer on the Acer Aspire 3 laptop with 15.6-inch screen. Now a low $368. Great value. HP 15S powered by AMD Ryzen 5 with 512GB SSD. Now just $688. Or upgrade to the HP 15S with Intel Core i7, 16GB RAM and 512GB SSD. Now $988. Harvey Norman. Best brands, best prices. Guaranteed. Conditions apply.
Partnership's turning into a hefty one. They came together at 135. They're now still, well, they're still there at 265. Batting across 3 sessions. Nishan over the wicket to Khawaja, and now he gets to play the kick the ball away game.
More kicks than a midfielder at the moment.
So the Australian fans have enjoyed what they've got to see so far. Khawaja reversing with complete control out to deep backward point for 122 for him, 2 for 266. So a lot of them are stashed away in the Gaul Cricket Club, I gather. A lot of the Aussie fans have got themselves those really fun seats in there on the balcony. Not sure which tour group have got those.
Have you ever been over there?
I have.
It's a nice spot,
yes,
isn't it?
It's a great spot to have a beer after play. Yeah. Then the hill, which is apparently quite lively.
Is it?
I've heard, yes. Smith forward defending over the wicket, Nishan to him. Some people getting stuck in over there by the sounds of things. Then up on the fort, we saw someone running around with an inflatable kangaroo before.
We did see that, yes.
Nishan bowls and Smith plays not quite down to long on because Nishan's done really well to cut it off in his follow-through, diving away to his right, no run.
And some opportunists had bought the bed sheet and renamed it the Shane Warne stand in the second session. But that's been taken down, that sign.
Oh, yes.
It was hanging from the rampants for about half an hour and it disappeared.
Nishan again to Smith. No runs the call. Out to mid-wicket clipping.
Do you think they painted up the bed sheet at home in Australia or they've stolen one from their hotel?
Yes. Chance in their hand, thinking they'll get away with it. Nishan bowls and Smith plays it down to long on. For 167 for him, he keeps the strike. 2 for 267 the score on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Pete, we're on the cusp of something pretty special today. A 5 o'clock finish. Because they are galloping through the overs. Spin at both ends, 63 bowled today, 27 left. But all things being equal, they'll bowl 6 hours worth of overs in 6 hours.
Well, nobody can complain about the cricket they've seen today.
Not at all. Not at all.
Particularly if you're an Australian fan and been rewarded for making an effort to come to this ground. And I've received so many text messages from people at home watching it just saying, God, I wish I was there.
Well, it's a destination test match, isn't it? I mean, you can go through them, can't you?
Yeah.
The test matches that people see when they get announced. Jayasuriya got 2 in the leg side trap, and Smith does use his bat from a ball that's pitched outside the leg stump. No run. I mean, I don't know, if we're going to South Africa, would it be Newlands? The Cape Town test match is the one you'd want to go to?
Yeah, with the brewery and the mountain.
Yep. When
Lord. Do we go to Lords?
Lords, yeah.
I mean, it's a given, isn't it?
It's a destination, no doubt, for people that want to go watch Australia away. Jayasuriya bowls and Smith kicks it away.
Where would you go in the West Indies?
A few good options, but they don't. Perhaps there's not one ground in the Caribbean that you go to for
that nails it.
In India, Dharamshala probably now, isn't it? When Dharamshala's in the schedule. Jayasuriya up and delivering, and Smith getting forward, bat and pad close together, and ignore the noise around the bat. It pitched well outside the leg stump. But if you see Dharamshala on the test schedule, that might be one that might prompt you to buy flights because of the...
Oh, absolutely.
Where it is in the world.
There.
We saw that test there in 2017. New Zealand, Basin Reserve.
Good call.
Jayasuriya bowls and Smith turns around to kick.
Adelaide Oval.
Adelaide Oval, there you go.
Great test ground. But ironically, as beautiful as this ground is, it's somewhat similar to the WACA in that the facilities aren't great for fans.
No, that's right. No shade at all. Jayasuriya in and Smith kicking it away. I mean, this is so easy for Smith. He's seeing the ball leave the hand.
Yeah.
He's getting into position, like an eon before the ball actually arrives. Then he pads it to where he wants to pad it, having his own fun with the Sri Lankan fielders. Last ball here, Jayasuriya delivers and Smith kicks because why not? Ends the 64th over, 2 for 267. Khawaja 122, Smith 67 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Looking for a great value mobile plan? Look no further. Mate has you covered. For a limited time, Mate is offering double the data on selected mobile plans for your first 3 months. Stay connected with all the data you need and great coverage on Australia's trusted network. But hurry, this offer won't last. Just use promo code double data when you sign up. Switch your mobile to Mate today. Visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online. Terms and conditions apply. Visit letsbemates.com.au for full details.
SEN Test Cricket live at Gaul for Henley Holmes. Got Simon Katich jumping in as well, leaving the air conditioning for the roof.
Good afternoon, Colo, Pete, all our listeners. Well, it's certainly a lot cooler here this afternoon, so it's not too bad.
Talking destination grounds, Simon.
Yeah, the types of grounds like Gaul is where you might just see, I better go to that one. If I can go to that one, I'll go to that one.
Yeah, Newlands.
Yeah. Bowling here again is Nishan to Khawaja, using his bat outside the leg stump, out to mid-wicket, no run.
Lords.
Tick.
Old Trafford.
Old Trafford's a great test ground.
Yeah. It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good fun.
Nishan bowls. Khawaja plays from the middle stump line, out to whitish long off for one. He's 123, 2 for 268.
You got one in India for us?
I mean, I always enjoy. We played a lot of tests in Bangalore.
Oh, yeah.
Great venue.
Good city.
Good city, yeah.
Bit crowded these days.
I like the Bangalore, how there's like 12 different grandstands all stitched together. Bowling here is Nishan to Smith, who drives hard but doesn't find the gap, and he's frustrated at that. Ends up with cover. It was a long and wide half volley. He needed to get either side of Angelo Matthews, but failed to do so.
I think if you're a batsman, your destination is to go to Pakistan and bat on those things.
Nishan bowls and Smith turns it into the onside no run. Because there probably isn't a destination ground in Pakistan, is there? Like there isn't one, but Karachi with the where we were in 22 with the blocked seating, and by that I mean just concrete slabs. Smith forward defender, where they each bay has got a different colour, but it's all there's no seats.
How could we forget Dharamshala?
Yeah.
Have you already mentioned that?
We have, but we want your list.
Yeah. No, that's up there as well.
Last ball of Nishan's over to Smith, and he takes one down the ground to long on. Keeps the strike again. He's 68. It's 2 for 269 after 65 overs on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
The luxurious driving experience made possible by Berwick BMW is one to want. Bring your existing BMW service-inclusive package and book in your next-day service. Offering complimentary loan vehicles and a premium customer lounge area, maintaining your BMW is hassle-free. Experience the ultimate servicing journey with the super team at Berwick BMW. Book today by calling 8763 4500 LMCT 8953.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. I think we're only together for one more over, Pete, before I jump off. Did you see the announcement overnight that the ICC have changed chief executive, or should I say Jeff Allardyce has left the position?
There's been a bigger turnover of staff at the ICC than there is in the sort of administration with Trump coming into power in America.
Jayasuriya to Smith, kicks it away, and someone behind the wicket that doesn't know the laws of the game's appealing.
Yeah, a lot of people leaving the ICC. Do you have any idea why that is?
Well, I mean, I just see it as a point of interest that the chief executive would change so soon after, as Jai Surya bowls and Smith kicks away again, so soon after there's been a new chair appointed. And in Allardyce's case, he took over in, I want to say, 2022.
I think you're right. Yeah, he was acting CEO for a while.
So he's not been there for a long, long time in that gig. So, yeah, interesting move that. Jai Surya bowls and Smith kicks away into the offside. Kat, this game we're seeing play out here where they're just trying to hope Smith does something untoward. That's all this is, right?
It is. They had to try and slow him down, and this is the only way they can do it at the moment. The problem is he's happy to play that patience game. I think he got his 50 off 57 balls, and now he's 68 off 131. So he's prepared to just bide his time and knows that runs in this first innings are going to be gold.
Jai Surya bowls. Kick is there. He's taken a slip. Bit of interest from Dan and Jay to take the catch, but for no meaningful reason. We're seeing the sort of the mist settle as well, aren't we? It sort of feels like we're about to get one of those late-day Gaul thunderstorms, which are pretty much every day. We haven't got a contingency plan for what we're going to do when it rains up here yet. I mean, we have got a tent above us, but my experience from last time is that will count for nothing once the rain starts.
If it comes in sideways, Colo, we're in trouble.
We're gone. Yeah, so
we will be off air then.
Yeah. Jai Surya, short leg slip and a slip. It's a Smith who lets it hit him after turning square and knees it into the onside.
He's only added 4 runs since the break, hasn't he?
Very different to the first half an hour after lunch when they added 49 runs in 30 minutes. So last ball here, Prabhat Jai Surya. Result absolutely identical. Again, 6 balls, 6 kick away, 66 overs gone, 2 for 269. Khawaja 123, Smith 68. Tyre Power scoreboard, customer safety first. Tom Morris coming in.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia 2 for 269. It's slow going with Pires bowling. His right arm off spin over the wicket to Usman Khawaja. And Jai Surya bowling his left arm orthodox into the leg stump as well. Khawaja gets hit on the lead first ball, and it's another dot. Cano and Pete.
He's got another kick.
Well, this might be a good time for story time with Peter Lalor. You know, Simon, all summer I've been saying, I just want to hang out with Pete. He's got decades worth of great stories about every city in the world you can think of. Pires bowls, Khawaja on the back foot gets one to deep cover.
But it was Simon Katich telling stories last night with Steve O'Keefe. Did you hook up with Steve O'Keefe last night?
Yes, with the supporters group. Yes, Sock and Jeff Marsh asked if I'd come along and attend. So Swampy
was here.
Yeah, Swampy's taking over from Murph Hughes, I believe.
Did he mention to you his role this morning?
Well, I had a feeling if Inglis was debuting that Swampy would do the cap presentation because he's had a lot to do with Josh's development growing up in Perth. He was part of the academy program that Swamp coached him.
Pires bowls right arm around the wicket to Steve Smith, who finds one wide of mid-off. Smith moves to 69.
So I did ask Swamp when I saw him on the ground this morning how the presentation went and what he said to him, and I think, he was pretty chuffed to be a part of it all, and knowing that,
Khawaja, one to cover off the back foot.
He played a part in his development, and it was funny because when I asked him about when that was, he said it was probably about 9 or 10 seasons ago now. And I think Josh Inglis is 29 now, so it must have been only in his 19 or 20. And he must have said to Justin Langer, who was WA coach at the time, we found one here. And then Justin's response to Swampy was, he's got a fair bit of running to do first.
Pires bowls, Smith gets one to long on. He moves to 70. Australia 2 for 273.
Jeff was here in 2011 for Sean's debut, and Sean made that 140, did he, in the first innings at Palakkale?
Yep.
And He picked up a little job on the side, didn't he?
Correct.
Yeah.
What was his
Lanka hired him as coach.
Did they really?
Yeah.
He lasted about 3 months. Then there was a change of government or something like that. And he was out.
Changes everything. A change of government here. Khawaja pads it away.
Check was in the mail, wasn't it?
End of the over, 2 for 273. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, customer safety first.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The National Tiles famous January half-price clearance is on now. Yes, thousands of metres of last year's discontinued National floor and wall tiles at half price and below. Bargain hunters, this is your only chance to pick up absolute first quality National wall and floor tiles at half price and below. But you'll have to be quick, because when they're gone, they're gone. So rush into National Tiles or go online now and save.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley's new breakthrough collection. Homes from 227,900 and start building in just 12 weeks. Tony and the team, that's an amazing deal. Simon Katich and Peter Lalor are alongside me.
Are we getting a change in bowlers here?
Well, because they bowled their overs so well before lunch, there's absolutely no rush here. Is this a conversation between three of the senior players? It's whether Jai Surya continues or not.
Maybe they're just talking around whether he comes round the wicket. You know, they've played the patience game. Smith's not budging, and they know if they want to move this test forward, they have to take some wickets. Otherwise, Australia's just going to wear them down.
Smith, I think, is going to be very patient in this situation. He can see there's 100 there for him. He's on 70 at the moment.
And they'll be viewing it as we're batting once here, and we're batting big and not taking any liberties just in case.
So he's going to stay over the wicket. That leg slip remains in place, as does short leg and first slip. There are no fielders in the ring on the offside. In fact, there's only 3 in the offside in total. Jai Surya bowls, Smith stands and pads it away. This actually reminds me of a famous dismissal when Sanath Jai Surya was bowling to Alex Stewart in 2001. And the ball pitched a good metre outside the leg stump, and Stewart patted away and he was given out. It's a famous dismissal because it's so bad. It pops up on my social media. It's one of the, I can say it now, it's one of the worst bits of umpiring I've ever seen. Alex Stewart couldn't believe it, and after the day's play, he said, "Yep, that is the worst decision I've ever got."
Oh dear. He looks really determined, Smith, doesn't he, Simon?
Here comes Jai Surya again. That's patted away.
Is it a silly thing to suggest that as a captain you're possibly more determined in a situation like this?
Well, I think when you look at his record too, I mean, he averages, prior to this test match, he'd captained Australia 38 times, averaged 66. That is serious dominance. And coming here, he knew this is a great opportunity. And even, you know, the first 50 was sublime.
15 test hundreds as a captain, Steve Smith, he defends.
Well, and I think that's probably the thing that stands out with his career. You know, he's had a remarkable career, capped off today with that phenomenal 10,000, being the 4th Australian to do it. But it's his away record that is significant, because that's probably the one big thing that
Jai Surya bowls and he pads it away again off the front foot.
You get judged on as a test batsman is, yes, you expect guys to dominate in their home country because they know the conditions, but he averages, before this innings, over 53.5 away from home, including 15 test hundreds, which is quite remarkable.
Jai Surya, he wanders in. Smith's down the wicket, using his bat this time and hitting it wide of mid-on for 1. I mean, there's an argument that Smith's the greatest Australian anywhere, anytime batter in history, given that Don Bradman didn't have the opportunity to play anywhere, also everywhere. Ricky Ponting was a great, but a couple of weaknesses against spin in India.
Only 1 century in India, Ricky Ponting. That's pretty telling.
Alan Border's probably one that you could probably argue. Steve Waugh made a century everywhere he played. So he's in that conversation, and that elevates his greatness.
Oh, without a doubt. You see it in the numbers, you know. 4th one to 10,000, and the average stands out, 55. It's been dominant.
Last ball of Jai Surya's over. He's bowling to the left-hander in Khawaja, who sweeps conventionally. It's up in the air, but it will land safe, and it will spin to the hands of the fielder at deep backward square leg, and it means that Khawaja moves to 126, and he holds on to the strike. Australia 2 for 275 On the Harvey Norman scoreboard, your back-to-school expert. Unbeatable deals on laptops, tablets, headphones and more. Best brands, best prices guaranteed.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
Australia 2 for 275. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Peter Lalor and Simon Katich are alongside me. There's another conversation in the middle of the pitch. There is 22 overs remaining in the day. It's 3:29 local time. There's a bit of wind. There's a bit of cloud. No signs of rain at this point.
Yeah.
And we're talking about Steve Smith. Simon, you would have played with Steve Smith a fair bit as a New South Wales player.
Yeah, he
also for Australia.
Debuted when I was captaining New South Wales back in 2007, 2008. I think he's only about 18 at the time. He debuted the same season as Khawaja and Phil Hughes. I think they were all around sort of 18 at the time.
Serious batch of players coming through.
Yeah, we did. And that was the beauty of, I guess, the team we had. We had a number of these talented young guys around, quite a few experienced players, and you could tell straight away that's why we picked him.
Van der Say's leg spinners, he's bowling, and Khawaja's reverse sweeping for one.
Well, New South Wales was so good in that period. David Warner couldn't get in to the Sheffield Shield side, could he?
Is that right?
Yeah.
So 3 players at the same age. Phil Hughes would have played 100 Test matches. Usman Khawaja and Steve Smith, we know what they've done. It would have to be unprecedented in the one state.
Yeah, and then not long after that, it was Hazelwood, Stark and Cummins, like a couple of years later. So it was all in the space of probably 2 or 3 years.
Would have been a bit of fun to captain in those days, Simon.
Oh, it was, but you could tell straight away that, one of my early memories of Josh Hazelwood was...
Van der Say bowls, Smith defends.
Adelaide Oval and Cosgrove had a chest guard on. You could tell he was uncomfortable. We had leg slip in and guys around the bat. And he had a jumper on in like 40 degrees.
Yeah.
And he was shuffling across his crease.
Smith finds one to long on. How old was Hazelwood then?
So there was
only probably 18.
Cossie had extra padding.
Yeah. And you could start seeing his leg stump getting exposed from first slip. So he ran up to the youngster and said, mate, have a crack at leg stump.
Yeah.
And about 2 balls later, he hit it top of leg. And you sort of knew straight away, thought this kid knows exactly what he's doing with it, had the control. And it's been no surprise to see all of them go on and do what they've done.
And then Pat Cummins came through in 2010-11, I think it was. Played against South Africa in 2011. Van der Say's round the wicket to Khawaja, who reverse sweeps. And he almost gets it off the toe of the bat. It's gone forward of square for one.
New South Wales shared the love then. Hughes moved to South Australia, Khawaja moved to Queensland, and a space opened up for Davey Warner.
Yeah, look, I don't know how that all went down because I was long gone by then, but I know that a few of the boys were disappointed with what was going on.
Smith defends. What going on?
Because I've got no doubt that those boys would never have left the state to play somewhere else. Because I know from my experience with them, they love playing for the Blues, and we're an integral part of the team and felt valued.
Van der Say's leg spin, leg stump, paddles around the corner. Steve Smith moves to 73 with that single, and that's the end of the over. Australia doing it easily, not overly quick, but fairly simple batting by Smith and Khawaja. 2 for 279 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first. So Peter Lawler's jumping out. Bryce McGain's going to slide in alongside Simon Katich. 21 overs remaining in the day. It's an amazing generation of New South Wales cricketers. I know that New South Wales has produced an unbelievable selection of batters and bowlers across the journey, but to produce them all in that little window of 3 or 4 years, something else. Who was doing the junior development at that time?
That's a good question, actually.
Kat, you were doing it all. That's what was happening. scoring runs, developing young players?
No, it was more a case of, the selectors would obviously watch a lot of the junior stuff and present the players. And I don't know if we saw, and I had a close look at Khawaja because I played club cricket with him, so I already knew what he was like at sort of 17, playing with him at Randwick.
Jaisaria over the wicket to Smith, and they'll scamper through for one. Backward square legs a bit deep. So when did you first see him in club cricket? How old was he, and what was he like?
Uzi was exactly like he is now. He was laid back, laconic, and he was a genuine opener. Like, I remember seeing him as a teenager thinking this kid is built for opening, and that's what I probably always got a bit surprised with, the fact that he didn't do it enough earlier in his career, and it was always in his ear about it. So, mate, you've got to open, and then finally this opportunity's come again, and I don't think it's been a surprise he's played his best at the top of the order, because I just felt his game was always based around getting out there from the start and batting in that fashion.
Khawaja's facing now. This is a careful sweep straight into the short legs chest. That's the shot of Fernando under the helmet. But he's openly spoken about the fact that opening's difficult, and sometimes he doesn't like it. It's refreshingly honest, but that's him, isn't it?
It is, but that's part of the job too. Like, if you can help set your teammates out for big runs later, then that's sometimes what happens. But
that's a reverse from Khawaja. De Silva at first slip was jumping across to his left. He couldn't stop it, and they'll come through for one. 2 for 281.
But you've also got to think about it days like today. In these conditions, the best time to get out there is right at the start. And if you get in, you can go big. And it's hard for the boys coming out in the middle order. So it's like anything in this game. There's always tougher games than others, depending on conditions and nature of where you're playing. But I think just his game has always been built for top of the order and getting out there.
He's going big today, Khawaja. He's at the non-strikers. As Smith faces Jaisaria, he's down the pitch. He's finding a gap in mid-wicket. Khawaja might think about 2, and he'll do more than that. He'll say yes and come back for 2, meaning Smith moves to 76. There's frustration from the Sri Lankans. You can see it with their body language.
Well, they've only got themselves to blame today, because they've just been not quite sharp enough in the field. They certainly weren't easy catches, but some of them should have been taken.
Caught and bowled, especially Smith early.
And the one at slip, De Silva was just probably wasn't low enough.
Smith pads it away.
And in these conditions, they're going to come sharp and at times quite low because of the lack of bounce. So he was just too high. His hands were on his knees. I don't think he was fully ready for that. And then the lack of awareness around the reviews, because they went up big for a couple of them and then didn't review them.
Jaisaria bowls. That's pitched up and just missed the leg stump. Smith attempted to pat it away. It can't have been far away from that left peg. Jaisaria can't believe it. But he survived Steve Smith. 2 for 283 is the score. So the DRS is it's a collective thing, but it's really a captain's thing as well, isn't it? And the keeper. They're the two key men. First slip, keeper, bowler. And they've made a couple of crucial errors today, one with head and one with Khawaja.
Yeah, and I think a lot of teams have a plan as to how they're going to, or a bit of a structure around how they're going to go through the decision-making process. You see it with Australia. Nathan Lyons at point. He starts to give info on the height of it, particularly if it's an LB. And then you'll have the skipper listening to the advice of the keeper, who's got probably the best view. And then slip might come into it. And then obviously guys around the back, close in fielders. But, yeah, a couple of times today. I mean, the Travis Head LBW, I mean, that, for them to not review that when he's a key player and he's off to a big start. You've got 3 of them.
Khawaja sweeps and sweeps well for 1. Yeah, that was costly early.
You've got to have some sort of logic to go, well, okay, if we're going to burn 1 or 2 of them, who are we burning them on? And you're probably going to burn them on the players that can hurt you the most, which is Travis Head. And, I mean, obviously you go through this Australian lineup, there's plenty. You can use it on just about every one of the top 6, but he's one that if you're going to waste one on, you probably waste one on him, particularly early when he was looking so dominant.
Smith to the leg spinner, works off his legs to deep fine leg and settles for 1. And it's costly. I said it before. Teams drop catches, teams miss run-outs, but the DRS is a new form of mistake you can make. And if you get it wrong, as Tim Payne found out in the 2019 Ashes, it can really cost you.
Well, that was a bit of a Hail Mary, that one, wasn't it? There was a hopeful, we hope this might be our last chance, let's have a swing at it. But they just look a bit disorganised when it comes to that situation.
Van der Sey bowls. Khawaja's on the back foot, hitting it in the air to mid-off. Lands safely, 1 run.
It just feels like there's been a couple of tired shots from Khawaja in the last 5-10 minutes. So there was a top edge sweep out of deep square. That one there in the air to mid-off. It hasn't happened. He's been immaculate all day with his timing and placement, but maybe the fatigue's just starting to set in a little bit here.
Smith drives to cover, and it's well fielded. Well, Josh Inglis is waiting to come in. He's been waiting for a long time now. This partnership is... This partnership's 149 or 150.
151.
Yeah, 151. So they've brought up the 150 partnership. Smith with a single to the leg side, deep mid-wicket. Van der Sey has 1 for 75 from 16.5, and he bowled some unplayable balls earlier. He got the wicket of Marnus Labuschagne, caught at second slip, and at that point you thought, if they can get 1 or 2 more here, the Sri Lankans are well on top. They just couldn't. Well, they had their chances, but they couldn't take them.
Yeah, that big one of Smith just before lunch, because if these two were out...
Van der Sey bowls, reverse from Khawaja. I think it's hit the pad of the keeper and ricocheted out to the leg side. It's a dot ball regardless, and the end of the over, 2 for 287.
Yeah, if these two had been out before lunch and it was 4 for 140, yes, the runs had gotten away from Sri Lanka, but what was important was the fact that Australia came back after the break only 2 down. But if they'd been 4 down, which could have happened, drop at slip of Khawaja and then the miscaught bowled off Smith for 1 or 2 or whatever he was on at the time, that changes the complexion of how this day plays out. Particularly when you've got a young, well, when I say a young player, he's still only 29. He is young compared to us, isn't he, Bryce? But he's on debut, and then Webster playing his second test. So changes the whole complexion of his test, and these two have really worn them down now.
Yeah, Gawler's a long way from Bellerive, isn't it?
So 2 for 287. Khawaja 131. Steve Smith's on strike. Jayasuriya has bowled 30 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 94. Left arm over the wicket. Prabhath Jayasuriya picked up 12 in the second test here in 2022. Didn't play the first test of the series. Still more wickets than any other bowler for that series.
Kat, we were just talking before about New South Wales, and just a question off the text machine. Why did everyone leave? Haven't won a comp since around that sort of time. So a few guys sort of moved interstate, even Hughes and...
Jayasuriya bowls. That's one pitched well outside the leg stump. Defended away.
I didn't know the reason. I haven't really asked the boys, but I think I got a bit of an idea of watching the boy from Maxville, and the night it premiered, I think it was during the test match, might have been the Gabba test, or saw the trailer for it, watched it before it came on, and it stood out. I think Khawaja mentioned something around the coaching.
Jayasuriya bowls, Smith lets it hit his pads.
From his perspective. So, and I can't remember who was coach at the time, because I think the players were keen on Trevor Bayliss coming back, and he didn't. So I don't know who made that decision, whether it was CEO or whatever, but I'm trying to think who was coach, because Matthew Mott, I think, had left by then. It wasn't Motty.
Smith pads it away off the front foot. They definitely spoke about it in the documentary. If anyone knows, 0433 98 11 16, and has watched the doco recently, that Phil Hughes and people around Phil Hughes spoke quite openly about why they decided to move states.
Yeah, because I don't think I ever asked him about it, and I certainly haven't spoken to Uzi about it.
Yeah. Jayasuriya bowls again. This one's pitching on leg, and Smith's using his bat to play it down the pitch.
Well, I think the decision for Uzi was to have an opportunity to be coached by Darren Lehman. And, you know, that was enticing in itself to go to Queensland and have that influence in your career. And
Yeah, because a lot of the time, you know, there'll be certain coaches that don't probably coach technique or anything like that, but it's probably more mindset and how you want to style of cricket and stuff like that, and that's where they can have a big impact on how you go about playing during your career. I'm sure you would have had that in Victoria.
No question.
Field change, short leg goes to, well, it's not second slip, it's almost like a short backward point with a helmet on. It's probably a gully, if there's such a thing, to a left-arm finger spinner. Last ball of the over. Jayasuriya to Smith. Smith using his pads and kicking it away. He's 78. Khawaja 131. Australia 2 for 287. I do remember Victoria going after Hughes at the same time. I think it was between South Australia and Victoria, and I think the reason that he chose South Australia over Victoria was because the Adelaide Oval was a far better place to bat. Can't argue with that, Bryce.
No, you can't. Yeah, Victoria was tough work.
Yeah.
Slow, low, dead. Yep. Tough work for everyone.
Yeah.
a real grind at times at the MCG in that phase.
You talk about being a grind. Just talking about Jai Saria before having bowled, 31 now?
Yeah.
Did you ever bowl that many in a day?
Oh, well, it wouldn't have been a day. No way.
Because how does that change? Like, there's no doubt he must be tiring today in these sorts of conditions. And everyone thinks, it's just bowling spin, but you still get tired as a spinner, don't you?
Absolutely. Well, you still, there was Shane Warne moved his arm just as quick as Brett Lee. Just the fact that Warne put lots of spin on the ball, and he's still there vigorously ripping the ball. So yeah, it is tiring. Not only with the hand and all that. That's not the only thing that's working. His whole body is working. So there would be for some fatigue, but he has done that more often than not. Particularly here, he's just a set and forget and just grinds away, and you just keep rotating the other end. Skip, I've got this end covered. Well, generally it's the forward end.
The big milestone is that there's a new ball due in 8 overs. Van der Sey bowls and Khawaja defends, and 18 overs remaining in the day.
But I still see spin playing a part with that new ball, given they've only got one quick.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Probably not spin both ends.
No. I think they'll try the quick again.
Yeah.
See for Fernando, the lone quick for Sri Lanka. Khawaja sees the leg spinner and works it off his hip for one. Moves to 132.
And Fernando wasn't at his best at the start of the day, but there was some movement there. He was able to get the ball back in. And, you can see he's got some skilled late movements, what obviously presented really well when he bowled in England in that series and took a good bunch of wickets. So maybe he can do something here later in the day with the new ball. They desperately need something, a breakthrough.
Well, he took 0 for 41 from 7 overs, but he should have had a wicket. He hit Travis Head on the pad, was given not out. They decided not to use DRS.
And the two noises were pad. Was that the two noises, Kat? Was that
on Travis Head?
Yeah. Or
I think
into the pad.
Everyone thought it might have pitched outside leg, but it was more so the fact that they went up big, and then you generally get a pretty good idea from the body language of the appeal whether they think it's close or not.
Yeah. And then packed everything away, didn't they?
Yeah, and then just
So Jeffrey Van der Sey bowling leg spin around the wicket to Steve Smith. There's a short leg just backward of square and a first slip. They're the two catches. Smith is using his bat and finding a single into the leg side. He's on 79 now, Steve Smith, on a day that he'll never forget. In fact, he'll never forget that single he hit to mid-on. He's done that so many times. I'd love to know how many times he's done that. And that was a special moment for him and his family and everyone who supported Steve Smith along the journey.
Yeah, and then the next 50 runs were as good as he's hit them, and he was dominant against spin. I think that's the thing that stands out to me today. Yes, Sri Lanka have missed some opportunities and have gotten probably a little bit flat now and tired, but I think the quality of the Australian batting today has been top-notch.
Khawaja reverse for one. Well, it speaks to their tactic and their strategy of getting Travis Head at the top, not just because it suits Travis Head, because it suits the team. When the new ball's hard, Head is at his most damaging, and we're seeing right now, I know they're batting fairly comfortably, but it's hard to score quick with these tactics. So get out of the blocks early and then rein it back in.
Yeah, and it also allowed Khawaja into his innings, which we've seen the benefit of that now. I mean, he's gone at a good clip all day.
Yeah.
133 off 188 balls is good going, given they've used the tactics to try and slow things down. But as well as he's played, first 100 here in Sri Lanka, 5th in Asia, he's been brilliant.
Some dancing a deep square leg from some of the punters, which is great to see. Smith lets it slide down the leg side. It's well taken by Mendes. It's a cricket-loving crowd, isn't it? They're not necessarily boisterous like what we see in other parts of the world, but they appreciated Steve Smith's 10,000th, and it's a lovely ground to watch cricket at, especially up on the fort up there, Bryce, when we had a walk yesterday. You've been up to the fort a few times, Kat?
Yeah, we sung the team song there in 2004.
Who was leading the team song at that point?
Justin Langer.
Ah, yes. So he handed to Hussey, did he? Is that the lineage?
Yes.
Van der Sey round the wicket to Smith, who's letting it hit his pad again and kicking it away. 2 for 290 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Hi, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. Do you need a reliable transport company with sign-on-glass capabilities, a strong safety and compliance focus, and a service second to none, led by a team of professionals? That's us. At State Transport, we take the problems out of logistics to provide a seamless service on all occasions. Call us on 134 888.
State Transport. Our people are your solution.
Australia 2 for 290 SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes. New breakthrough collection. Homes from $227,900 and start building in 12 weeks. Seeing some stuff on the big screen here with 5 jovial young men dressed up in white T-shirts, each with a letter of Steve Smith's surname. Smith on the front and then a number on the back, 1 and then 4 zeros. Jumping around, it's good to see. Bharat, Sundaresan. It's slow going out there at the moment.
Good afternoon, boys.
Hey,
It certainly is. Yeah, Bryce, it's dull cricket, but Sri Lanka have managed to slow down the Australian scoring rate. Not that Australia will be too bothered by it. It's so far ahead in the game at the moment.
So there's a change in bowling. Pires bowling right up over the wicket. He's off spin to Khawaja. Khawaja finds 1 to the leg side, and he moves to 134. Smith is 79.
Just a question about those boys we just saw on the screen with the, and we can see from where we are, Smith and each one of them with a letter and a number. What happens when they leave? Like, do you just find them in a supermarket with M in front and 0 at the back? What do you do with those T-shirts?
Pires bowls to Smith. Spinning but slowly, and Smith's good enough to work backward to square on the leg side for a single. I don't think that's the point, though, is it? They want it for 1 day and 1 day only. The point is, if Smith made a duck today, that would have been embarrassing for them.
But still, there are 4 of them who still would have made a point because they had 0 at the back. So.
And they could have come in a few days' time and seen Smith get to 10,000. You're right. Yeah, just one of them had to stay home. The one with 1 on his back would have to stay home. He's averaging 56 in Test cricket, Steve Smith. Pires bowls, it's full. Khawaja had a good look at it, and he'll find 1 to mid-off. He put his head down, Khawaja, and he scampered through.
Another thing that has happened is gone pretty dark. And we've been here, or I've been here for the last 4 days. The light goes very quickly.
Yeah. Do you think there's a bit storm action coming through?
It feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah. So it has been a bit of rain around, particularly the evenings, late afternoon evenings.
Pires bowls to Smith. Smith 1 to long on.
So maybe that's just brewing up once again to come down. A lot of overnight rain. The covers were really wet this morning. Heavy rain overnight. The whole ground is covered, so not a blade of grass was affected. But certainly it took them some time to clean off the covers.
Pires with a 2-step run up to Khawaja. Turns the ball into the leg side for a dot. Well, it's manual labour. I mean, there's probably 150 or maybe even more people around the ground that are helping do various jobs in the last 24 hours before the first ball. It all comes together very late here, Bharat.
It certainly does.
It's like cramming for an exam.
One of the most remarkable scenes I've ever seen on a cricket ground.
Khawaja facing Pires, and he pretends to play at it, but he doesn't really, and it hits his pad. End of the over. Hold that thought, Baz. 2 for 294, the Australians on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
When the job needs doing, that's Ace. When you need it fast, that's Ace. When it's Ace Gutters, it's built to last.
As a roofing plumber working on an estate, I can't afford to be sitting around waiting for gutters, fascias and downpipes to be delivered. That's why I've always used Ace Gutters. If I order a stocked item by 5 a.m. that morning, I know I'll get it the same day.
When it's Ace Gutters, it's built to last.
Call 9586 4888 or log on to acegutters.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes. 2 for 294, the Aussies. The run rate's 3.97, but the run rate this session is 2.36. Naught for 33 from 14 overs. Vanessay, it's short, it's a wrong one, and Smith just helps it around the corner, and that'll go for 4. First boundary in quite some time, Steve Smith. It was a loose delivery, a wrong one from the leg spinner, and Smith just tapped it around, and it went as fine as it can possibly go for a boundary. He moves to 85.
Around the wicket and then bowling the wrong one, so he's trying a few different tricks here. Under edge on that as he stood up and just sort of paddled it fine, and no risk again. The scoring largely has been no risk. They're controlling a little bit here, but it's really defensive bowling.
Van der Say, the leg spinner. This one's tossed up, and Smith yorks himself. No run.
A bit too early, wasn't it, for them to, I thought, go on the negative? And it is a negative ploy, whichever way you look at it.
Run rate been dragged back down to 4 and over.
Smith defends.
And just to finish on my point of, and it happens in every Sri Lankan ground. Like, they just come from everywhere with the covers when the rain comes. And so this is, I think, an India-Sri Lanka test match in 2015 where Sri Lanka looked like they were about to lose the game. They 2 wickets left and India were away from a series win.
Van der Say around the wicket to Smith. Again, it's full, and again, Steve Smith hits it to mid-on and gets 1.
And then the rain started coming down. So you had like 100 ground staff, Sri Lankan all, running with the covers while celebrating because they thought that it's a thunderstorm and it'll wash out the rest of the play and Sri Lanka would have saved the test. So you had all these ground staff punching the air and celebrating as they brought the covers out. Unfortunately for them, the rain went away in 20 minutes.
Oh, no.
And the game was over an hour or so later. But
most of them don't have shoes on either. They're bare feet. I'd love to know what they're doing now. They're at the ground watching. Van der Say bowls. Khawaja defends. There's a chance it might have gone to first slip where De Silva was fielding, but it was safe, and they'll get 1. It's a deep, what really is a deep third man.
Yes, I wouldn't say it's created chances, but the few times the Australian batters have made errors, not mistakes, have been when Van der Say has got one to turn a pitch quickly, because it's been slow turn for the finger spinners.
Incredibly slow.
Yeah.
Really, really slow wicket. I've seen slow wickets, but
this is slow.
This is extraordinarily slow.
300's up for Australia. 2 wickets down. Smith defends into the onside for no run. End of the over. Van der Say has bowled 19. 2 for 300 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Your back-to-school expert. Unbeatable deals on laptops, tablets, headphones and more. Best brands, best prices guaranteed.
Every detail about Porsche has to be just right down to the way you pronounce their name. It's this unrelenting attention to detail over 35 years that Porsche demanded when selecting Charlie Battisti & Co. as their certified collision center for Porsche. So should the unthinkable happen, Charlie Battisti & Co. will restore your vehicle to Porsche's exacting standards. charliebattisti.com.au, Melbourne's finest facility for the repair of prestige German vehicles.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, 2 for 300 Australia. Just look at the list of fastest batters to 10,000 Test runs. So Brian Lara did it in 195 Test innings, as did Tendulkar, as did Sangakkara. Ponting 196. And then Steve Smith is next. Khawaja defends down the wicket for no run off the bowling of Pyrrhus.
If we can just park that 10,000 chat for a second, just on the slowness of this pitch, and what I'm really looking forward to seeing is how Murphy and Kuhnemann bowl on this, because the pitches they've so far bowled on in the subcontinent have been fast turners.
Yep.
Ahmedabad was flat. There was no turn.
Pyrrhus bowls. Khawaja opens up his front leg and drives it down the ground for 1.
And that'll be a fascinating challenge, wouldn't it, for the Australian spinners?
I get a sense the Australian bowlers will bowl quicker and they'll bowl into the surface. And although Lyon is up and down, he can do it at a pace which is around 90 k's an hour, which is probably 5, 6, 7, 8 kilometres quicker than what they're bowling at the moment. So it's going to be a different game. It'll be quicker. It'll be bouncier. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing him bowl. I think that can really come into play in these conditions now. They just, it is such slow spin that they just haven't been threatened. When they get beaten, they can go back and have time to adjust.
Pyrrhus, the off spinner to Smith. Smith
like that.
Gets right back in his crease and finds one to deep backward square. So as the game goes on, will it spin quicker or more, or do you think it's going to stay like this?
No, I think it's going to be slow, and it's up to the bowlers then to adapt and have more energy through, and that's where Nathan Lyon, Kuhnemann is a jet at it, but he'll do the square spinning seam. He'll be cutting, going at the stumps. Some will grip, and then some will slide through, and he did that so well in India.
Pyrrhus to Khawaja, 1 to cover. The field is spread on the offside.
So it's going to be a good contrast, and that's what the spin bowlers will be doing now. They'll be talking about this and talking about, well, how are we going to do it? Todd Murphy's a little bit quicker as well. He's different to Nathan Lyon. as much as they bowl off spin, but it will be a little bit different. So I think they'll be talking about upping the speed a little bit and just seeing how that performs. But I think that could be a bit of a challenge for the Sri Lankans.
Smith defends Pearce, no run.
Just a question for you to ponder on for the next over, Bryce. Like, is it for the Sri Lankans? Is it easy to change the pace on the same day? Like, can you go back during the tea break and come back and change your pace?
I think it is.
It's a full one. Smith to long on for one. He moves to 88. He's 12 runs away from a 35th Test century, and this partnership is now 168. On the Harvey Norman scoreboard, your back-to-school expert. Unbeatable deals on laptops, tablets, headphones and more. Best brands, best prices guaranteed. Australia 2 for 304.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
Australia 2 for 304. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Tom Morris with Bryce McGain and Bharat Sundaresan. Leg spinners continue. Van der Sey is bowled 19 overs, 1 for 84. I was just talking about 10,000 runs. So Lara, Tendulkar, Sangakkara, Ponting got there quicker than Smith. But Smith got there quicker than Dravid, Yunus Khan, Joe Wardener, Gavaskar, Callis, Joe Root, Cook, Border, Chanderpaul and Steve Waugh. So he's in rare company at the very top of that list.
I was there for Callis's 10,000th run. Bowled the ball and he picked it up over mid-wicket for 6. But that's one of those things, Barrett. Well, you can put yourself right in the occasion.
You're part of history.
I know.
Part of a highlights reel. Van der Sey bowling to Smith. Outside half of the bat. No run to backward point. Do you remember the shot itself or do you put it out of your memory?
Oh, I know. It's just a big slog sweep over the square leg. Good hit. Yeah. Hit it well.
Cape Town.
So Jai Soria and I will share notes about having 10,000 runs. That's the 10,000th.
Well, maybe you should form a club, find others around the world.
Yeah. Someone had to bowl it.
Yeah. Smith pulls it away. That's a short leg killer. It's just missed the fielder under the helmet. Luckily for him, pulled away for 4 through mid-wicket. Steve Smith, a couple of boundaries the last couple of overs for him, and he moves in the 90s. He's 92. That was convincing.
And Van der Sey, that's a tired delivery. Front arm dropped away and he just dragged it down, and he's been toiling away in amongst that's the first rank ball that he's bowled. Let's be honest, he's bowled pretty well, showing his skills, but the Aussies had the answer.
Smith defends, no run.
Yeah, that's the kind of delivery you bowl and apologise to short leg, don't you?
Oh yeah, you bet you do.
Well, short leg is quite straight. He's on the line of mid-wicket, albeit a metre away from the stumps. He's moved around all day in there, Ashada Fernando. Smith, full toss. This time he hits it through mid-wicket. It's running away.
Oh, it's gone.
Look at that, with the wind. That has picked up speed the longer it went. He moves to 96, Steve Smith.
Again, another tired ball, over adjusting from dragging it down, losing his front arm, went to just throw it up there. Smith's read this book before. As soon as a spinner drags one down, you're just hungry, waiting for it to be over-pitched, and he did. He just walked down there and went, no, I can take you through mid-wicket. Mid-wicket's completely vacant. So it was just a no-risk shot for 4.
So he's 1 hit away, Steve Smith now. He's facing Van der Sey. Shortish delivery, defended into the onside. No run. He's 96.
And Steve Smith's ready for a change of gloves. He thought that was the end of the over. He was already turning around. Very ritualistic about those change of gloves.
Last ball of the over. Van der Sey to Smith. Defending into the onside. He'll hold on to the strike.
Read the googly.
Yep, he read the wrong and nicely. He moves to 97. This is SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. We're just waiting to see whether this is drinks. And it is. Drinks here in Gaul. Australia 2 for 313. Khawaja 138. Smith 97. On the Harvey Norman scoreboard, your back-to-school expert. Unbeatable deals on tablets, laptops, headphones and more. Best brands, best prices guaranteed. 13 overs remaining from Gaul after the break.
Golfbox is Australia's greatest golf superstore. With the biggest range of brands and best prices, you simply can't go past Golfbox for your golf gear. Whether you're just starting out or looking to better your score, Golfbox has you covered with the largest range of clubs, balls, bags, gloves, clothes, shoes, tech, accessories and more. With PGA professionals and golf specialists for expert advice, plus lightning fast delivery Australia-wide, it's never been easier to shop for you, your family or your mates. Shop online at golfbox.com.au and save. Golfbox, we outfit everyone.
Apparently, you can tell someone's age by the length of their socks. Millennials and Gen Zers are in a sock revival. But TikTok trends aside, here's a fact. Underworks have a perfect pair of Underworks sports socks for everyone. Whether you like a tall sock, a short sock, a medium sock like me, thick, thin, arch support, no show, no slip, no grip, or even no blisters. No matter who you are, Underworks has the perfect pair for your summer look. Underworks, the number wonder down under for socks.
Short, it's a wrong one, and Smith just helps it around the corner, and that'll go for 4. First boundary in quite some time, Steve Smith. It was a loose delivery. Yeah. Smith pulls it away. That's a short leg killer. It's just missed the fielder under the helmet. Luckily for him, pulled away for 4 through mid-wicket, Steve Smith. Smith, full toss. This time he hits it through mid-wicket. It's running away.
It's gone.
Look at that, with the wind. That has picked up speed the longer it went. He moves to 96, Steve Smith. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. 2 for 313. Tom Morris alongside Bharat Sundaresan. I get the impression, Baz, this drinks break, there's absolutely no rush for either team. The Sri Lankans look tired, fatigued, probably a little bit frustrated, although it has cooled down a little bit here in Galle. The wind coming across the ground towards the Indian Ocean from the fort. And Steve Smith nearing yet another Test century. 97 not out. Khawaja is 138. And wouldn't it be something if Khawaja can bat the entire day at the age of 38? Just says something about his mental resolve and his physical prosperity.
Yeah, that's what it felt like he was doing through 2022 and 2023, which led to him becoming the Test Player of the Year. But what he's done here today is also found the kind of tempo often need in this part of the world. He's kept up. Not at the rate at which Travis Head was scoring, but he complemented him nicely. I thought it was those initial shots he played of the spinners where he jumped out the crease, hit them down the ground, once for 4, then for 6 towards the fort. That really freed him up. And he's always had the trust with his back foot defense to fall back on. And that's meant that the Sri Lankan spinners have rarely gone through a phase where they've had any kind of control except when they've come around the wicket and bowled that rather defensive line.
Hello, Baz.
Oh, hello, Cole. I was just on a rant.
That's okay. I was happy listening. It's fine. Replacing Tommy during the drinks break. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Steve Smith, 3 away to complete a perfect day. 2 for 313. Russell Arnold jumping in as well. Hello, Russell.
How are you, Adam? The only thing that's pleasing me today from a Sri Lankan point of view is the over rate.
Yes, that's been very good. At least they don't have to be out there for not even an extra second. We get the extra half hour off as well.
Nishan bowls to Smith, who's forward in defence. There'll be no risks taken, 3 away from a century.
The fact Bharat just mentioned Sri Lanka bowled a defensive line. The situation requires so. We're well aware the harder ball zips through.
Nishan to Smith, goes back, rides the bounce, out through cover. There'll be at least 2. Could be 3 or indeed 4. They will return for a third, and that will be the century for the acting captain. Steve Smith takes off the baggy green, acknowledges the teammates, the crowd as well. It's Test match ton number 35. 17 of them away from home. His third here in Sri Lanka on a massive day for him personally, bringing up his 10,000th run in Test cricket. He caps it with another ton. He's been at his youthful best, dancing his way to the spinners, doing things on his terms. A brilliant performance. Steve Smith, 100 not out.
use of the feet. That's been simply brilliant. Yes, not many boundaries off the back foot, but the fact that using the depth of this crease to maneuver the balls to gaps has been the key, forcing the bowlers to come at him, bowl fuller, and hasn't he feasted on those deliveries? It's been a top knock. Trusted his defence, the game plan.
Nishan Khawaja defensively, going back, bowling over the wicket to him.
Judgment of line and length. It's been at a different level from Steve Smith. His second 100 here in Galle, consecutive test matches, if you may say so.
Did you like that from Kushal Mendes, joking when Khawaja picked the ball up that he was going to appeal? I did. So did Khawaja. Playing through the onside here at the deep mid-wicket. They all had a good laugh, I should say. It was all done in good fun. Khawaja 140, 2 for 318.
You're going back to that negative line. Sri Lanka needed to do that. The new ball fizzes through. That's the time you can look to attack or try and dictate terms to the batters. So it's after tea, it was all about bowling leg side or outside the leg stump to try and dry up the runs. New ball due in 2 overs after this one.
Around the wicket, Smith down the ground, gets one more, 101, 2 for 318.
And that last 30-40 minutes, Sri Lanka can look to attack, get a bit more bounce or speed, pace off the wicket, and hence making sure Australia don't get to 400 before then.
Fair enough, Russell.
Nishan over the wicket, down to long on. Khawaja working the angles as he's done so nicely through the course of the day. He's faced 200 balls for his 140, 2 for 319. Smith now has, I know at the end of the over, we'll come back to this, 2 for 319 with Khawaja 140 and Smith with his 35th Test 100, 101 not out.
Rethink what a spinner can do with the Nelson S7. The superb low-pressure flow control response of the Nelson flow control nozzle is unrivaled. The flow control sprinkler is ideal for areas with uneven water pressure, such as sloped or hilly landscapes, where traditional sprinklers may result in over or underwatering. The S7 Quick Connect system allows for rapid unplugging of the sprinkler while under pressure, a must for reliability and long field life. Drop into your local Nutrient Water store or visit nutrientwaterstore.com.au.
Third session is for Crown. It's all happening at Crown. And the game has slowed down here, but the chance to reflect on another Steve Smith milestone.
Imposing innings. He's really imposed himself on the Sri Lankan spinners from the moment he walked out to bat.
And that number 35 as well, it takes him beyond Sunil Gavaskar, Yunus Khan, Mahela Jayawardena and Brian Lara.
Yeah, a lot of them. There's a big traffic jam there at 34.
Yeah, and Smith goes beyond all of them with 35. He starts to get to that point again where he did have a period of time in his career when things just did slow down. Jayasuriya to Khawaja, reverses to deep backward point for 1. He's 141. 2 for 320.
300s in 4 tests now.
300s in 4 tests, yeah.
And they weren't coming thick and fast the last 2 years. So he'll take that. And I spoke about this at the start of the home summer, Adam. There was something about him, the way he was batting and how happy he was with his batting. I kind of reiterated a few times before he made that first 100 at the Gabba. And from that point, he hasn't really looked back.
So Jayasuriya round the wicket, Smith round the corner, but no single. Yeah, it'd be disingenuous to say that it was a foregone conclusion that Smith was going to go on this run, in my view. You know, the way that Smith had been trending, it was possible that he was in more systemic decline, right? And that's fine. Jayasuriya bowls and Smith goes back and defends. It is perfectly reasonable that a player at this stage of his career may end up in that decline. But Smith now has found a different, as described earlier today, the ultimate problem solver. He's found a way to get to this point again where he's formidable. And that's to his enormous credit. Jayasuriya to Smith, who lunges forward and squeezes it back to the bowler, reaching it on the half volley.
Well, as a player, to maintain high standards day in, day out is a massive challenge. There will be ups and downs. But the better players find those solutions to come out of the downs.
Jayasuriya to Smith forward, defending the cover.
There was also a time where even with Australian cricket and their decision-making, they were not sure. They were trying to accommodate him, if you may like. And the older you get, you tend to doubt yourself as well. Is it time? How are my reflexes? How's my eyesight? this type of thought processes will come in.
Last ball of Jayasuriya's 32nd over. Apologies, Russell. Is knocked on the head by Smith. Back to the bowler it goes. 1 over until the second new ball is due. It's 2 for 320. Smith 101. Khawaja 141 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Unlock, stocked, and full of value. Work Locker. Work Locker.
Head back to work in style with Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Check out their red hot deals on shorts, boots and pants from big brands like Milwaukee, Bisley, Hard Yakka, Steel Blue, FXD, Mongrel and heaps more. Stock up and save with awesome multi-buy offers at Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham.
Unlock, stocked, and full of value. Work Locker. Work Locker.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia's batting today in partnership with IG Online Trading. Why do active traders choose IG? Because IG gives you more. In this period, given them plenty. We're on 185.
Well, going back to Smith, seeing him in Perth, technique seemed all over the place, and yes, my thoughts were the same. Where do you go from here? How do you battle out of this position you're in? Because it's more so the mental demons that you have to deal with.
Nishan bowls, Khawaja back, defends.
But watching the dismissals and approach in Perth, it gave me the impression that now there are technical deficiencies as well. How are you going to line yourself up? But all he needed was a few runs. And now he's just so calm and in so much control. You've got to chuck in the form that we saw, the way he was hitting the ball in the Big Bash as well, to really figure out where this guy is in his game.
Nishan away from us, bowls here to Khawaja, defends the cover. Yeah, I think the dismissal at Adelaide in the first innings, out of those first three, Baz, that was the one I think that prompted, gosh, is there something actually going on here? Because I know it's like a sample size of one, but being caught down the leg side the way that he was, or upish from Khawaja, but there's a big gap at cover point, and that's the direction the ball goes, where there's a sweeper on the rope. Matthews, who cuts it off, they get 1, 2 for 321, takes Khawaja to 142. But then from there, from that point, the next innings he plays is the first dig at Brisbane. And of course, that's where he gets that breakthrough 100, having had to wait so long for it. And now it's 3 and 4 test matches, and he continues here. 102 he moves to with a single through the leg side, 2 for 322.
I think with him, it's so much about how happy he is with his own batting. And I thought even though he got out the way he did in Adelaide, when I saw him at the Gabba just working on his game, he still seemed very happy with what was happening with his batting. So it just felt like that breakthrough innings was coming, and it came at the right time.
Khawaja facing Nishan, bowls here, drives out to cover. No run there, doesn't quite middle it the way he wanted to. End of the over, 2 for 322. The second new ball is available. Harvey Norman scoreboard, your back-to-school expert. Unbeatable deals on laptops, tablets, headphones and more. Best brands, best prices, guaranteed.
When it comes to delivering on experience and reliability,
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done.
They sure will. Right now, pick up 200 by 50 sleepers at only $7.85 per metre. Building trades, engineering projects and at-home DIY. Robot's been in the building game for over 70 years. They've seen it all and know it all.
Robot Building Supplies, Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Very strong breeze blowing across from our right to our left from the Indian Ocean. Literally from the Indian Ocean. As the second new ball is waved in the air by umpire Gaffney, they're going to take it right away.
No surprises at all. This is a moment they look to attack. It's also coming to the end of the day's play. 45 minutes remaining. Batters also play for the close. You get one here. That's an opportunity to probably end the day with 2 or 3 more. So very, very important passage of play.
Jayasuriya round the wicket. Smith whips it down to deepish mid-on. One there, 103 for him, 2 for 323. And they get a look at a debutant if they get a wicket here as well.
And potentially someone playing a second test. If Webster bats at 6,
he's can't to come in at 7.
He is, exactly. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. If Alex Carey bats at 6, he played an extraordinary innings here, didn't he?
Yeah.
First innings where everything was either a sweep or a reverse sweep.
Yes, he had a plan and he stuck to it. Jayasuriya from the fort. Bowls to Khawaja. He goes back to the new ball and ends up playing it from the crease, inside edge to short leg.
But that's the difference, Adam. I was trying to explain to you earlier. That length,
Yeah.
they had enough time. They could have a cup of tea and knock it to wherever they want. But this one just skids through. So now he'll have to be careful.
Jayasuriya to Khawaja, reverse and nails it. It's 4. He's absolutely middled that. Khawaja up to 146. He's not done yet. 2 for 327. That's the 32nd 4 of the day to go with 3 sixes.
Such a good shot. He's taken it from in line with the stumps, but straight away the message to the bowler. Now, he would have thought with the one previously skidding through, all right, I'm in the game. But here he's got a different skill set, he's got a different option, and the pressure back on the bowler, even though he's got a new ball.
Jayasuriya over the wicket. Bowls to Khawaja, shout for leg before, nothing doing there. It spills out behind square leg rather. So Khawaja was down to sweep. Can't imagine a scenario where they go upstairs for that given the angle. Dhananjaya being consulted by the bowler and the wicketkeeper Kusal, but that'll all be just a formality surely. 8 seconds left. He's still considering it, you know.
He did go across his stumps and he did hit his pad. So they're thinking
3,
it's quite straight.
2, 1, no. He wouldn't want to. You just want to blow one now after having failed to use DRS twice earlier today with ones that would have been out.
Probably the better way to go, Bharat, is let today go. You made bad decisions with the DRS as a captain.
Jayasuriya bowls round the wicket. Smith into the onside. Easy one out there. It's deep mid-wicket. 104 for him.
Sleep it off,
329.
basically, Russell. Sleep off your mistakes.
Yeah, it's one of those days. Unless I'm very, very sure I'm going to leave that alone. And he didn't have much help from the others on the park, did he?
So Jayasuriya in his 33rd over completes it here. He's got 1 for 101. Khawaja beats short leg. Sharda dived away to his left but couldn't get there in time. 147 for Khawaja. He keeps the strike. Smith's 104. It's 2 for 330.
Desire is more than choosing the perfect car colour or how you look behind the wheel. It's driving an SUV that's filled with desirable features that make perfect sense. Offered in hybrid, plug-in hybrid or petrol, the Lexus NX marries outstanding performance, connected technology and refined comfort. You can explore the range and book your test drive now at Lexus of Brighton, 99 Nepean Highway, LMCT 9897.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. So because this day is going to finish in 40 minutes from now, we're not going to have the extra half an hour. We're so conditioned having the extra half an hour built in, Russell, aren't we? In modern Test cricket. We just take it as a given. But 40 minutes until the close of play. So, I mean, dare I say it, they might even get more than 90 overs in.
Or they'll slow it down because Sri Lanka are in a position where they don't want Australia just running away with it.
Yeah.
If they're able to pick up a wicket, then you try and go at the batters, try and put pressure on the new batter who'll come in. Probably it's the debutant who's going to be next.
Nishant Peris bowling with the new ball from round the wicket to Khawaja. Goes back and cuts the off-spin at a backward point. No run there. Good diving stop.
But if these two continue on their merry way, but I'll tell you what, we're not going to play right through because I'm very sure it's raining out there.
Oh, quite right. It is. It's so much so that they're coming off.
Where did that come from?
So the rain has arrived quickly, as it does here in Gaul. So off the field they go. Umpire Holdstock knocks the bails off.
And there you go, Adam. We were on commentary on TV a few minutes ago and you asked me for a prediction on the weather. What did I say?
Should have given me one.
No, stay away from it.
Should have given me one.
Because we just don't know what can happen here and where did that drizzle come from.
So Smith and Khawaja, they've added 195 together and they'll leave the ground together. Whether that's for the final time today or not, time will tell, although they will go to great lengths to cover the entire field, I'm sure, as is the custom here in Sri Lanka. So the many, many ground staff being deployed to various corners of the ground to get the big blue tarps out after the original pitch covers have been laid.
They come from everywhere. they just know how to do this. They're so experienced.
It is remarkable to see it play out in front of your eyes as well, isn't it? I mean, there must be 100 people on the ground right now doing covers.
Usually 124 people, I'm told.
124.
Then they tend to use 24 to 25 covers to cover the whole ground.
It is an icon of watching cricket in Sri Lanka, the whole ground being covered up.
The sun has, of course, disappeared behind the clouds. That's been the case since around tea.
Yeah, it definitely cooled down. The game changed after tea on a number of fronts, not least the fact that we had the wind come in and the decision to bowl that defensive line outside the leg stump. It just, the vibe changed. And it meant that Australia were able to, only for a brief amount of time, get away and really assert themselves again. They didn't need to. Such was the position they were at by tea. So looking back through the day as it was, they were 2 for 261. So they've still added 69 runs since tea, but without having to do an awful lot, just milking singles down the ground for the most part. And Khawaja, a couple of those lavish reverse sweeps. And Smith went through the 90s very quickly through the onside when taking down Jeffrey Van der Say. Smith, his 35th Test 100, 104 not out. And Khawaja, 147 not out, his 16th Test ton as well. So the pair of them have really cashed in after Travis Head and Khawaja added 92 for the first wicket. Head, the first man to fall for 57 from 40 balls. That all happened in a real hurry inside the first hour of play. Labuschagne was caught at slip for 20 after he put on 43 with Khawaja. And since then, across the 3 sessions, it's been Khawaja and Smith.
The way they've scored their runs is what's impressive. There are different scoring shots, different options that you would need to use in slower turning conditions compared to what they would have been using or how they approached their batting innings 3 weeks ago. And coming out here to Galle, coming out here to Sri Lanka, it's been a place where Australia have struggled off late.
Yep.
Why I say off late is around 2007, 2003, 4. Very good Australian teams, we know that. And they did counter the threat of Murali pretty well, very well in fact.
Yep.
But since 2016, it's been pretty different how these Australian batters have approached their spin play. Hence refreshing in the options they have used, the calmness that Khawaja showed on the back of the Travis Head onslaught. So it's worked beautifully and just piling it on. Just being able to make those adjustments. But at no stage have they looked ruffled and gone looking for those balls. They scored quickly, but that's all due to the wonderful options they've used and made the bowlers bowl into their zones.
Yeah, they just haven't allowed Sri Lanka to apply any ongoing pressure. That's been a defining characteristic of the partnership, is that, you know, even after tea, when the scoring rate dipped, that's because of the defensive line. They elected to bowl to try and stop Australia. So, yeah, it was a forced change in tactics. So we never had a passage of play today, apart from maybe a 4 or 5 over window leading up to lunch where Van der Say, in his first spell, had it turning square and he had Jayasuriya building some dot ball pressure. That might have been the only window today where the Australians had to absorb some pressure. Other than that, it's been one of those days where you're looking at where the sweepers are going and the ball's following the sweepers, and the chances that weren't taken, the caught and bowled from Smith on 1, Jayasuriya, you know, that would have been 2 balls after raising his 10,000th run. What an anticlimactic feeling that would have been had Smith been dismissed in the same over. And Khawaja not electing to review the caught behind, which they were convinced of on the field. I mean, the Jayasuriya appeal and the way that Kushal went up with him, I took it as a given that they'd be reviewing that, but electing not to review there. Indeed, the Travis Head review that wasn't. I know that only cost them 50-odd runs, and that's far fewer runs than the other two.
That's a lot at that stage.
But still, at that stage of the game, the way that Head played, that was a moment that helped shape those first 15 or so overs where Head was unbelievable.
And the game is all about seizing your moment. So that passage of play that you did mention was a moment that Sri Lanka should have seized. It was a moment where they did have those opportunities as well because of the pressure. And if you do miss out against quality players in the caliber of Khawaja, of Steve Smith, they're going to make it pay. They really are going to make you pay, and they're looking better and better. That effect will translate, will pass on to the rest of the dressing room. Will start feeling calmer, they'll start believing, they'll know exactly what to do by watching what these two players are doing. And it'll only get better for Australia and Sri Lanka feeling the pressure more and more.
So rain has stopped play here at Galle.
The sun is trying to peek through the clouds. It's only 4:27 p.m. here in Colombo with about 9 overs remaining of the scheduled overs.
I mean, they got loads of time to get back on, but is it raining? Like, it's more, it's not really raining, is it? This is very light stuff. It's enough to prompt the fourth umpire to have the umbrella up, but it's not as though the spectators have sought shade. Not that there's much shade at Galle anyway, but you know what I'm trying to say.
But they're not on the run.
It's very light rain. So in some ways, I hope they stop trying to put any more covers down, because that could be prohibitive to getting back on.
Just the one umbrella I see that's been opened out there, and that's the fourth umpire's umbrella.
They might want to think about getting those big covers off, because otherwise, I know it's a bit of a balancing act and it could come quick, but you wouldn't want to be in a situation where it came to a stop and we're delayed getting back on, because...
But what they would think, the groundsman, the umpires would be thinking is, you've got to protect the outfield, because that's what they do here.
Yeah.
And with heavy rain, you don't want play to be held up tomorrow because of overnight rain. So they take every opportunity to make sure the playing area is covered. They look at what's left today, what are the chances, play the probabilities, and then make that decision whether it's better to protect or do you really need to get out there. And if there is a slight drizzle, they will hold the covers down there because they'll want it to clear. The rules do specify to the detail that if there's a drizzle and you come off until it clears, you're not coming back on.
So a little bit of movement from the ground staff, but mostly that's to shake some of the water off. I don't think they're going to take them off for the reasons that you state, Russell Arnold. We might just work our way towards a break here at Galle with the delay continuing. Australia 2 for 330. A partnership that's currently 195 between Usman Khawaja, who's 147 from 210 deliveries. His 16th Test 100 brought up just before tea. And Steve Smith, who got his 100 after tea, 104 from 188 balls. He's 35th at Test level. He's third in his last 4 Test matches. 2 for 330. Australia making the very best of day one so far. We'll take a break on our coverage. When we return, hopefully some better news. We're here for Henley Homes.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
Head back to work in style with Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Check out their red hot deals on shorts, boots and pants from big brands like Milwaukee, Bisley, Hard Yakka, Steel Blue, FXD, Mongrel and heaps more. Stock up and save with awesome multi-buy offers at Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham.
Unlock stocks and pull the value. Work Locker. Work Locker.
With more power than a cross-court backhand, it's Crowell's Electrical and Solar Man. He's helping Australian residents score advantage against rising energy costs with solar power systems from Crowell's Electrical and Solar. They're also the experts in battery storage technology, the installation of your system, and protecting it with ongoing maintenance programs. Ace your power bills. Google Crowell's Electrical and Solar today. That's CROWLZ. REC number 26223.
Tired of feeling stuck? Want to unlock your team's full potential? Every week on Mastering High Performing Teams, we will bring you weekly wisdom on building stronger teams and developing exceptional leaders.
Join Kirk and Nick Del Santo for practical tips and actionable advice to help leadership teams become high-performing teams.
Tune in every Thursday at 5:55 p.m. during Sports Day. Let's master high performance together.
Hey, can you pass me that box of NGK spark plugs?
Yep, no worries. Here you go. Hey, boss, did you also know that Natera has just launched their range of filters too?
No way. What brand?
NTK filters. There's oil filters, fuel filters, air filters, and cabin air filters, all for the automotive aftermarket. They reckon every car deserves an NTK filter.
Oh, is that so? Let's give them a go, because this whole thing definitely deserves an NTK filter.
NTK filters by Natera, because every car deserves one.
Hi, Kev Sheedy here, a long-time ambassador of Essendon BMW. The new BMW X3 has landed at Essendon BMW and it's an absolute game changer. Built to explore, stylish and packed with performance, this is the ultimate machine for those who demand more from every drive. So what are you waiting for? Located in Essendon Fields, head into Essendon BMW today, meet the team and take the new BMW X3 for a spin. It's time to up your driving game. LMCT 0011 700.
With a growing family, life changes, and sometimes that means your home needs to change too. Duncan Thompson Extensions are a trusted family business that's been extending homes for over 40 years and recognise what's most important for you. From concept to completion, Duncan Thompson Extensions plan, design and extend your home to match your life. Sign up now and make 2025 the year your home becomes perfect for your family. It's good to be home. Visit duncanthompson.com.au.
Hey, can you pass me that box of NGK spark plugs?
Yep, no worries. Here you go. Hey, boss, did you also know that Natera has just launched their range of filters too?
No way. What brand?
NTK filters. There's oil filters, fuel filters, air filters, and cabin air filters, all for the automotive aftermarket. They reckon every car deserves an NTK filter.
Oh, is that so? Let's give them a go, because this whole thing definitely deserves an NTK filter.
NTK filters by Natera, because every car deserves one.
Had a car accident? Don't worry, Sheen Panel Service are open these holidays. So call Sheen first and you'll be back on the road in one of our 600 accident replacement vehicles at no cost to you. Sheen will handle your repair from start to finish, including pickup and delivery of your vehicle. 27 locations across Victoria. To find your closest Sheen, visit sheengroup.com.au. Sheen Panel Service. T's and C's apply.
When the job needs doing, that's Ace. When you need it fast, that's Ace. When it's Ace Gutters, it's built to last.
As a roofing plumber working on an estate, I can't afford to be sitting around waiting for gutters, fascias and downpipes to be delivered. That's why I've always used Ace Gutters. If I order a stocked item by 5 a.m. that morning, I know I'll get it the same day.
When it's Ace Gutters, it's built to last.
Call 9586 4888 or log on to acegutters.com.au.
We're well aware the harder ball zips through.
Shards Smith goes back, rides the bounce out through cover. There'll be at least 2. Could be 3 or indeed 4. They will return for a third, and that will be the century for the acting captain. Steve Smith takes off the baggy green, acknowledges the teammates, the crowd as well. It's Test match ton number 35. 17 of them away from home. His third here in Sri Lanka on a massive day for him personally, bringing up his 10,000th run in Test cricket. He caps it with another ton.
Steve Smith really is something else. 35 Test hundreds. He stands alone on that number. He's now within touching distance of some absolute greats of the game. He's gone past some other greats as well today with 10,000 Test runs and 35 Test centuries. Australia 2 for 330. Tom Morris, Bharat, Sundaresan and Bryce McGain are with you. It's windy at Gaul. The covers are, I would say, covering about 75% of the ground. There's no tyres, Bharat. We saw that last night. But I would be surprised if we got back on today, especially given the light appears to be dimming.
Yeah, and you can see one section of the ground where they already started disturbing the Toblerone, which denotes the boundary, which is a sign that they want to bring all the covers in. The ground staff are mulling around. The umpires were out there in the middle just around 5 minutes ago with their umbrellas up. That's never a good sign if you are looking forward to a resumption in play. The one good thing is because of Sri Lanka's over rate, we've still got 81 overs of play, because in any other conditions, Bryce, we're still talking, we would have been in the 68th over or 66th over.
Too true, and it's actually been good. I commented a little bit earlier, often we've seen teams even bowling with 2 spin, and India have done that in certain conditions, but it's not fast-moving cricket. But Sri Lanka haven't held things up at all, so credit to them, despite the fact that there's only been the reward of 2 wickets today. But it could have been a vastly different day had they taken their chances and probably been crafty with their reviews. So, Smith had been dropped. He got dropped on one, caught and bowled. Joe Saria, he got dropped at short cover. Mendes put him down. It was a tough one above his head, but, that was when he was on 19. So it hasn't been faultless. Khawaja dropped at slip. And so, look, they've missed a lot of chances. Tough chances, admittedly. They're not all gimmies, but at Test cricket level, you would absolutely expect them to be taken, all of them.
What are you saying, Baz?
Yeah, just more movement with the Toblerones, and just trying to see if once they get their hands on the cover, it's all over for today. But I completely agree with you, Bryce. Yeah, it's not that they bowled very badly.
No.
Yeah, they've had moments, and especially till, say, halfway through the second session, once they went to that leg stump, outside leg stump line, that's when it felt like they were playing for the waiting game, or they said the only way out is playing the waiting game. But till that point on, they were creating chances, and it easily could have been a 4 for 150 or 4 for 160. And then with Inglis and Bo Webster, pretty inexperienced middle order that Australia have, who knows. But, wasn't to be. And once Steve Smith and Usman Khawaja kind of took control of proceedings, there was just one-way traffic.
That's the good oil for Cobram Estate, Australian extra virgin olive oil. The score at tea was Australia 2 for 261 in 60 overs.
It's been called off official.
That's it. Yeah. So that's the end of day 1 here in Gaul. No surprise given what we've been seeing and the covers coming on and the extensive works that have gone into that. So Australia will finish on 2 for 330. And the score at tea, as I was saying earlier, 2 for 261 off 60. They made 69 runs in that final session from 21 overs. So the run rate, Bryce, slowed from earlier in the day, but they still managed to get enough so that Khawaja is a shot away from making 150, and Steve Smith brought up his ton, of course, that third session for Crown. It's all happening at Crown.
Yeah, Thomas, with a platform that was set, Travis Head and Khawaja at the top of the order. The first 50 came in just over 8 overs. They were going to run a ball, and then the next 50 that they brought up in the 17th over. So they were really going along at 5.7, and that then set the platform for just being a bit more conservative. It's a very, very slow wicket. It never really got the baking that it needs over the preparation. In actual fact, we were here yesterday, Tom, and they had the ultraviolet rays on it, and they had fans there trying to dry things out so that it can crust up a little bit. It just wasn't there, and it was a good toss for Australia to win and proactively go out there and just be quite aggressive. It wasn't over the top. It wasn't bad bowling, but as soon as they missed a little bit, the punishment happened, and Travis Head was savage on that, and Khawaja just went along with the ride, and he was scoring quite briskly as well, hitting the ball over the top, down the ground, particularly early. And look, it was an outstanding innings, and he finds himself at 147 not out, and Smith at 104 not out at the end of the day. It's been an extraordinary day's cricket.
There was a bit of a mercy rule at the end of the day, wasn't it? As we see that cricket will start tomorrow 15 minutes earlier, so that will be 3:15 p.m. Melbourne time tomorrow. The first ball is bowled, 9:45 a.m. local time. There'll be 98 overs in the day. That shouldn't be an issue.
We'll catch up the overs.
Yeah, we'll catch up the overs. That's fine. Khawaja is a player that's been under the pump for a while now. Bumrah made life difficult in the Australian summer. His overall trend was downwards. There was no one way that he was getting out, but he wasn't scoring the runs that he would have liked or the Australian team would have liked. But as you mentioned on commentary, Bryce, and you're 100% right in saying so. The Australian team was winning by and large, which meant that they were probably less keen to make wholesale changes. Khawaja having built up a fair bit of cachet over the years as an opening batter. They bring him here. He's excellent in these conditions. We've seen it before. And he's 147 odd out, having batted the entire day. He's showing to us that although his reflexes might have slowed 0.5%, and Bumrah's a great bowler, he's still an excellent test batter and worthy of a spot in this 11.
Oh, no question. No question. And he's proven that. It hasn't been so simple, but he's made it look simple out there, and he's just solved the problems. And they kept throwing things at them, the Sri Lankan bowlers. They were around the wicket, over the wicket, different field placings, different strategy, and they were always probing away until they went to the outside leg stump line and just tried to shut down the scoring there for a little bit. But he solved the problem so quickly, and as soon as he would play a shot, he'd then go, okay, they're moving the field there, reverse sweep now. And so he'd solve it immediately, not just try and work through it through a few overs. It was just so clear in his thinking, and Steve Smith did that as well, so clear. Marnus needed to develop that part, and Travis Head probably got a bit of adrenaline rush as he was flying along his 57 or 40 balls, and then he tried to take on a long on. Why would you need to do that in this situation? He just didn't need to do it. So it was a bit disappointing that way. But the other batsmen in Smith and Khawaja were just outstanding in the way they solved the problems that were chucked at them all day.
And it's one thing to see Bumrah too good for the Australian batters. It's another thing to see a leg spinner like Van der Sar playing his second test too good for Marnus Labuschagne. He had him in all sorts today, so that's something for Marnus to consider and reflect upon for the next 3 innings of this tour.
Yeah, and he probably hasn't faced a leg spinner quite like him in these conditions. 5'7", so quite diminutive. The ball is getting tossed up. There's some good pace on it, but the revolutions he was getting, saw him in the pre-game, and boy was he fizzing the ball. He can really rip it out, and that's spinning the ball both directions with a pretty tricky slider as well. So it did have Marnus in a bit of a pickle, and it was never really able to get on top and as I said, solve the problem like the others did. He couldn't solve the problem, and ended up getting his outside edge getting caught at slip.
The big question here is how will this pitch change, and will the spin continue and quicken up? Because if it stays slow spin, we could be in for a very long haul.
Yeah, and I think the weather conditions will dictate the fact that it'll stay slow, Tom. Really? I really do.
It needs some sun.
Yeah, it needs the baking, so it might quicken up. I think the Australians will take a different blueprint from what they've learnt and seen all the Sri Lankan spinners bowl. I think they'll be bowling a bit quicker. Nathan Lyon is quicker through the air, up and down, so that overspin, that fast drop, and that's going to be a different challenge on this wicket. Not one of the Sri Lankan bowlers bowl quite like he does, so I'm excited to see how that happens on this slow wicket, but it's not going to quicken up. It's going to be a real challenge.
How costly were those drop catches? So Jai Surya off his own bowling, and the skipper De Silva at first slip off Khawaja, and then some DRS errors as well. In a 5-test series, drop catches really hurt.
Yeah.
You've got time to get back. In a 2-test series, it can literally cost you the series. It can cost you the contest if you miss 1 or 2 chances, as Sri Lanka did today.
So they're not just drop catches, it's the deflating part that happens to the team. They even had a chance early on. Labuschagne was on 3 and a missed run out. The ball hit the square leg, and he took off for about 2 or 3 paces. And it was just an open shy at the stumps, and Marnus was just gone. He was just down the wicket, anticipating the ball had beaten him. So from 3 or 4 metres away and a little underarm at the stumps, you'd expect them to get it. So there was those types of things. Smith had been dropped on 19, as I mentioned before, at short cover. Earlier than that, caught and bowled. He scored his 10,000th. And the caught and bowled came pretty straightforward for Jai Surya. And at this level, all of those need to be taken. Also, De Silva at slip off Khawaja. So, look, they created opportunities, but it just slipped through their fingers. And they'll be ruining those missed chances, no doubt about it. But I have no doubt the Australians would have come in and there would have been rousing applause for both batsmen coming in. Not only for the milestones and the hundreds and all that, but the way they went about it would have been exactly the way they prepared the week in Dubai in tough, difficult spinning conditions, and they probably found it easier out there than what they had trained. Yeah. So credit to the preparation for exactly these conditions.
I'll tell you what I really like. I like cricket in reverse, and it takes maturity to do this. David Warner did it in the back half of his career, where you go out hard and you pull yourself back in. And that's what Steve Smith did today, and we've discussed that. That takes someone who understands the game situation, is willing to score when it's there, but is not needing to keep up with himself. And this is not a criticism of an Adam Gilchrist type, but he admits that's something that he couldn't do. Once he was going, he was away.
Yeah.
But Steve Smith's able to play through different gears, and he's done it so many times, and to do it in these conditions and be patient when the bowling outside leg stump just again tells us he's not just a great player technically and in terms of his ability and his hands and his feet and his problem solving, but he's a great thinker of the game.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. He didn't sort of rush and go, I've got to keep going at my 4 and over, which he was going at personally early on. He did dial it back down, and I wonder if that'll be a quiet conversation with Travis Head, who launched a ball and was caught at long on early on.
What did you say to Travis Head?
Well, you've spread the field. You've done your damage. They were concerned initially, and they had fielders out right from ball 1, but you've done your damage. Just go and enjoy batting for the day. And there's a good saying that Greg Shippard brought to the Victorian team, and I'm sure he's sharing that where he is now in New South Wales. It's hungry but not greedy.
Yeah.
So you're hungry and you keep feeding, but you're not greedy. You're not gluttonous and just try and blow things apart and take high risk. You just don't need to. So maybe it just satisfies the appetite with the scoring rate rather than trying to really blow things apart.
So the rain's still falling here at Gaul. 2 for 330 Australia. The day has been called off. We'll come back 15 minutes earlier tomorrow. So that's 3:15 Melbourne time. The first ball will be bowled tomorrow. 9:45 a.m. Sri Lankan or Gaul time or Colombo time. And 98 overs in the day are set to be bowled. Almost the entire oval now is covered up. It's an amazing operation to watch live. There are 50, maybe more, 70 people, all men with their shoes off, all in dark T-shirts now that are putting the covers across the entire field. And the manual labour side of it is fascinating, but what's even more fascinating for me is the organisation side of it. They all seem to know what they're doing without an earpiece in their ear.
Well, maybe they're used to having a lot of rain here and they're all ready to go, but they knew exactly which cover goes on at what time. So they're just peeling back on the main strip now, knowing that it is stumps. They peeled it back. Still a bit of drizzly rain, but they're rapidly putting out a hessian so that the pitch doesn't sweat underneath the covers. They'll put the covers back on top and slide everything and tuck it all back into bed for tonight. And then the next phase of this cover routine, Tom, we know what happens, and it's brought to you by Tyre Power. Out come about 200 tyres, and they are the weights on these covers, these massive big tarpaulins that are covering the whole ground. They're in between the seams of it. The big tyres come out. They roll that out. They're hidden behind the boundary line, behind the fence. They all get rolled out, and, it's quite a sight and a coordinated chaos, I can put it.
Coordinated chaos, I love that.
Yeah, but it looks chaotic to us, but they know what they're doing, there's no doubt about that.
Organised chaos. Is that Joel Wilson out in the middle as well, watching very closely as the third umpire, just making sure the covers go on the right spot? He's standing there with his umbrella in his right hand.
Doesn't want to push too hard with the point of it. He's leaning on it, pushing on a cover. Now, he should know better than that. You don't want to hole in the covers.
Yeah. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage today. Henley Holmes, the new breakthrough collection homes from $227,900 there, Bryce. Tony and the team doing a fantastic job and start building in just 12 weeks. You've brought plenty of good oil today for Cobram Estate, Australian extra virgin olive oil. I've got a dose of them back in Australia, and it's absolutely worth it. And Steve Smith is a batting partner today who's happy to play second fiddle to Khawaja, as Khawaja was to Head. For IG online trading, wider active traders choose ID because IG gives you more. So the situation is 2 for 330, and it'll be intriguing to see tomorrow, Bryce, whether the Sri Lankans start aggressively, moderately or defensively as they finished today.
Well, I think they need to balance it. They'll have the outriders there, but knowing that their best ball is certainly good enough, they created a whole lot of chances. And even early on, Travis Head with an LBW shout with Fernando, we didn't really cover that as well. That was out, and they anticipated that it wasn't out, but the shout indicated it was clearly out. So maybe they should have followed through the DRS, and there was also one to Khawaja who nicked it through to the keeper. So there's so many opportunities. Australia could be all out with the chances they've given throughout the day. So we have a look at how they're going to do it tomorrow. It'll be the in-out type fields. They just need to open up one end at least, and then put some pressure on Josh Inglis, the new batter, and then Carey will come in at 6. Bo Webster will bat at 7, and I'm sure that is around having that alternating right-left hand and not just having a string of right-handers together.
And the Australians have to be careful because it's not like they're 2 for 330 on a road in a sense what we've seen in Adelaide before or in Melbourne 15 years ago. This is a road because it's slow, but it's not easy to start against spin. And this new ball is 7 balls old. And that will bounce more and it will cause more issues in the ball than it was 10 or 15 overs ago, which was just sliding onto the middle of the bat.
You're right, Tom. There's no doubt about that. The other part, of course, and fresh in their mind in their preparation of this, is they were in a similar situation a couple of years ago and then lost 5 for 35 and really opened up the test match. So, it's important that they are able to finish off the innings, bat really big, bat themselves in a powerful position. There's tons of time to go. Scoring 330 in the first day with a few overs up your sleeve as well. So 98 overs tomorrow. I can't wait for it to get started again.
It's going to be exciting. So Bharat, Sundaresan and myself will be alongside each other for the new ball. That is from 8:30 a.m. local time or 2 p.m. Melbourne time. And then Adam Collins and the team will kickstart you. What day in the week is it tomorrow? I've lost track. Kickstart you Thursday from Gaul, live here from Gaul, live and exclusive radio coverage into Australia, with the first ball being bowled 15 minutes earlier than it was today, and 98 overs, as Bryce just said. Bryce, well done today. I've enjoyed working with you, and thanks to all the team, and thanks for all you listeners for joining us as well. It's been a privilege to bring you the first day from Gaul, Australia 2 for 330, a day that will be forever remembered as the day that Steve Smith nudged the ball to mid-on and picked up his 10,000th test run. This is SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Mainview Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. We'll see you tomorrow. His ball's full and head hits it over wide mid-wicket for 6. It's gone the whole way, just over the rope. It was tossed up and Travis Head cleared the front leg and he didn't hold back. It's tossed up, Head yorks himself, but he'll still find one to mid-on, and that brings up his half-century, Travis Head. He's done it in quick time. 35 deliveries against the new ball. He loves batting at the top of the order in the subcontinent.
Jayasuriya bowls over the wicket. Head catches the call down towards long on, and it is taken on the rope.
Sweep shot from Khawaja. That'll bring up his half-century to deep backward square. He's done well. Just for a single. 71 deliveries, Usman Khawaja. Wide of the crease, Mandasay. Edge and out. Labuschagne's really struggled to the leg spinner. He came wide of the crease. He celebrates with vigour. Labuschagne opened the face, and it's caught at first slip by the captain. He departs for 20. Smith, the right-hander, facing Jayasuriya. He bowls. Smith hits it to mid-on, and he'll scamper through for 1. 10,000 test runs for Steve Smith. The Aussie fans stand and applaud in the crowd. It's a precious moment for an unconventional but incredible player. He raises the bat, Steve Smith. This DRS earlier, Travis Head. Khawaja, it's a wrong one, and it's put away. It was a loose delivery from Van der Sate. Confidence up after dismissing Labuschagne. But Khawaja pulls it through mid-wicket before. He moves to 63.
Jayasuriya wider on the crease. Smith goes straight back over his head. It's more an up and under. Bowling here's Jayasuriya. Smith driving hard and square for 4. Indeed, through cover.
Mid-on and mid-off are in the circle. Admittedly, mid-off's a bit deeper for Smith. He's down the wicket, and he's dropped Smith a cover.
Makes it a full toss.
It was a hard chance over his head. It might have been no one in the deep, and it does. He picked the gap. The bowler can't quite understand why there's no one back there. The second slip with the helmet on. Made it a full toss. And stands down the pitch. Fernando. Smith down the pitch again. Through mid-on for 4. He dances down the pitch with such authority. Mid-on had no chance. It was all the way along the ground. Jayasuriya walks in. He bowls to Smith. Leg stump line. Work down the leg side to find leg. That'll trickle for 4. Van der Sate to Khawaja. Another reverse. This time he's got it finer and he's hit it beautifully. It's a big chase on in the deep. And it'll be 4. Khawaja starting to hit his stride. He's moved into the 80s. 82. The first slip in place as well. He's down the pitch. Smith over mid-wicket. There's no fielder there. A couple of bounces into the boundary. Jayasuriya to Khawaja. Khawaja's pushing through the covers and there's no one there. It's such a quick outfield. It's a long chase. And the ball just runs and runs and runs. If anything, it picks up speed and it trickles into the rope for 4. Hated by a bit of luck. Yes. Smith's on 49. There's a wrong one and he picked it and he worked it to mid-wicket. Yet another test half-century for Steve Smith on the day that he reaches 10,000 test runs. It's his 42nd.
Asitha to Khawaja, leg stump line, takes it fine. All the way down towards the rope, and it'll reach it as well. That's Khawaja's 100. Usman Khawaja punches the sky. What a terrific way to start the series. Jeopardy Van to say to start his 12 over. Away from us, bowls here to Smith, using his feet for the umpteenth time today. Out towards deep mid-wicket it goes. Into our blind spot. It will reach the rope. Lunging over and making sure of that before declaring it. 4 more for Steve Smith.
The backward short leg in place for Khawaja now, who sweeps conventionally through mid-wicket. He's hit it absolutely beautifully for 4. He sees it early from outside the off stump, all the way along the ground. That's Khawaja at his absolute best. Van der Say, it's short, it's a wrong one, and Smith just helps it around the corner. And that'll go for 4. First boundary in quite some time, Steve Smith. It was a loose delivery. Yeah. Smith pulls it away. That's a short leg killer. It's just missed the fielder under the helmet. Luckily for him, pulled away for 4 through mid-wicket. Steve Smith. Smith, full toss. This time he hits it through mid-wicket. It's running away.
It's gone.
Look at that, with the wind. That has picked up speed the longer it went. He moves to 96, Steve Smith.
Shanta Smith goes back, rides the bounce out through cover. There'll be at least 2. Could be 3 or indeed 4. They will return for a third, and that will be the century for the acting captain. Steve Smith takes off the baggy green, acknowledges the teammates, the crowd as well. It's Test match ton number 35. 17 of them away from home. His 3rd here in Sri Lanka on a massive day for him personally, bringing up his 10,000th run in Test cricket. He caps it with another ton.
But I'll tell you what, we're not going to play right through because I'm very sure it's raining out there.
Oh, quite right. It is. It's so much so that they're coming off.
Where did that come from?
So the rain has arrived quickly, as it does here in Gaul. So off the field they go. Umpire holds stock, knocks the bails off.
It's been called off.
That's it.
Yeah.
So that's the end of day 1 here in Gaul. No surprise, given what we've been seeing and the covers coming on and the extensive works that have gone into that. So Australia will finish on 2 for 330.
Australia's official Super Bowl party presented by Tab, New Era, NFL Shop Australia and Culture Kings is on at the Boat Builders Yard Monday, February 10. Experience the game like never before with 5 hours of non-stop entertainment. Choose from all-inclusive packages or grab a general admission ticket. Every ticket holder scores an exclusive Super Bowl 59 hat thanks to New Era, the official headwear partner of the NFL. It's all on at the Boat Builders Yard, February 10. Follow NFL AUNZ on Instagram for details.
Want a hot meal for a hotter price? At 7-Eleven, grab a traveller pie or sausage roll and add a selected drink for just $6. You've got a deal at 7-Eleven. Terms and conditions apply.
At Bunnings Trade, no matter where you are, we're here to help. Our Trade Assist team are here to help trade customers with quick quotes on a wide range of supplies. Just call 134 872. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
She's going as well as can be expected. I think you've all seen her out in a boot and taking some weight off of that foot. She'll have a test today and we'll just sort of see where that lands and have some discussions about that, whether or not we think, she's going to be okay for a 4-day test. So that's the thing that we're sort of going to have to, not going to be able to test for that. So, we'll see where that lands in the next sort of 24 hours. We don't have to actually lock it into the toss, but obviously there's repercussions around that with who's the captain and what our lineup looks like. So I think people sort of want to know their role coming in. So sort of as soon as we can, we will, but it certainly doesn't have to be today.
That's Shelley Nitschke, the Australian coach, women's cricket team yesterday at the MCG. Will Alyssa Healy lead the team? It has ramifications. Talia McGrath has led this team brilliantly through the T20s. Australia is walloping England in this Ashes. They come to the MCG for the pink ball test tomorrow. So Australia's vice-captain, Talia McGrath, is with me. Talia, great to have you on the program.
No worries. Thanks for having me.
Now, Talia, will you be captain of this test match?
That's a big question. There's still not a decision being made. We're giving Midge every possible opportunity and chance to get up for it. So still no decision made. She played really well yesterday, seeing how she pulls up today and another crack in the nets today.
So, yes, you'd love to have her there, I'm sure. What sort of honour would it be, though, if you were to captain a test team?
Yeah, I'd love to have Midge out there with us.